Chapter 51 The Frightened Morgause, please read on. After Dark walked out of the room, he saw Robin sitting there. The gift for Xiao Feng was a purple Pokemon egg, which later hatched a small vinegarkin Smoochum. Smoochum is a very rare Pokemon. If Smoochum is to be sold, its value must be more than 100 million Baileys in the egg period. This is considered a big gift. Then Robin should also be given a gift of similar value. You can't be partial to one and ignore the other. The Pokemon eggs are gone. There are no stocks in the store now. After all, Dark is already having a headache taking care of these children. If there are more, he will explode. He will purchase more when the Whitebeard pirates and the Navy are ready to purchase Pokemon eggs in large quantities. Then it seems that there is no need to consider this gift for Robin. Robin. Manager, I have contacted the newspaper. I told them that Mr. Mihawk is our guest. The big news Morgans invited us to meet. Robin saw Dark approaching and told him about this matter. Is it okay? It doesn't matter. Mihawk won't care about this. Newgate shouldn't care either. Sengoku may not want to be exposed. You did a good job. Dark nodded. Although Robin talked about Mihawk on his own initiative, there was nothing wrong with what he said. If he didn't bring out some shocking news, Morgans would not come. Of course, Dark hoped that Morgans would come to talk in person, so that the other party would take it to heart and be willing to invest more resources to promote the existence of Pokemon. Thank you. Robin said indifferently, then lowered his head and continued to look at Pokédex. However, before he could look at it for 3 seconds, a hand suddenly stretched out in front of him, with a yellow and purple feather in the palm. Robin was stunned for a moment, and then suddenly thought of what Dark said to Kuzan before. She quickly flipped through the Pokédex, as if looking for a Pokemon. No need to flip, Cresselia is a legendary Pokemon and does not exist in the Pokédex. Dark knew what Robin was looking for. But the legendary Pokemon are the Pokemon that those people in the Pokemon world have not studied clearly, and of course it is impossible to compile them into the Pokédex, and Dark's understanding of the legendary Pokemon is not clear enough. Manager. Robin raised his head and looked up at the young man in front of him. The long green hair was draped behind him, the white shirt was extremely slim, and there was a gentle smile on his handsome face. He didn't look like a person who could release that kind of domineering aura at all. P.S. I only said that the protagonist is handsome before, but I didn't give a specific description. I've been thinking about it. Now I'll give you a standard. Dark looks like N in Pokemon, and the avatar in the character column is. Here you go. Dark handed the crescent feather in his hand to Robin. This is your welcome gift for joining the magic breeding house. Xiao Feng also got it when he joined. Don't worry too much. Thank you, Manager. Robin took the feather and held it in her hand with care, her heart beat slightly faster. This was not because she was moved by Dark, but because she knew the function and value of this feather, and she was looking forward to meeting the person she wanted to meet. Hold it at night, and you will see her after you fall asleep. Dark raised his hand and patted Robin's shoulder. Okay. Robin nodded vigorously, looking at the feather in her hand. Her nose was a little sour. It seemed. It had been a long time since she had been treated gently. Snubble, snubble, snubble. At this time, the voice of the Den Den Mushi sounded, and Robin immediately took out the Den Den Mushi in her arms and answered. The other party seemed to have said only one sentence, and then hung up the phone. Morgans. Robin instantly returned to work and told Dark the other party's identity. Now, the Seven Water City in the first half of the Grand Line. Well, I'll go there. Dark nodded and stretched. Manager, do you need me to come with you? No, with Darkrai and Sceptile here, I can escape even if the entire world government attacks. Dark shook his head casually. Below the Vice Admiral level, even his domineering color can't stand it, not to mention that there are Darkrai and Sceptile at the maximum level, so he is not panicked at all. Although Morgans is one of the kings of the underground world, his own strength is very weak. Please be careful, the Seven Water City has been experiencing frequent storms recently, and the water god's Aqualagna may be coming soon. After discussing things, return to the store as soon as possible. Robin is not a strong person. She will make suggestions, but will not stop Dark from making his own choices. Even if that choice is outrageous, she will accompany him to do it. After all, they are already partners. Don't worry, by the way, Robin. Dark didn't know what Robin was thinking, and walked out the door after calling Septal. Manager. From now on, call me Dark. The City of Seven Waters. This is a world-famous island, because it is home to the world's most skilled and numerous shipbuilders. Karen Pluto was built by the shipbuilders on this island 800 years ago. The shipbuilder of Pirate King Roger is now on this island, Tom, the ox-horned fishman of the Fishman tribe. His two disciples are Frankie and Iceberg, who will be famous in the future, but Frankie is still called Carter Fram, and they are working hard to complete the sea train. The outer city of the City of Seven Waters. Because the gods of the sea are about to come, basically everyone has fled to the inner city for refuge, and no one can be seen in the outer city. In a certain underground bar, Morgans supported his chin with one hand and poked the wooden table with the other hand, making a banging sound. If it weren't for the fact that Eagle-Eye Joracole Myhawk has been very famous in the past 2 years, he wouldn't want to come at all. What Pokemon? I've never heard of it. It's nonsense that he has the same natural ability as a person with special abilities. If the other party dares to fool him and waste his time, then Morgause will definitely let him feel the wrath of the Underground King. Squeak! The old door was pulled open, and a handsome man with green hair walked in. Morgause felt that this man was handsome from the bottom of his heart, and he was simply the most handsome man he had ever seen. He wondered if he could take this guy back and sell him to Stussy. That woman's happy street must need such a handsome guy. But what is the green creature behind that guy? An animal that ate the demon berry? Or a human that ate the animal demon berry? That look! It's too scary. When Morgause was stared at by Septal's eyes, all the feathers on his body stood up, and the whole bird shuddered. The last person who gave him this feeling with just a look has been imprisoned. That man is called Douglas Barrett. P.S. In Barrett's character introduction, he is described as a man with ghostly eyes. Chapter 52. Hey? Please read on. What kind of Pokemon is this? This is what Septal thinks. There is no way, Morgause really looks like a nobody, even less human than him. But Morgause is really a human, he just ate the animal demon berry albatross form and maintained the albatross form for a long time. Why did you choose such a place? It's really hard to find this place. Hey! When the voice sounded in his ear, Morgause looked up at Dark in front of him. Only then did he realize that the other party was the person from the magical breeding house. All of a sudden, Morgause put away his contemptuous attitude just now. It was true that Septal really looked like an ordinary person. President. The water gods are here. Before Morgause and Dark could start chatting, someone rushed in from outside. A man came in and shouted anxiously. Ah! Morgause was stunned. No, the gods of water came too early this year, didn't they? Morgause reacted quickly and ran outside. This was the outer city and would be completely submerged by the sea. He was a demon berry ability user, a landlubber, and he didn't want to die. Fortunately, Morgause has always been cautious and had people prevent such accidents early and prepared refuge boats. Hey, you guys, follow me. Morgause was quite dedicated. When the disaster was imminent, he didn't forget to call Doc and Septal to join him. This is in line with the character of this man. He is a desperate man who will risk his life for the headlines. Doc and Septal looked at each other and spread their hands. They didn't expect it to be such a coincidence that they had to face a tsunami right after arriving. But it's not really unlucky. Dark's eyes flickered, and there were a few more thoughts in his eyes. He wanted to use the water gods to give Pokemon a powerful image, so that both Morgause and the people of the 7 water cities could see it. It was because of this idea that Dark, who was originally planning to return to the store, suddenly gave up this idea. Are the water gods scary? Not really. To be frank, Darkrai can even open the dark void to swallow the entire tsunami. Thinking this way, Dark took Sceptile and followed Morgause out. When they came to the streets of the outer city, they looked in the direction of the sea, where a huge wave that blocked out the sun was already hitting. Dark admitted that he underestimated the water gods. After all, he had never seen a tsunami before, and had no idea about this natural disaster. Now he was really surprised to see it. No wonder humans always seemed powerless in the face of these natural disasters. It was really terrifying. The height of the waves of the water gods was more than 500 meters, which was almost the highest height ever reached on Blue Star. No wonder it could easily submerge the outer city of 7 waters. However, in 7 waters, such a tsunami occurs once a year. Hey, get on the boat! Morgause had already entered a submarine and stopped in the river channel of the outer city. He showed his head and waved his arm to Dark and Sceptile, signaling them to get on the boat quickly. Darkrai, take the boat. Dark did not get on the boat. Instead, he climbed onto the roof of a building with Sceptile's helping hand. Not only that, he also let Darkrai emerge, grabbed the submarine with one hand and threw it next to Dark and Sceptile. Ah! Morgause bird was dumbfounded. What are you doing? He stuck his head out and stared blankly at the 2 strange creatures beside Dark. Suddenly, Morgause thought of something, jumped out of the submarine, took out his camera and started taking pictures of Doc and the other 2. Of course he knew what he was doing and how dangerous his action was. But he smelled the smell of big news. Just the guy floating in the air, who could fly with the submarine in one hand, Morgause knew that this group of people was not simple. A magical breeding house? Another incredible force appeared on the sea, and the Hawkeye thing seemed to be true. While Morgause was muttering in his heart, he did not forget to glance at the huge waves in front of him. His legs couldn't stop shaking. Don't look at him as an albatross, but he can't fly. But it doesn't matter. When the sea gods are still 50 meters away, if these guys don't make a move, he will jump into the submarine and hide. Doc looked back. On the inner city wall of the 7 Waters City, quite a lot of people have noticed the situation here, and more people are running to the inner city wall to watch the excitement. Most of them looked worried, and they seemed to be ordinary people who were relatively simple. As for those who gloated over others' misfortunes, they were mostly pirates and gangsters. Dark could even see that some people took advantage of the chaos to rob ordinary people, but he didn't see anyone from the world government or the navy. People from the world government might not want to care, and most of the navy was evacuating civilians and didn't pay attention to that place. At this time, Dark would think. If those people had Pokemon to help them, would those bad guys dare to be so rampant? It's almost done. Dark didn't have time to think about the future. Because the raging waves were close at hand, just 100 meters away from the coast of the outer city. Morgause had already run to the shelter boat and stood there, with one foot already in the cabin of the shelter boat. Sceptile, I haven't seen your power yet. Dark looked at Sceptile, who looked calm beside him, and smiled, without any nervousness on his face. Just. Sceptile raised his head slightly, his confidence was evident in his words. He took a few steps forward and looked at the huge tsunami in front of him. It was indeed not small, but he had faced the tsunami caused by Kyogre in the world of Pokemon. Compared to that, this is just a baby. Swish. Sceptile turned around suddenly and swung his fluffy and powerful tail forward. One of the grass-type ultimate moves, Leaf Storm. Boom! A green twister of 500 meters high suddenly rose on the sea in front of him. The green energy formed a green twister on the sea, and the endless energy green leaves scattered the water gods. Countless sea water was swept into the dark clouds in the sky by the green twister, accompanied by the green leaves falling from the sky, covering half of the 7-water Johto with a layer of green blanket. The dark sky. It was raining wet leaves. Everyone looked up at the emerald green leaves falling in the sky. Only Morgans kept taking pictures of Sceptile and the sky with his camera. He was shocked, but the shock could not hinder his professional instinct. This was the first time that Pokémon performed in this world, just like a magic show of forest Pokémon. This was also a little gift from Pokémon to the world, a little shock. From today on, the world began to know Pokémon. Awesome, Sceptile! Dark praised Sceptile's strength without hesitation. Sceptile raised his head proudly, closed his eyes, hugged his arms to his chest, and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Basic operation. Don't be stupid. Chapter 53, Clouds Move in All Directions, Part 1, please read. The next day. The old man who bought a white talent egg really came. Under everyone's witness, the green egg hatched a timid-looking Oddish. As soon as he was born, he hid behind the old man's legs and shrank back. The old man seemed to like him very much and treated him like his own grandson. Duck told the grandfather some more about Oddish's living habits, and then sent the old man back. This was a small episode. A week passed quietly, and the new issue of the newspaper flew to all parts of the world. In the depths of the new world. On the Moby Dick. Newgate still sat on the bow calmly, but he no longer focused his eyes on his silly sons as before. Instead, he always focused his eyes on his beard. On the huge curved white beard, there was a pink oval creature, holding the white beard and fluttering, which made Newgate sweat on his forehead. Happiny is very tormenting. Sometimes when I wake up in the middle of the night and find that the pebble on my chest is gone, I will cry loudly, and the sound is loud and penetrating. Can you imagine thousands of pirates turning on the lights and looking for stones on the floor in the middle of the night? But I really don't know where the stone rolled to, so I had to get another one from Blenheim. In this week, Blenheim has lost 18 precious stones. No way. The weather in the New World is very strange, with thunder and hail at any time. There are often strong winds and waves on the sea that blow the ship crooked. Happiny has short legs and loves to run, so she often falls down, and then the stone occasionally rolls into the sea. Happiny is also a tiger. With a droopy face, she jumps into the sea with the stone. A bunch of people jumped in to save her, and occasionally a few stupid people with abilities jumped in to make trouble. In the end, they took the stone from Blenheim. In short, after Happiny, the life of everyone in the Whitebeard Pirates has changed, but no one complained about it. Instead, it injected a bit of vitality into this old group. Hey! Dad! Something interesting happened on the sea. At this time, Marco suddenly flew down from the observation deck, holding a newspaper in his hand. Broke in. Happiny saw Marco and immediately stretched out her short hands for a hug. Happiny and Marco had the best relationship because Marco always covered up for her mistakes. Marco was also the only person in the Whitebeard Pirates who could be given pebbles by Happiny. Of course, she had to return them, otherwise she would cry. She just gave Marco a hug temporarily. What's wrong? Newgate skillfully stretched out his big hand to catch the falling Happiny, and then looked at Marco. The existence of Pokémon has been discovered. It seems that a very amazing Pokémon has appeared in the magic breeding house. I really don't know where Dark got these. Marco spread out the newspaper and showed Newgate a photo on it. It was a strange upright creature with a green body and a tail that was a little exaggerated behind it, like a small tree. Have you forgotten that the magic cultivation house is said to be able to connect to other worlds? Although the store manager said that only people from our world can enter there, he did not say that we cannot go to other worlds. Maybe those are what he brought from other worlds. Sachi heard Marco's words and made a slight guess. For a moment. Gulala, creatures like Pokémon cannot remain silent. I knew it when I first met that guy Dark that he would definitely do something big. Newgate grinned. These were all within his expectations. But he didn't expect it to happen so soon. Pokemon is destined to make a splash in this world. Maybe not big, but someone will always notice it. Marin Ford. Naval Base. Jean Guo looked at the newspaper on the table with a gloomy face. Of course he didn't want Pokemon to be exposed so early. He also planned to use the power of Pokemon to build a special secret force. But he also knew that as a businessman, Dark would definitely not just watch his shop go unattended. Now, the power of Pokemon has been exposed to the world for the first time. There will definitely be some organizations that want to get in touch with this power. It depends on how many people believe in it. Tsuru, how are Jun and Buniri doing? Jean Guo glanced at Tsuru sitting on the sofa. He had to admit that Dark's sudden publicity made him a little anxious. But according to Dark's conditions, their navy must prove that they have the ability to successfully cultivate a Pokemon from an egg to its infancy. In this way, their navy can fully cooperate with the magic breeding house and acquire Pokemon on a large scale to form an army. Not bad, Buniri is very energetic and grows very fast. It should be earlier than the time Dark said, conservatively estimated to be a week. Tsuru pondered for a while, recalling Buniri's status in the past few days. Okay, you go to the biology department and the research department to pick 10 people each, form a class, and serve Pokemon in the future. When Dark comes with the group of Pokemon in a few days, I will try to hire him as a technical coach for a period of time. Jean Guo nodded, his eyes stern. Dark could never have imagined that one of their publicity plans unexpectedly made Sengoku completely determined to form a Pokemon team and accelerated the process. Sengoku, this Pokemon should be a grass type, it's obvious. Indeed, but what's the difference? Attributes. The attributes you mentioned are useless at the moment, right? He spoke before Sengoku finished speaking and stopped him. He is different from Sengoku. Sengoku has to take care of all the events in the Navy, deal with various affairs all day long, and deal with the world government. He can't think about Pokemon carefully. But he is different. Her mission has always been to capture Tianyasha Donquixote Doflamingo alive. Without the information about Doflamingo, she is very free and has plenty of time to think about Pokemon. What do you mean? Sengoku frowned and looked at he. Remember what we saw in the magic breeding house? Those water-type Pokemon in the water, and the flying Pokemon that can fly. Have you forgotten what it means to be able to fly into the sky and into the sea in this ocean? His words made Jean Guo suddenly realize. In this world where most people lack the means to fly, in this great route where people with special abilities run rampant, having the ability to fly and fight in the sea is too terrifying. Dark said there are 18 single attributes in total. How do you know if some of the attributes we haven't heard of will have some other characteristics, such as that dark ray? His eyes were deep, and she felt that she had discovered everything. The so-called attribute theory is not important, it is completely wrong. It's too important. You're right. Jean Guo nodded and began to examine the attributes of Pokemon again. Pick 10 more people from the logistics department to study the attributes. Chapter 54, Clouds Moving in All Directions, Part 2, please read on. Even my hawk is interested. Somewhere in the first half of the Grand Line, a man with red hair and a missing left arm was staring at the newspaper in his hand with great interest, and a smile could not help but appear on his face. Red-haired pirates leader Red-haired Shanks. It's something that guy would do, isn't it? Ben Beckman was smoking a cigar and said casually, since you lost your arm, that guy has become bored and must be looking for fun all over the sea. However, if the things in this photo are true, then this creature called Pokemon is quite amazing. Lucky Lu said while holding a chicken leg in his hand and chewing it. They had been to the Seven Waters City and had seen the water god's Aquaragna. That was not a wave that ordinary people could handle. It was a natural disaster that only the top sea warriors could handle. A tsunami that was hundreds of meters high. Well, it is said that even ordinary people can become Pokémon's partners, but they need to take on the responsibility of taking care of and training Pokémon. This kind of person's profession is called trainer. Grand Line, White Earth Island, Baldigo. Dragon, this power must be used. A man with a purple afro, the big-head man, looked at the man next to him and spoke. Ivan, I know, but we have to confirm the authenticity of this information first. Morgans basically never spreads false information, this photo must be real. We have to be more careful, we can't make any wrong steps. Long was very cautious. Because he knew very well what they were doing. Karaz, I'll have to trouble you to investigate this matter. Long turned his head and looked at the person behind him. The man was wearing a fluffy black feather coat, a metal beak-shaped mask on his face, and two crows were circling around him. Yet, as Karaz left, Long retracted his gaze. But this time, his eyes were focused on the lower left corner of the photo. There was a green-haired figure, who looked a little inconspicuous. But, at the time of the natural disaster, the man who could stand next to this creature. How could he be a passerby character? Wano country. Yo, meet, 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 meet. Tun tun tun. A tall man with a lot of flesh on his body looked at the news in the newspaper and couldn't help laughing. Jin, what do you think? This man is one of the emperors of the New World, the leader of the Beasts Pirates, Kaido. A creature with great potential, just like a person who has eaten the animal-type demon berry. Jin glanced at the green figure in the newspaper, and at the same time he also saw what Kaido meant. Do you want Jack to go to the Seven Waters City? No, at this time, the Seven Waters City must be very lively, and the guys from the Navy and the world government will definitely be there. Kaido looked fierce, but he was not in a hurry. There are still many things to be dealt with in Wano country, and it is difficult to spare manpower to deal with overseas affairs. What should be his will be his sooner or later. Just take it all over later. Sabayati Archipelago. In this place where all the merchants and underground dealers from the Grand Line gather, the existence of Pokémon has definitely caused quite a stir. Countless people have paid attention to Pokémon, such as buying a large number of Pokémon eggs and then selling them at a higher price. There are also many ambitious people who began to plan whether they can use this power to carve out a niche in the underground world. For a while, the heat was very high, but in the end, no one moved. First, no one knows where to find this magical breeding house. Second, no one can prove the potential and value of Pokémon. The credibility of the news reported by Morgans is indeed extremely high, but some people think it is a huge conspiracy. Just as the Whitebeard pirates thought at the beginning. If Pokémon has this potential, and the Menjin House has this power, why don't they dominate the world and sell it? You say there is no ghost. But if I believe it, then there is a ghost. Most people are waiting and watching. There are all kinds of things in the underground world. My hawk is constantly being talked about because of this incident. Island number 13, Shaky's Blackmail Bar. It's amazing. Such a powerful creature appeared quietly in the sea. I didn't even receive any information before. Shaky supported her chin with one hand and pointed at the newspaper on the table with the other hand. Shaky was the former emperor of Amazon Lily, the former captain of the Nine Snakes Pirates, and the former captain of Boa Hancock. The slave liberation incident that shocked the world in 1507 was apparently done by the fisherman hero Fisher Tiger. But there was also the shadow of Shaky, that is, she took Rayleigh and Guruliosa to rescue the three Boa sisters who had just escaped from Marijoa. Otherwise, how could the three sisters have the strength to escape the pursuit of CP? Now Shaky is the largest intelligence dealer in the Sabayati archipelago. There is almost no intelligence she can't collect on the sea. However, the magic breeding house was a name she had never heard of before. Whether it was a creature like Pokemon or the power displayed by this green Pokemon, they should not be unknown. It was because it was beyond her expectations that Xiaoqi paid close attention to the magic breeding house and Pokemon. The world government must be restless. Karen Rayleigh, who was drinking at the bar, shook the wine glass in his hand leisurely. When Rayleigh saw the descriptions of Pokemon in the newspaper, he had already predicted what the world government would do. Yet, they won't allow ordinary civilians to have power. Xiaoqi smiled and narrowed her eyes. She could almost predict the reaction of the 5 old guys. You are sweating all over, world government. Just as Xiaoqi and Rayleigh guessed. At this moment, in a room in Marijoa on the top of the Red Earth continent, 5 old men sat on the sofas around a rectangular table. There was a den mushi on the table in front of him. Zhangguo, do you know the magical breeding house? What breeding house? Magic. Breeding house. Magic what to breed? Magic breeding house. Magic what house? Get lost. Picking his feet. The den mushi was hung up. The round-headed old man who had just talked to Sengoku blew his beard and flushed, obviously very angry. This waste is getting more and more useless. It should be said that he is getting more and more disobedient. The old man sitting next to him took a sip of tea calmly. Can't you see that this guy is playing dumb? The world government does not need a disobedient admiral. The current situation in the sea cannot be changed, and Sengoku has a very high prestige in the navy. He handles most things well. We can't replace him yet. That's right, Sakazuki is still too young, and there are not enough people in the navy who support him. He is not suitable to take over the position of marshal. Then what about this magical breeding house? The 5 old men began to discuss one by one. The 5 of them have always been like this. As usual, persuade them to walk on the bright road of justice and turn Pokemon into the exclusive power of our world government. What if they don't? Then sentence them as criminals and put up a bounty. Chapter 55, Baby Goes Out, please read on. The existence of Pokemon has spread across this ocean, and there are many different opinions. The magic breeding house has not yet taken the next step. Dark plans to let the world react for a few more days and ferment. He still needs to select a location for a branch. Moreover, the most important thing right now is to take the Pokemon babies in the store out to play and see the world. Lest the little guys think that this small store is the whole picture of the world. This main task has been delayed for a long time. Inside the magic breeding house at this moment, the half-grown Pokemon lined up on the lawn, raising their little heads to watch Dark speak. You all heard what I said, right? You must listen to the adults, don't run around, don't get out of my sight, don't eat food given by strangers, otherwise bad guys will catch you. Dark stood in front of the Pokemon with a serious face, and sternly warned the little guys. Fongcray and Darkrai beside him nodded in agreement. For them, these little guys are really a headache. Even Darkrai, who is the nightmare god, can't stand the torment of the naughty kids. Robin smiled fearlessly. For a black-bellied person, disciplining naughty kids is simply too easy, which is completely incomparable to the tasks she had done before. Moreover, Robin's flower berry gave her the ability to catch all the babies at the same time. This is a recognized magical skill of the magic breeding house. As for Sceptile, Dark never expected him to take care of the children. For Sceptile, it is already a lot of sacrifice to protect a group of uproar naughty kids. First stop. Sphinx. The hometown of Newgate, a peaceful island like a paradise. The biggest feature is that this island is like a huge valley, with the grassland in the valley and a large village in it. After the White Remnant and the Black Regiment fought, Marco came to this place to guard against the attack of Whitebeard II, but he did not expect that Whitebeard II not only did not attack the village, but stopped the navy from attacking the village and was captured. Those things are too far away, not what Dark will consider now. Now that history has been changed, it is unknown whether the war at the top will happen, let alone what will happen after that. Dark led the team and stood in the front, with Darkrai hiding in his shadow. Behind him followed a dozen Pokémon babies with milky fragrance on their bodies. Robin stood at the back and took every baby into his sight to prevent the little guys from making trouble or running around. Sceptile and Von Clay were on the two wings of the babies, responsible for their safety. Feng Clay was carrying a relatively large glass water tank with Magikarp and Phoebus in it. With almost such a formation, Dark led everyone out of the store. Appeared again. It was still the deck of the Moby Dick. But now the Moby Dick has docked at the shore of the Sphinx, and the members of the Whitebeard pirates are transporting various supplies to the village in the valley. This is an extremely remote island, almost close to the doldrums, so there is basically no contact with the outside world, and it has always relied on the Whitebeard pirates for material exchanges. Hey! Dark, it seems that you have been living a good life recently. Newgate's voice sounded at the first time, and it seems that he has been waiting for a long time. Happiny still hung on the other party's huge white beard and acted arrogantly, while Newgate's eyes were on the babies behind Dark, with a little more envy in his eyes. He wants more Pokémon. It's not that he covets the power of Pokémon, he just likes the innocence and cuteness of Pokémon. If these Pokémon could become his sons, he would wake up with a smile in his dreams. Well, because there is one more powerful clerk to help me share the work, Pokemoni guess me Kangxing has realized how noisy Meng was when she was a child during this week. Dark nodded and gestured to Robin at the end of the team. Then he walked towards Newgate again. This time he was not only bringing the babies out to play, but also wanted to see the growth status of the guests' Pokémon. After seeing Dark, Happiny did not seem to be close. After all, Happiny had not been taken care of by Dark in the egg period. She was the first egg to be sold, and she had almost no familiarity with Dark. Newgate took Happiny off his beard and handed it to Dark. The people on their ship did not understand the physical structure of Pokémon, and could not see what Happiny's physical condition was. It would be good to let Dark check it. No one wanted Happiny to grow crooked. Then Newgate looked at Robin at the end of the team. Although Robin's bounty was not high, and she had not even appeared in the Grand Line, her identity as an O'Hara survivor was very famous, and she could more or less guess the attitude of the world government towards Robin. Roar, you guy, are you in the Taunt Navy and the world government? I won't take Robin to the naval base. The Sengoku don't know about Robin yet. It doesn't matter if they know. As for the world government, when Dark talked about the world government, he couldn't help laughing. Just with this smile, Newgate looked at him a few more times, with a hint of meaning in his eyes. The two of them tacitly didn't continue talking, and the topic was terminated. Broke in. Happiny was held in Dark's arms and was about to struggle. As a result, after Dark pressed a few parts, her whole body immediately became soft and one of her little feet was shaking. Dark watched Foster, from rookie to master every day, and he would practice it on the Pokémon in the store as soon as he learned something. Now that his breeding skills have reached LV.3, it is still easy to subdue a Happiny. Oh? How did you develop such a healthy body? Doc checked Happiny's body. He found that Happiny was growing very fast and was very healthy. Although it was only 1 week old, it was already very strong. Really? That should be the result of Sachi's research. Research result? Yes, Sachi has been trying to make various dishes for Happiny with the Moo milk. It should be related to this. That's possible. Making Pokémon food is also a compulsory course for breeders. Dark didn't pay much attention to this aspect before, so the progress was a bit slow. He plans to learn more about this aspect in the future. However, Thatch is more talented than Dark thought. The talent to become a breeder. Dark was a little excited when he thought that there would be various trainers, breeders, coordinators, Pokémon professors, etc. in this sea in the future. If you want to turn this world into the shape of Pokémon, it is not enough to rely on their magical breeding house alone. Dark doesn't mind teaching others more about Pokemon, and then others will continue to teach others. How about my hometown? Not bad. Indeed. P.S. More and more people are reading it, and I will add 2,000 words every day in the future. Chapter 56 Ice Witch and Ice Vulpix, please read. Under the leadership of Newgate, a bunch of cute little ones marched into the village. Among them, some members of the Whitebeard pirates who were very interested in Pokemon put down their work and came over. For example, the Ice Witch Whitebeard. The only woman on the Whitebeard pirates ship who can fight on the battlefield, but she is not the captain of the squad, but one of the 43 pirates under the Whitebeard pirates, and is an ally of the Whitebeard pirates. As a person of the same era as Newgate, Whitebeard is already quite old, but her appearance is still charming. She wears a purple pirate hat, an ordinary western sword in her hand, a blue and white striped shirt to the base of her thighs, a blue cloak behind her, and I don't know if she wears shorts on her lower body, but she wears black stockings and ice blue shoes on her feet. Equals red high heels. In Dark's opinion, Whitebee is a very confident person. She seems to have a clear enough understanding of her own strength and beauty. And Whitebee's goal is also very clear. She went straight to the snow-white Vulpix. Her observation Haki can detect the faint chill emanating from Vulpix. Dark did not stop Whitebee from contacting Vulpix. What if the two of them fall in love with each other? Maybe Whitebee will become Vulpix's trainer. In Dark's opinion, the two people have a good compatibility. They are both of the ice attribute, but he is not sure what kind of ability Whitebee's ice is. Along the way, the little guys seemed to be restrained because there were too many people around them. They huddled together and followed closely behind the white group. Maybe because the white group has all kinds of looks, and most of them are fierce, so the babies are a little scared. Of course, not all Pokemon are like this. Dark has been holding Growlithe's ear with one hand, and Growlithe will run away if he doesn't hold it. Poochyena is like a proud little wolf, raising his little head and striding forward. Scraggy looks like a gangster, and he will battle with anyone who looks at him. However, these are a minority after all. Most babies are still relatively well behaved when they go out for the first time, but their eyes are also filled with curiosity about the outside world. The little guys looked at the green grassland and the vast sky, and began to yearn for this world in their hearts. This is the first time they know this world. Many children ran out of the village in front. These children seemed to be very familiar with the white group, so after a brief greeting, they focused their attention on the Pokemon. They wanted to play with the Pokemon babies because they looked so cute. The babies also wanted to play with them. Most Pokemon still prefer children. This is a natural instinct. Go and play. Don't run too far, especially you Growlithe. Dark turned around. Like a kindergarten teacher, he pointed his finger at the Pokemons and let them move freely. At the same time, Dark nodded to Fengkele and Robin, indicating that they should always pay attention to the dynamics of the Pokemons. Although the Pokemons will not encounter any bad people on this island full of white balls, Dark is always worried that these ignorant furry children will do something weird. For example, eating brightly colored mushrooms and then eating themselves to death. In Dark's opinion, Growlithe will do it. Woof! Growlithe didn't care about Dark's special warning, and ran away directly, galloping freely on the vast grassland. The other Pokemon saw Growlithe had gone to play, so they all plucked up their courage to scatter, but they didn't go too far, and always stayed where they could see Dark and the others. The children in the village and the members of the white group also followed the Pokemon they were interested in. They wanted to see what interesting actions these magical little guys would do. Ah! Dark watched the babies leave one by one, but he didn't feel too sad. However, as the children grew up and began to try to step into the world and get in touch with more new things, Dark always had some concerns. Pokemon. It's too simple. People in the pirate world are different from those in the Pokemon world. Most people in the Pokemon world are kind people, and even those bad guys will not do anything to hurt Pokemon. But this world is different. Dark shook his head. You can't keep the Pokemon in that little shop forever, you have to go out and see the world. In a field near the village, a snow-white little fox jumped into it and sniffed the plants planted in the field. Those were crops with yellow flowers. I don't know what kind of fruit they will bear. Vulpix opened his mouth curiously and planned to take a bite to taste it. But a snow-white hand stretched out and blocked the little guy's mouth. Don't bite the things that the uncles have worked hard to plant. Although Wadabei is not young and looks like a queen-like beauty, her voice is more like a girl who has just passed the voice change period, with a somewhat cold voice. Then, Vulpix was picked up, and it raised its head and looked at Wadabei. Miss. Vulpix didn't like to be held by strangers, so he struggled, and at the same time, a thin stream of snow spit out of his mouth and sprayed it on Wadabei's face. Oh, little guy, you're pretty awesome. Wadey's eyes lit up, the corners of his mouth lifted, and he let the snow flow on his face. Vulpix's powder snow was just like a tickle to Wadey. It was not only non-aggressive, but also a bit cool and comfortable. But it didn't matter. What mattered was that Wadey finally found out why he liked this little guy so much. Because this snow-white little fox was also a fan of ice. Miss. Vulpix was still struggling, and even started shouting, wanting to call his little sister Evie to deal with this bad guy. Don't shout, it's useless even if you shout until your throat is broken. Wadey grinned, then stretched out a hand and wiped Vulpix's little face. The little fox had just entered the field and was covered with a lot of mud. Wadey's outstretched hand exuded a wisp of cool air and damp, and easily removed the mud from Vulpix's body. Feeling the chill emanating from Wadabei, Vulpix stopped struggling and looked at Wadabei curiously. Wadabei's gentle act of cleaning her hair left a deep impression on the little guy. Yes. The feeling of heartbeat. Okay, it's clean, let's go play. Wadey is also a person with obsessive-compulsive disorder. He cleaned the little fox thoroughly before carrying her to the lawn nearby and putting her down. After stepping on the lawn, Vulpix did not rush to leave, but turned his head to look at Wadib. Nonsense. You want me to accompany you, Huang Weiyuan, and Si Jun? Nonsense. Chapter 57. Two babies leave the team, please read. When it was lunchtime, Robin dragged all the babies back one by one. It was the hardest to drag Growlithe. Robin used 32 consecutive flowers to catch him. The little dog was good at hiding and fought with Robin for several minutes. It was the first time that Doc saw Robin in such a mess. He was laughing at the sight. Then he was pinched by Robin. It was too scary. A pair of hands suddenly grew out of your waist and pinched your waist from a distance of more than 10 meters. Can you bear it? Okay, everyone, eat well. Dark rubbed his waist, sat on the ground, and then gave instructions to the Pokemon around him. Many villagers and members of the White Group also came to this area spontaneously to cook and eat. It was like a large-scale picnic, and Dark almost forgot that this was in the dangerous world of pirates. If every corner of this world could be like this, it would be great. Dark looked at the scene in front of him where people and Pokemon lived in harmony and enjoyed nature, and murmured from the bottom of his heart. Perhaps because of his yearning for the world of Pokemon, Dark also wanted to make this world look like that. Is this your dream? Newgate sat next to Dark. Although there was a big difference in their sizes, Newgate still heard what Dark said. Dream. No, it's a goal. Dark hesitated for a moment, and then confirmed his idea. Really? That's hard. Newgate paused while eating and looked into Dark's eyes, not seeing any joking intention. However, how could Newgate, who came from the old times, not know the difficulty of such a thing? As long as there are still people in this world, the world will never become so beautiful. That's right. Even in the world of Pokemon there is darkness, but it's just less. No, Meng Yun, where to knock on the selection. Dark knew what the magic breeding house would face if it embarked on this path. Newgate also knew it. But what Newgate didn't know was what the magic breeding house had. Well, I wish you success. Newgate shook his head and didn't say much. In his opinion, this kind of thing was too difficult and basically impossible to do. The magic breeding house might be able to do it, but it was just as difficult. Fon Clay, Robin, Darkrai, Septal, and others surrounded Dark, and they all heard the conversation between Dark and Newgate. However, they did not speak, but just ate their food in deep thought. A quarter of an hour later, Dark had finished his meal. Some of the little ones went to play after eating, while others were still eating slowly. He looked at these Pokémon. Most of them played together in groups of 3 or 2, but there were also some like Poniard who often stayed alone. However, there were 2 Pokémon that were different. One was Ice Vulpix, who no longer played with her good sister Eevee, but ran to play with Wadeye. Sister Eevee looked a little sad, but it didn't matter, because brother Eevee would always annoy her, leaving her no time to be sad. The other one was a surprise to Dark. Krabby. Yes, it was the very lazy Krabby who ate and slept all day long. He was playing rock paper scissors with a runny-nosed little girl, and he had won 12 games. The little girl was not numbed by the win, but she was numbed by Dark. Krabby looked at the little girl with a doting look in his eyes, as if he was looking at a little sister. What do you mean by domineering, Crab? You are still a 1-year-old baby. Do you know what happened between Krabby and that little girl? Dark opened his mouth, then turned his head and looked at Fengkele and Robin and asked. Just now, the little girl fell into the lake and was rescued by Krabby. Fengkele had been transformed into a flying bird and hovered in the air, paying attention to the situation of Pokémon everywhere, so he also saw what happened to Krabby. Oh, that child seems to have a physical problem, her mental age is relatively low, and she often does stupid things. Newgate noticed the little girl that Dark was talking about, and explained it to him. Is that so? Dark nodded. He thought there would be an interesting encounter, but it turned out to be just an ordinary hero saving a beauty. Dark looked at the expressions on Vulpix and Krabby's faces, and he had almost figured it out in his mind. The trainers of these 2 little guys have almost been found. After a while, when everyone had finished eating, Doc called Krabby and Vulpix over. Do you want to leave with them? Doc pointed at Vulpix and the little girl. Me? Vulpix and Krabby's eyes widened in disbelief. No, I'm not going to drive you away, but you don't want to stay in that little place forever, do you? You also want to see the outside world, right? Doc waved his hand and explained before the 2 little guys started crying, if you like them, you can stay with them and let them become your partners and family. X2. The 2 little guys were silent. They lowered their heads and began to think about this matter. After a while, Vulpix raised her head and looked at Doc. Nonsense. Well, if you want, you can come to the breeding house to play with us again, but Eevee may not be here by then. She may find her own partner in the future and go on adventures in this world. Doc understood what Vulpix meant and nodded. Nonsense. Hearing what Doc said, Vulpix no longer hesitated and decided to go with Wadeye. She liked Wadeye. Since she could go home anytime in the future, there was nothing to hesitate about. Okay, I'll tell Newgate about this. Krabby, what about you? Do you want to stay with that little girl? Doc then turned his gaze to Krabby on the other side. The latter looked at the grassland, then looked at the little girl who was a little silly, and finally decided to stay here. He was not very sure about the little girl. Well, leave it to me then. Dark confirmed the intentions of the 2 little guys and went to Newgate to discuss the matter alone. Newgate had no objection. He did not intend to intervene in these matters, so he asked Whiteby to come and talk to Dark in person. As for the money that the little girl paid for Krabby, it was Newgate who paid. Because of this, Dark did not deliberately lower the price. 1 million berries, the price of the egg period, did not charge more. Because Krabby will exist as a companion in the future, there is no need to consider so many factors. I know it. After Whitebee knew Vulpix's intentions, she shook her aqua blue hair confidently, looking a little confident. She also paid for Vulpix herself. However, Vulpix is different from Krabby. Vulpix will definitely experience battles after following Whitebee, so its value must be considered comprehensively. Alola Vulpix's rarity, attributes, characteristics, personality, appearance, and even the potential of Alola Ninetales after evolution. The final price is 35 million berries. It is more than 3 times the price of the egg period, which is a very high price. Whitebee was not afraid, and paid the money without hesitation. In a flash, 3,600 magic coins were credited. P.S. I roughly estimated the price of this Pokemon cub, and did not consider it too carefully. The main reason is that I am not a high-level player of the game, so I am not very good at judging the value of these Pokemon in battle. Chapter 58 Poniard's Troubles, please read it later. When Vulpix's little sister Eevee learned that Vulpix was leaving, she almost cried. However, she still wished Vulpix a happy life in the future, and asked him to come back to the breeding house to play with her often. The 2 little foxes' reluctant farewell made some members of the white group cry. Dark was stunned when he saw those people crying. What's there to cry about? Dark couldn't understand the thinking of some people in this world after all. He felt that these people had a bit of Frankie's flavor. In the evening, Dark said goodbye to the white group members with the little guys and returned to the store. The little guys were exhausted after playing all day. As soon as they returned to a familiar and safe place, they immediately lay down to rest. The next morning, Dark was sleeping soundly. Suddenly, he felt a heavy blow on his stomach, and he had the illusion that he was almost going to fall asleep forever. He opened his eyes and was about to scold Growlithe, but it turned out that Robin was sitting on his stomach. No. Dark frowned, and when his vision became clear again, he noticed that something was wrong with Robin. Robin didn't have a pair of small eyes. Ditto. After being taught a lesson, Ditto felt a little wronged. Yesterday, he heard a member of the white group say that Dark would be happy if he did this, but it didn't seem to be the case. Dark noticed Ditto's mood, so he called Robin over, told her about it, and asked her to comfort Ditto. Robin didn't know whether to laugh or cry after hearing this. The innocent Pokemon were too easy to believe what others said. But that person didn't seem to be wrong, right? Robin tilted his head and thought about it, and felt that it seems that what the individual said is not wrong, but the way is wrong. After washing up, Doc walked out of the room. As soon as he came out, he saw Poniard sitting alone by the lake, quietly looking at Magikarp in the lake. But Magikarp was not looking at him at all. Magikarp was clearly resting. These fish do not close their eyes when they rest, so Poniard would not think that Magikarp was playing the glare game with him. Doc thought about Poniard's state since birth, and always felt that it was a little strange, so he walked up and sat next to Poniard. Poniard, do you have any troubles? It seems that you don't like playing with everyone. You are still a baby. Doc couldn't understand why Poniard, who was at a simple age, had any troubles. What the hell? Poniard looked up at Doc, then stretched out an arm and rubbed the blades on his body. When Poniard was just born, Dark couldn't understand his language, so he didn't know his concerns. Now that they have been familiar with each other for a while, Dark can roughly understand what these children mean. Poniard is worried that the blade on his body will hurt other Pokemon, so he doesn't play with other Pokemon, not because he doesn't want to play with them. Is that so, idiot? What's the problem? Omega. Dark shook his head helplessly and patted Poniard's head gently. Poniard's body is very cold and hard like metal, with a very special texture, but it is precisely because of this that there is a steel in the opponent's attributes. What? Poniard tilted his head and looked at Dark in confusion. Easy to solve, leave it to me. Doc smiled easily and returned to his room. Magic Mall. Clothes Poniard. Doc found the clothing tab and entered the keyword poniard. Then, a lot of clothes specially designed for poniard were listed, all of which were specially designed according to poniard's body structure. Some clothes are just for Poniard looks more beautiful, all of which are made by some Pokemon costume designers. But some clothes are made by Pokemon professors, which are specially designed to prevent the blades on Poniard from causing harm to other Pokemon or people. Each set is worth 10 magic coins, equivalent to 10 W Baileys. This price is not cheap, but Doc still bought 10 sets without hesitation, just in case Poniard leaves in the future. There will be some clothes for him to change. 10 sets of clothes, different styles and colors. After that, Doc led Poniard into the house and helped him get a set of clothes to change. What? After Poniard put on the clothes that Doc gave him, he felt a little uncomfortable and his movements seemed to become a little slow. He looked down and saw that the blades on his body were covered by clothes. He raised his hand and touched them, and they were soft. Okay. This way you can go and play with everyone without worry. Doc put on the clothes for Poniard with some effort. This clothes is really not easy to wear. The structure is too strange. Doc didn't understand it at first. But now it's fine. Doc tried it himself and gently hugged Poniard into his arms. Then he used force and didn't feel any touch of the blade. It's worthy of being a special clothes. The effect is really good. Doc. Poniard huddled in Doc's arms. He didn't know what Doc was doing, but the feeling was very warm. This was the first time he had such a clear understanding of temperature. There was moisture in the corners of his eyes, but he wiped it off quickly. He wanted to be a man and couldn't cry easily. Well, no problem, but you still have to be as careful as possible when playing with everyone in the future. Doc put Poniard back on the ground, patted his head, and took him out of the bedroom. Other Pokemon saw Poniard wearing clothes, and they all ran over curiously to look left and right. Growlithe even threw Poniard to the ground and licked him, which scared Poniard. But after realizing that he didn't have to worry about hurting others, he felt relieved and showed a happy expression on his face. Doc nodded when he saw this. Von Clay and Robin took in all of this, and Sceptile squinted his eyes in the tree and watched all this. For a person to make other creatures loyal and support him from the bottom of their hearts, it is not enough to rely on strong strength alone. Or outstanding potential is not enough. He must have his own personality charm. And Doc is now quietly exuding this unique charm of his own. Okay, everyone stop making trouble and get ready. Today we are going to a new place to play, it's quite awesome there. Looking at the little guys, they were almost done making trouble, and clapped his hands to attract their attention. Today's goal is very clear. Marineford, Naval Base. P.S. I tried it out yesterday, and more people read it, and more chapter reviews, happy. While there are many people, I want to say, I hope everyone can read my last book goal, Become the Strongest Master in Pokemon, which was updated once a day, 4,000 words per chapter, and the unstable time led to the failure of follow-up reading, and finally it was cut off when it was put on the shelves. I can say that I wrote that book quite seriously. Although not many people read it, there are many good reviews, and some readers cried. I hope you can read it if you have time and are short of books. I just finished the first volume when I cut it off. The ending is not too painful and can even be read as a short story. It's not for grades or to revive that book. I just don't want to give up. Cutting off that book made me have some obsession. I want more people to see the level of my pure PM writing. This is also the reason why the pace of this book is slower. Because of the influence of the previous book, I like to describe the daily life and bonds between people and Pokemon. The feelings accumulated slowly will bring more touching feelings to readers later. If you have time, go and read it. You don't need to send tickets. Just read it. I don't know if this book has readers who have read that book. Chapter 59 The Attitude of the Navy, please read it later. Robin did not participate in this march. Dark was a little panicked. Without the ability of Robin, Hwawa, and Barry, they might not be able to control these lively babies. Especially a certain dog. Dark glanced at his legs, his hand was always pulling Growlithe's ears, and he didn't dare to let go for a moment. When Dark led the team out of the store door of the breeding house, he was shocked by the scene in front of him. It was still the same commercial street as before. But a team of well-trained Navy officers had already stood on both sides of the street waiting. Vice Admiral Mamosajun led the team. On both sides were the Navy colonels, the 25-year-old white hunter smoker, and the 23-year-old black gate Hina. There were nearly 100 Navy soldiers following behind. This reception configuration was really shocking, and Dark nodded in his heart. 100 people can only be called a small team in the Navy, or a large patrol team. But you have to know that this is not a place that may be dangerous, but the absolutely safe Marineford, the gate of the Navy headquarters. The purpose of these 100 people appearing here is not to protect the safety of Pokemon, but purely to show an attitude and a face to the magic breeding house. No matter whether this action comes from Sengoku or Crane. Dark can only say that it is very successful. He can see from the expressions of Fenkele and Septal that they are very satisfied with the reception of the Navy. Dark, the Navy is asking for something. Although Fenkele was proud, he still stabilized his mentality and leaned close to Dak's ear to remind him. Dark nodded, he also noticed it. It's just that I don't know what Sengoku or Crane want to get from the magic breeding house. Manager Doc, I've been waiting for a long time. The little guys look very healthy. After seeing Doc, Jun took 2 steps forward to greet him. The many Navy behind her looked at the Pokemon behind Doc with curious eyes, and the most eyes fell on Septal. After all, what Septal did in the Seven Waters City has spread all over the sea. Many people are curious about whether Septal is really that powerful. Dark is also thinking about how to let the Navy see how powerful Septal is. The Navy is different from the Whitebeard pirates. The latter is already in a semi-rotten state, without too many pursuits, and is still at the top of the New World, so they don't care much about strength. But the Navy is different. In this era of great pirates, the endless pirates have made the Navy exhausted. They wish they had more combat power to join the Navy and safeguard their justice, so they value strength very much. Long time no see, Ms. Jun, Buniri looks like he's living well. He should be able to start training in 3 or 5 days. Dark smiled and responded to the other party, then squatted down and stretched out his hand to rub Buniri's ears. The easiest way to judge the development of a Buniri is to look at the muscle density on the other's ears. The ears of Jun's Buniri look soft, but you can feel strong muscles when you rub them with your hands. Obviously, Buniri's daily routine and meals should be very strict and healthy. Jun or Tsuru should have used all his strength to make the Navy chef specially researched food for Buniri. Hey, did you hear that, Buniri? Mimi. Buniri stretched her ears and jumped twice on the spot, looking very happy. Buniri's idea was very simple. Jun was very good to her, so she also wanted to become stronger quickly and then help Jun. At this time, the little guys behind Doc could no longer restrain themselves and began to gradually disperse. Marineford was completely different from the previous Sphinx. The babies were always curious about the new environment. Ahem, don't run around, we haven't reached the place yet. Doc coughed twice to attract the attention of the babies, and then pointed his finger in the air. The little guys obediently retreated to their original places and looked up at Doc honestly. Such obedient and cute babies naturally made the surrounding Navy more favorable, and they all began to have some thoughts in their hearts. This is also part of the plan of Sengoku and Crane. The people who came with Jun today are all very promising figures among the new generation of the Navy. Let these people get familiar with Pokemon in advance, and it would be best if they can get familiar with some Pokemon. Jun was just happy to see this scene, and she couldn't empathize with Dark. Because Buniri is different from Hapani, Buniri is very obedient, like a 7 or 8-year-old girl, and has never caused trouble for Jun. Follow me, Chief of Staff Crane seems to have something to discuss with you. Jun led the way and led Dark and his group to the naval base. After entering the naval base, Dark also saw the true face of the Navy. Team after team of new Navy were undergoing special training, and the Navy who had left the recruit camp followed their superiors to board the warship and headed to the sea. Discipline, strict compliance, and well-trained. These are not seen in the animation. The Navy seemed to be better than Dark had imagined, and he began to consider selling more Pokemon to the Navy. And these were exactly what Sengoku and Tsuru wanted Dark to see. He seems very satisfied. Of course. In the marshal's office, Sengoku and Tsuru were standing by the window, looking at Dark's expression in the square outside. After a while, bang bang bang. The door of the marshal's office was knocked. Marshal, Mr. Dark has arrived. Come in. Dark walked into the office under the guidance of a messenger marine. As for the Pokemon, they were already playing in the square, and the Navy team led by Jun stayed there to help look after the Pokemon to prevent them from getting lost. Septal and Fenkele also stayed there to visit everywhere. They were still very curious about places like the naval base. This is not a place that anyone can come to. Since there is a chance to look openly, you must take a closer look. Anyway, what you shouldn't see must have been hidden by Sengoku and others. Oh. When Dark walked into the marshal's office, he raised his eyebrows slightly. This lineup is more exaggerated than he imagined. Marshal of the Navy, Wise General Sengoku. Admiral of the Navy, Aokiji Kyuzan. Admiral of the Navy, Yellow Monkey Borsellino. Navy Hero, Iron Fist Garp. Vice Admiral of the Navy, Grand Staff Crane. Except for Sakazuki and Zephyr, it can be said that all the top figures of the Navy are gathered here. Sengoku is a good person. He really gives face. Welcome to the naval base, Doc. Chapter 60 Negotiations before the transaction, please read. Come on, let someone in. He waved his hand, and the messenger went out immediately. Within 2 minutes, he came in with 30 people. Marshal Sengoku, who is this? Doc moved his eyes to the 30 people. They didn't look like combat marines. These people are from the Logistics Department, Biological Department, and Scientific Research Department of our Navy. I hope to hire you to coach some knowledge related to Pokemon. The Logistics Department is responsible for studying the attributes and characteristics of Pokemon. The Biological Department is responsible for taking care of young Pokemon and managing the physical and mental health of Pokemon. The Scientific Research Department uses machines to monitor the physiological state and training process of Pokemon in a timely manner. Sengoku bluntly stated his purpose. No problem. Daclaso agreed, which exceeded the expectations of everyone present. They didn't know that Dark had such an idea, they just thought it was the result of a series of arrangements by Zhangguo and he. This made Zhangguo and he smile slightly, thinking that they had already controlled Dark. So, when will it start? I'm planning to open a branch in the first half of the Grand Line recently. I'm still selecting a location. When the branch is established, I'll let these people go there. Dark can be said to be playing an open card. When the branch opens, all kinds of characters will come to the door, and there will be a lot of trouble. But if there is a group of Navy stationed nearby, these troubles will be much less. Zhangguo knew what Dark was thinking, and Dark also knew that Zhangguo could guess his thoughts. This was an open plot. No problem, I will send the Vice Admiral troops to station there. Zhangguo nodded and agreed. This is not a bad thing for their navy, because in this way they can prevent those pirates from getting in touch with the power of Pokemon, which is equivalent to a small degree of monopoly on Pokemon in disguise. As for civilians mastering Pokemon, they don't care much, but they don't know what the world government thinks. But for the Magic Breeding House and the Navy, this is a mutually beneficial thing, and there is no reason to refuse. I want a Pokemon too. At this time, Garp, who was picking his nose, spoke up and looked at Dark with burning eyes. You can't. Dark shook his head without thinking. Throwing the Pokemon baby to Garp, isn't that just letting the baby go there to be abused? What? Shut up, Garp. Jean Guo's face darkened. He didn't ask this troublemaker to come here at first. It was Garp who insisted on meeting Dark. Garp seemed to be very interested in Pokemon. Garp has become like this since Kuzan came back from the breeding house last time. Thinking of this, Jean Guo glanced at Kuzan casually, while Kuzan looked up and closed his eyes to take a nap as if nothing had happened. Paul Solino next to him looked left and right, and then showed a lewd smile on his face. I don't think you have the ability to raise Pokemon safely. Dark didn't care about Garp's title as a naval hero, and directly stated the reason why he didn't sell Pokemon to him. Garp really doesn't. Tsuru shook his head aside. Tsuru-chan. How can you say that to me? I still have 2 grandchildren after all. My son is alive and well. That's right, your grandchildren were raised in the wrong way. We haven't even seen your 2 grandchildren alive. You are just saying it yourself. Jean Guo didn't give Garp face. Although he hoped that Garp would also train a few Pokemon, he had to admit that Garp was really unreliable. Jean Guo, you will regret it. Garp, I am the marshal. Bang. Garp slammed the door and left. Alas. Jean Guo sighed. Dark was confused. Almost thought he had traveled through time again. Marshal Jean Guo, is there anything else? It's like this, Buniri is almost out of the infancy. Yes, that's right, your navy can start purchasing Pokemon eggs from us in large quantities. Dark certainly knew what Jean Guo meant and didn't beat around the bush with him. How many Pokemon eggs do you have? Dark's heart skipped a beat when Sengoku said this. It seems that the navy has a big appetite. As many as you want, I can have, but I won't sell you thousands or tens of thousands at a time. Dark shook his head and interrupted Sengoku's idea. What? You don't have the ability to take care of thousands or tens of thousands of Pokemon babies at a time. The Navy's knowledge of Pokemon is infinitely close to zero, so how can they know how troublesome Pokemon babies are? Let alone the 30 people who appeared just now, even if you come with 30,000 people, you may not be able to take care of 30,000 Pokemon babies. One Growlithe baby can deal with more than a dozen of you, unless the Navy is willing to send out strong people to keep an eye on it, but is that possible? What's more, there is the most critical point. Besides, I don't think every one of you in the Navy can become a qualified trainer. Dark began to recall some figures in his mind. The hawkish Navy led by Sakazuki is not suitable. These people may choose to sacrifice Pokemon for justice. It cannot be said that this is wrong, but it can only be said that the opinions are different. There is a very good saying in Naruto, people who cannot complete the task are trash, and those who abandon their companions are even worse than trash. Dark likes this saying, so he is not optimistic about the hawkish Navy. He does not prohibit Pokemon from choosing these people, but he will not take the initiative to sell Pokemon eggs to these people. These people are only qualified to be chosen by Pokemon, not qualified to choose Pokemon. And there are some cancers in the Navy that cannot make Dark feel at ease. These people are absolutely not allowed to have Pokemon. For example, Axe King Monka, the mouse who colluded with Arlong, and the future Green Bull Aramaki. So, what you mean is that you choose which Navy is eligible to get Pokemon. Jean Guo guessed a little bit of what Dark meant. He also narrowed his eyes. It was impossible to let an outsider participate in the affairs of the Navy. Paul Solino also glanced at Dark. What Dark said just now made him think. Kuzan was the one who knew Dark's thoughts best among them, so he didn't say a word and continued to play dead. No, someone in your Navy will distribute the Pokemon eggs, but I will choose who these people are. Dark certainly knew the bottom line of the Navy, so he gave in. Who do you want to be in charge of this matter? I need to listen before I decide. Zhang Guo was still very cautious and didn't agree at once. Two people at the moment. Dark smiled and glanced at Quzhen. Which two? He asked. One is General Quzhen, and the other is Black Arm Zephyr. Chapter 61 Whose dog? Please read on. When Dark returned to the square, he saw Jun's guilty expression. Cold sweat trickled down Dark's forehead, and he had a bad feeling in his heart. He looked around with wide eyes. He couldn't see Groliath. It's bad. Dark didn't expect that Groliath could get away with such a group of Navy soldiers watching. How did the dog do it? The other Pokémon were obediently surrounded by 100 Navy soldiers. It seemed that these Navy soldiers had just experienced the power of Pokémon running around. These cute little guys were not easy to deal with. Sorry, Doc, we didn't expect Groliath to be able to burrow into the ground. Dig. Dark's eyes widened slightly, and this skill instantly came to his mind. But the problem is that Doc had already done a body detection on the babies when they were just born, and Groliath didn't have such a skill in its skill list. Then there is only one possibility. Groliath got out of her childhood at an incredible speed and mastered the skill of dig without any teacher. Where is the hole? Dark suddenly felt a headache. Groliath, who has mastered the dig skill, can be said to be even more difficult to catch. Robin doesn't know if he can catch this kid in the future. Over there. Jun awkwardly pointed in a direction, where 7 or 8 Navy officers were holding shovels and digging down along the hole left by Groliath. This won't work. Dark shook his head, then shouted to the Pokémon pile, Dedenne, come and help me, please. Diane. Dedenne ran out holding her long tail. Follow this hole and help me find Groliath. Diane. Dedenne nodded and quickly got into the hole left by Groliath. Ms. Jun, I'm going to find Groliath first. Please take care of the Pokémon here. Please don't let the other little guys run away. Don't worry. Jun nodded, with a bit of embarrassment on his face. It's okay for a dignified vice admiral to let a newborn baby run away right under his nose. Deep in the naval base, there is a naval school. But this school is very special. It is a superior school for recruits. Today's 3 admirals of the Navy all came from here, as did Smoker and Hina. It is 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and there is only one person eating in the cafeteria of the naval school. The former admiral who does not kill, Black Arm Zephyr. Since his family was killed by pirates 21 years ago, Zephyr's life has become lonely and boring. Zephyr has repeatedly resigned to Sora, who was still the admiral at the time, but out of his expectations for the Navy and his trust in his colleagues, he chose to stay, retreated behind the scenes and became an instructor to help the Navy train students. Sakaski and Borsellino were his first students. Nowadays, the only ones who can chat more are a few close students, and even former colleagues can't say a few words when they meet now. Because he feels that everything has changed. Be it Sengoku or Tsuru, they have all changed. Since becoming the Admiral of the Navy, Sengoku has become different from the past. Garp hasn't changed, but because Garp's work attitude is too casual, which is the opposite of Zephyr, the two of them rarely talk even if they are friends. Zephyr usually doesn't think about these things. Whenever he thinks about these things, he will have a little doubt about the Navy, so now all he thinks about is how to make his students stronger. Anne and Bins can almost start learning the 6 styles. It's time to take them to the sea for internship in 2 years. Zephyr muttered while picking up a piece of bone and meat. Suddenly, he frowned and felt that there seemed to be an extra one in his peripheral vision. Doghead? Woof. As if to respond to Zephyr's doubts, Groliath barked directly. Whose dog? Zephyr looked down at the dog that suddenly hugged his thigh and felt a little puzzled. At the same time, he also complained that he was too relaxed and didn't even notice the dog approaching. Has he been so relaxed in the naval base for more than 20 years? Woof. Grolith stuck out his tongue and looked at the braised pork in Zifa's hand expectantly. Do you want to eat it? Give me an umbrella. Zifa put his plate on the ground. There was still a lot of braised pork in it. He didn't like this kind of greasy food, but the chef insisted on giving it to him. Get some. Grolith was not polite and started eating. It was so delicious. Where are you from? Zafar watched from the side and thought it was quite interesting. Woof. Grolith turned sideways and let Zifa see the hole on the ground behind him. You are a dog, and you can dig. Zafar raised his eyebrows, but he was not surprised. He had lived for so long and had seen everything. It was really interesting. Grolith ignored him and continued to eat. The braised pork was really delicious, much better than the one at home. Speaking of which, my wife bought a puppy the year my son was born. She hoped that the puppy could grow up with my son. At that time, we named it Katie. Zafar looked at Grolith and recalled the past. Since what happened 21 years ago, he never mentioned his family to anyone again. Now, it shouldn't matter if I talk to a puppy. Woof. Grolith didn't really understand what Zifa was saying, but he heard Zifa calling his name, so he raised his head and tilted his head to look at Zifa in confusion. Why, is your name Katie too? Woof. Then we are really destined to meet, ha 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 ha. Zeph couldn't help but laugh, and stretched out his hand to rub Growlith's head. Then he found that Growlith's big head was so easy to rub, so he rubbed it twice more. Electric. Suddenly, a voice from the side scared Grolith. Zeph noticed in advance this time that a fat orange mouse ran out of the hole. Growl is so strange. Zeph muttered to himself. But the next moment he began to feel strange, because Grolith sped up the speed of eating, as if he had anticipated what would happen next. Diane. As a family member, when Grolith sticks up his butt, Dedenne knows what he is going to do. Dedenne doesn't waste words, and jumps directly onto Growlith's tail and hugs it. He wants to buy time for Doc and prevent Grolith from running away. Zepha had a lot of questions in his head after watching these scenes, but he didn't plan to do anything. After all, it looked quite fun. Within a dozen seconds, Grolith wolfed down the braised pork. When Grolith finished eating, the cafeteria door was opened with a bang. P.S. I tried it on Sunday. I woke up at 12 o'clock in the morning, and excluding the time for lunch and dinner and playing 101 at night, my daily limit was about 12,000 words, and then I couldn't write any more. Now there are about 34,000 words in the stockpile that have not been posted. Chapter 62 Zephyr's Curiosity, please read on. As soon as Dark entered the door, he saw Grolith trying to escape. Dedenne was still trying her best to pull Growlith's tail from behind. Rebellious son, stand there. Dark glared, and released the dark red domineering aura instantly. The release of the domineering aura was very well controlled, and it only had a deterrent effect, without any physical power at all, and the range of release was only within this small area, and would not be noticed by the outside world. Grolith did not dare to run around after being affected by the domineering aura, and he knew that Dark would be angry if he messed around again. There might be no bowls of milk to drink when he went home. So he quickly lay on the ground and turned over, exposing his belly to Dark, and his big tail was shaking. Dark was just about to walk up to clean up Grolith. But the tall figure beside Grolith waved his arms and grabbed him with one hand. Pirate! This was Zephyr's first impression of Dark. There are very few people with Conqueror's Haki in the Navy. Currently, there is only one person in the Navy who has it, the owner of Justice over the World Sengoku. As for other people with Conqueror's Haki, in Zephyr's impression, they are all of the same identity. Pirate. The strength of his attack was very measured, and the purpose was only to capture, not to kill. Because he also considered the possibility that Dark was not a pirate. But no matter what, this naval school belongs to the important part of the naval base, not everyone can come. Zephyr is very sure that he has no impression of Dark, and he must not be a member of the Navy. Catch first, then ask questions. Dark Ray. Dark recognized Zephyr at a glance. But he was not panicked, and stood calmly in place. The next moment, a dark creature jumped out of his shadow and blocked Zephyr. Snap! Dark Ray stretched out a hand to block, and it collided with Zifa's hand, and the two began to wrestle. For a moment, they were evenly matched. Doc nodded secretly, and probably had a vague judgment of the strength of Zifa and Dark Ray. Now Zifa, who is over 60 years old, it is true that Zephyr is not as strong as he was when he was young, but he has not degenerated to the state of losing one hand 10 years later. He is still at the level of a Navy Admiral. Dark is also at the level of a Navy Admiral, which surprised Dark. After all, Dark Ray's position is a bit like a mage. His close combat ability is definitely not as good as Septal's, but he can still wrestle with Zephyr. That is, the maximum level. When Dark Ray learns the two-color domineering in the future, his strength will definitely increase. Pokemon. Zeph frowned and stared at Dark Ray, who could compete with him in front of him, with a look of surprise in his eyes. Although he did not use his full strength, who knows whether the creature in front of him has used his full strength. Zeph stared at Dark Ray for a long time, and then he remembered what Sengoku and Crane discussed a few days ago. Those magical creatures that suddenly appeared in the sea and have great potential Pokemon. Among them, Sengoku and Crane had discussed Dark Ray, who has a domineering and weird appearance among Pokemon. Come back, Dark Ray, it seems that General Zephyr has no intention of fighting. Dark saw that Zephyr had stopped, so he also recalled Dark Ray. Dark Ray didn't say anything and quickly got into the shadow to continue dormant and secretly protect Dark. And Zephyr just frowned and watched this scene. After the creature entered the shadow, his observation haki could not detect the breath of the creature, as if it had completely disappeared. This was the only time. Zephyr knew that the creature was right in front of him, but he just couldn't find it. This is Pokemon? Are you the manager of the breeding house? Zephyr stopped his hand and looked at the young man in front of him with a scrutinizing look. Conqueror haki. People with this kind of haki are almost no simple characters. Zeph could not relax his vigilance against Dark, because every possessor of Conqueror haki must have firm ambitions and goals, which is indeed true. Even that guy Newgate, his persistence in his family can be said to be at the level of a conqueror. Nice to meet you, Admiral Zephyr. I have admired you for a long time. Dark temporarily put Growlithe aside, walked 2 steps to Zephyr, and stretched out a hand. He was very kind to Zephyr. Zephyr was also the only person in the entire Navy who could receive such kindness from Dark when he met Dark for the first time. The reason was also very simple. Zephyr's justice might not be the most perfect, but it was the most touching to Dark. In fact, the one who best fits Dark's impression of justice should be the righteous justice of Fujitora throughout his life, who valued the lives of civilians and hated unjust actions. However, the impression Zifa left on Dark was too shocking. The tragic color of Zifa in the movie Z was too strong and too tragic. This man who devoted almost his whole life to justice and the Navy was finally sent away by his 3 most proud disciples. P.S. Zifa is my favorite character in the entire Navy, and my favorite movie is also Z. It's okay for you to treat me as a Z fan. How can I let you in? Zafar looked down, then stretched out his hand and shook it, but his brows were still frowned. Because of this guy. Dark slapped Growlithe, who was lying on the ground pretending to be a stupid dog, and said bluntly, speaking of which, it was your Navy's fault that this guy ran here. Several of your disciples failed to keep an eye on him and let him run away. I came to chase him, and Marshal Sengoku would naturally not say anything. My disciple. Zephyr raised his eyebrows. He was quite confident about the students who left his hands. Even if it was the annoying guy Borsellino, Zifa had to admit his excellence. Yes, the ones guarding this guy are Colonel Smoker and Colonel Hina. They are your students, right? Dark smiled, revealing a touch of happiness in his smile. He could foresee that Smoker and Hina might be pulled back by Zifa to train. Is he also a Pokemon? Zepha's cheek twitched. He had indeed come up with the idea of dragging the two disciples back to teach them again. He wanted to see if these two people had gone astray in the past few years, and couldn't even keep a dog under control. Yes, his name is Growlithe, and he is a baby who is only half a month old. Doc nodded and emphasized Growlithe's age. Katadog, a good name. Now that you have found this guy, you can leave. Zepha looked down at Growlithe, then turned around and picked up the plate that Growlithe had finished eating on the ground, intending to leave. Doc didn't intend to let Zifa leave like this. Since he had already met, he would talk to Zifa about what he had just discussed with Zhangguo and others in the marshal's office. Things. He was worried that the warring states would do some language arts when telling Zifa these things. However, before he could call Zifa, Growlithe broke free from Dark's big hand and rushed up to hug Zifa's thigh. Woof! Yo! Dark raised his eyebrows, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Chapter 63 dedicated Growlithe, please read it. Dark had never thought of what kind of trainer Growlithe would choose in the end. Because his personality is so eccentric, the person who can get along with him will most likely be someone like Luffy. But Growlithe chose a man who seemed almost impossible to Dark. Zeph. Admiral Fusako was indeed the gentlest brother in the Navy. Even now, Zifa still has the gentleness in his bones, so he can cultivate students who respect him so much. However, in most cases, this man's life can only be described as serious, which doesn't match Growlithe in any way. However, as the manager of the breeding house, he just needs to respect Growlithe's own wishes and choices. What is he doing? Zepha was hugged by Growlithe's legs and turned to look at Dark. He likes you and wants you to be his trainer. What is a trainer? It's a partner, a family. Dark's explanation made Zephyr silent. Family? What a long and profound term. Take him away. Zephyr did not respond to Growlithe's expectations. He grabbed Growlithe's neck and threw him to Dark, then left alone. Woof! Growlithe showed a wronged expression on his face, and his voice was a little sad. This was the first time Dark saw such an expression on the optimistic Growlithe. Don't be sad. This is a two-way selection process. If they don't want to, there's nothing you can do. Dake reached out and rubbed Growlithe's head. Although Growlithe often caused trouble for him, he was still the baby he nurtured after all, so he should love him. Woo! Growlithe raised his paw and put it on Dake's body, looking at Dake with hopeful eyes. He hoped Dake could think of a way. Dake didn't understand why Growlithe was so obsessed with Zephyr. Growlithe's characteristic is Heart of Justice, but the expression of this characteristic in the game is just that when attacked by evil attributes, its own attack is increased by 1 level. Could it be that now, as Dake introduced to Tsuru and Jun before, it really had an impact on Growlithe, making Growlithe feel good about righteous people? Dake was not sure, because this was reality, not a game, and the things in the game might have changed their effects now. He just had this guess. Ouch! Growlithe was still using her claws to tear at Raticate's clothes. This gave Dark a headache. Growlithe seemed to be a little obsessed with Zifa, but he really didn't know how to convince Zifa. Don't worry, let me think about it. Dark began to sort out the experience of Zifa in his mind. Zephyr refused Growlithe's active following, which must be related to his past experience. There were 3 huge turning points in Zifa's life. His family was killed by pirates, his beloved student was killed by pirates and his right hand was cut off, and his enemy was absorbed into the 7 warlords of the sea. The latter 2 things have not happened yet, so only the first thing has the greatest impact on Zifa. Zephyr's choice should also be related to this matter. Family. Dark pursed his lips. Newgate may be more specialized in this aspect. Let's wait. Let's stay by his side, I'll go talk to Sengoku about this. Dark knew that Sengoku would never give up such a good opportunity. He didn't hesitate much, turned around and went back to the square to let Jun tell Sengoku about this. Dark didn't go in person, he had guessed the result of this kind of thing, there was no need to run so far. Then he took Grolive back to the Naval Academy. At this time, Zifa had already started training his students on the playground, and Dark could even see two slightly unfamiliar faces, Ein and Bins. Why are you here again? Zifa ignored Grolive, who jumped to his legs, and then looked at Dark. He was still alert to Dark's senses, and he would tell Sengoku about Dark's domineering aura later. I have something serious to discuss with you. Dark didn't care about that. What's the matter? This is it. Dark told Sengoku what he had discussed in the office. Marshal Sengoku has agreed to this matter. From now on, you and your disciple Kuzan will be responsible for distributing Pokemon eggs. For what is me? This is not a troublesome job, and Zifa is not a person who is afraid of trouble. He is just very curious about why Dark would nominate a person he has never met to do such an important thing. Because I trust your justice the most in the entire Navy. Dark walked up to Zifa with some familiarity and patted Zifa on the shoulder. For the sake of the Navy's combat power, Sengoku might distribute Pokemon to those powerful and potential Navy without caring about what kind of people those Navy are. But Zifa is different. Or, at least Zifa at this time, his justice is still trustworthy. You know me well? I see your age. When I was fighting for justice on the sea, you were not born yet, right? What Zifa said was very impolite, but it was also an indisputable fact. I have heard a lot of your stories. It seems stupid to not kill the enemy. I believe you will not do such a thing now. Dark's words were undoubtedly a sharp blade piercing Zifa's heart. It was because Zifa showed mercy that his family was killed by his enemies. Although Dark's words were very harsh, Zifa was not angry because that was the fact. He had complained and hated his past self countless times. Now thinking about his past self, it was really naive and laughable that he actually felt pity for pirates. More importantly, Grolive. Every Pokemon has its own characteristics. Growlithe's characteristic is justice. Dark stopped talking here. He didn't explain what justice was, leaving everything up to Zifa to figure out. The more he said, the more mistakes he made. Zafar looked down at the dog, but couldn't see where it was related to the word justice. Anyway, I trust the choice of Pokemon. The person he chooses will definitely not make a mistake. That's why I think it's right to hand this matter over to you. Please hand these children over to someone who won't abandon them. I'm counting on you, General Zifa. Dark took a step back, bowed slightly, and asked for this seriously. You don't have to tell me, I'll do the same. Zafar turned sideways and continued to look at his disciples. And, I'm counting on you for Grolive. Chapter 64 Xiaofeng found something wrong. Please read on. It's not urgent to settle the money for Grolive. Because Zephyr hasn't accepted Grolive yet. Although Dark is confident in Grolive, what if they still fail in the end? He doesn't want to force his Pokemon to follow others, so can he force others to take their Pokemon with him? As for the price of Grolive, it must be a sky-high price, there is no doubt about that. Whether it is from the potential, race, characteristics or rarity of Grolive, the Grolive series can be regarded as the best. There is another point introduced in some versions of the game. The ancient legendary Pokemon of China, just for this, Dark can raise the price for him. The Navy is not short of money, and if it is short of money, it will ask the world government for it. Even if the Navy is short of money, Zephyr will not be short of money. He has been hiding in the base for more than 20 years and has nowhere to spend money, so he must have saved a lot. The bottom price of Grolive, 300 million berries, which is equivalent to a superhuman demon berry. However, the final result is uncertain now, and Dark can only leave with other Pokemon first. There are only 13 Pokemon babies left in the store now, 2 of which are Smoochum of Von Clay and Miltank of Robin. Back to the store. It feels so quiet all of a sudden. Von Clay sighed as he watched the babies run back to their own territory and rest skillfully. In the past, Growlithe would not have played enough and would have rolled around on the lawn and made trouble. Sceptile did not speak, and lightly jumped back to the tree and rested. Dark thought that Sceptile would be a little happy that Growlithe, who often harassed him, was gone, but in fact it seemed that this was not the case. He did not see any such emotion from Sceptile's behavior or facial expression. At this time, Robin heard the movement outside and came out of the production room. She was making dinner inside just now. Did Growlithe find a trainer too? Robin took a glance and found that Growlithe was gone. Well, he likes Zephyr very much. The one who doesn't kill the general? Growlithe has a good eye. Robin smiled with her hands covering her mouth. She looked happy that Growlithe had found a great trainer. But not only that, Dark noticed tears in the corners of Robin's eyes. They were not for Growlithe. Robin Wast's tears welled up in the corners of his eyes when he just stepped out of the studio. Just when Dark was still confused, Robin came over and hugged him. Thank you, Dark. Robin was taller than Dark, so he hung his head on Dark's shoulder. Did you see Olivia? Dark guessed at this time that Robin probably had a dream with the crescent wing during her nap this afternoon and saw her dead mother. Although he was a little curious about what Olivia said to Robin, Dark didn't ask. By the way, Dark, look, these are the cookies I made, try them. Robin quickly let go of Dark, then went back to the studio and took out a plate of cookies, which looked pretty good. Why do you suddenly want to make cookies? Does Robin want to be a breeder? Dark picked up a piece and tasted it. In his impression, there was almost no memory of Robin cooking. It tastes so bad. Dark's face became weird, but it was not so exaggerated that he had to use the devil berry to describe it. It was just not very delicious. Mom talked to me a lot. She didn't want me to follow her path, nor did she want me to inherit O'Hara's legacy. She just hoped that I could live a peaceful life and be a good wife and mother. Don't be like her. Robin responded to Dark's words with a smile, but she didn't say the last sentence of Olivia. Oh? So, are you practicing cooking to become a good wife in the future? Great, Robin. Doc glared at Glare. Robin's future husband? I dare not think about who can control such a black-bellied queen. It is clear that she will be played within the palm of her hand. So, how does it taste? Robin looked at Doc expectantly, and there seemed to be a glimmer in his eyes. Doc considered his words. Is it not delicious? Robin seemed a little frustrated. It's okay. Men are very simple. Even if they don't taste good, they will be happy as long as they are handmade cookies. In short, as long as he knows that the effort has been made, he will be very happy. Is it the same for Doc? Robin hesitated for a moment, leaned sideways with the plate, and then glanced at Doc. Of course, I am also a man. Doc gave a thumbs up and grinned. I wonder whose wife Robin will become in the future. That man is really lucky. It's so far away, you'd better not expect so much. Robin turned his back and walked towards the production room. No one could see her expression at the moment. Doc was also quickly attracted by the battle between Scraggy and Puchayana. Only Fanklay stood aside and took it all in. At this moment, his expression was a little weird, with a subtle smile on his face. Evening. Doc was completing daily tasks with Fanklay in the store hall. Dark, crescent moon feather. Robin came over with a feather that had already faded. Well, this is already an ordinary feather. The effect of the crescent moon feather was gone, and now it has become an ordinary feather. However, no matter how ordinary it is still Cresslia's feather, and maybe the probability of having a sweet dream with rest will increase a little. I want to keep it. Robin held the feather in both hands, looking very cherished. For her, this feather has a very important meaning, as important as Luffy's hat, Zoro's Wado Ikimonji, and Snubbull's afro. It not only allows Robin to see her mother again, but it is also the first gift Dark gave her. Then keep it, it was originally given to you. Dark waved his hand without much care. In his opinion, the feather is basically worthless, and even if he takes it back, he can't sell it. Since Robin likes it, he will leave it to her. Yet. Robin smiled and nodded. Feng Clay stood on the branch disguised as Rollet, looked at Robin's expression, shook his head and sighed. Septal leaned aside, looking at the various expressions on the face of the stupid chicken in front of him, and fell into deep thought. When did this stupid bird make so many expressions? Septal could never figure this out in his life. After that, even if he deliberately observed, he never saw these expressions on Rollet's face again. After a peaceful night in Lance/Crossing, the next day came. The new day is a very important day. It is the last day to complete the main task. It is also the day to find the location of the branch store with the power of Mihawk. Dark can't wait to start a new main task. P.S. This book has a single female protagonist or no female protagonist. I don't have a harem. I haven't decided yet. I want to hear everyone's thoughts. Actually, I prefer this kind of writing without a heroine. I can't imagine what kind of character can match the protagonist. Today I tried to write about Robin, but it felt very awkward because Robin doesn't look like a woman who would fall in love or like a man. In my first book, my heroine was originally set to be Lao Sha, but in the end the protagonist the Corner and Monet got together. The reason is that Lao Sha appeared too late, and it was not easy to write the love part of the plot at that time. In addition, there were too many love descriptions of Monet at that time, which led to readers' perception of Monet being too good. Too many people liked the character of Monet, so I gave up the idea of killing readers. In order to prevent such a mistake from happening again, I asked in advance. Do you want a heroine? Do you have any suggestions for the heroine? If there is, I can set the plot in advance. If no one comments, I will continue to follow my own pace. Chapter 65 Site Selection, please read it. Doc hesitated for a long time between Paradise and Four Seas. There are many factors to consider. For example, the composition of forces and the quality of guests. The Grand Line has the most rich people, and anyone can be found here, because the Dark World operates on the entire Grand Line, and several leaders of the Dark World are doing illegal business on the Grand Line. However, the quality of customers in the Grand Line is undoubtedly very low, because there are so many pirates, nobles, merchants, and slave traders here, and they are basically a group of bastards who are not worthy of owning Pokémon. The navy stationed near the new store probably won't let the pirates enter the store to obtain the power of Pokémon. The main customers of the magic breeding house are still the civilians, followed by the navy and the Revolutionary Army. Dark has considered this very clearly. And most of these people are currently gathered in the Four Seas. But the Four Seas are poor. Don't mention the blue quality Pokémon worth 10 million Baileys, it's hard to buy a green quality Pokémon egg, and the civilians in the Grand Line can still pay 1 million. This is the point that affects Dark's judgment at present. He discussed this matter with Feng Kelly and Robin, and even got some opinions from Newgate and Crane. The final goal is determined. Paradise, the city of seven waters. That's right, it's the place where they met Morgause before, and it's also the place that most admires the power of Pokémon so far. Whether it's the White Pirates or the Navy, they all recommended the Seven Waters City, and the reasons also convinced Dark. The Seven Waters City, located in the middle of the Grand Line, is one of the cities with the largest passenger flow in the park, second only to the Sabayati archipelago. Newgate said. Here are the most free ship workers in the world, and it's basically impossible to move without a ship in this world. So every month many people come to the Seven Waters City to customize ships, which is also the key factor for the large passenger flow of the Seven Waters City. Their former Rocks pirates ordered ships from the Seven Waters City, and so did the Roger pirates. Crane said. The sea train connecting multiple islands is about to be built, and the passenger flow of the Seven Waters City will rise again at that time. In addition, to the northeast of Seven Waters City is the Judicial Island, which has frightened countless criminals. Because of the existence of this island, the public security in Seven Waters City is very good. No matter who comes to Seven Waters City, they will basically be honest and dare not cause trouble. The Magic Breeding House opened a store there, so there is basically no need to worry about scoundrels coming to cause trouble. But Dark also thought of a reason that Crane did not mention. Seven Waters City is actually quite close to Marineford. It is not as close as the Sabayati archipelago, but it is not slow to take the sea train to the Judicial Island route. For their navy, this is undoubtedly putting the Magic Breeding House under their noses. Neither party mentioned the Soap Bubble Islands. There is indeed a large flow of customers there, and there are many rich people, but there are garbage everywhere. If the celestial dragons come to cause trouble one day, the navy will not dare to act rashly. It is pure to do business there. Afterwards, what Fenkele and Robin said also made Dark excited. Last week, too many people in the Seven Waters City saw Septiles fight against the gods of water. How could they not admire Pokemon when Aquaragna, who was once a disaster to them, was defeated by Pokemon? Both the civilians there and the wealthy shipbuilders are now very interested in Pokemon. I heard that many people want to get Pokemon. For all the reasons mentioned above, Dark decided to open the first branch in the Seven Waters City. And he notified Mihawk as soon as possible. Snap! The door of the store opened from the outside. Mihawk arrived at the Magic Breeding House at 10 o'clock in the morning as agreed, not a minute late. However, before Dark could greet Mihawk, he felt something was wrong. Because the moment he entered the door, Mihawk and Septile looked at each other. Wait! Swish! Dark just uttered a syllable. Septile jumped down from the tree and slashed at Mihawk with the blade on his arm, but it just stopped 1 meter in front of Mihawk's neck. On the other hand, Mihawk, even though his level was lowered to that of the Chinese alligator, he immediately pulled out a knife and held it upright in front of his chest, which seemed to just block Septile's leaf blade. Chamo! Septile retracted his arm, with great interest in his eyes. Interesting. Mihawk also retracted his knife, and the corners of his mouth rose uncontrollably. If they didn't know what was going on in the magical breeding house, a fierce battle would definitely start right now. At this moment, Mihawk felt that all the cells in his body seemed to be jumping. This was the first time in the past 2 years that he felt such a high will to fight. This feeling of discovering a stronger person was really too pleasant for him. Wait, I'll find you a place to fight later, let's do business first. Dark got the chance to wave his hands and signaled the two fighting maniacs to stop. Chamo! Fight first! However, Septile and Mihawk seemed unable to wait, and had to fight first, and then talk about the things after the fight. Dark was speechless and sighed, "Follow me." At this time, Seduck, who was brought by Mihawk, seemed to have come to his senses and followed Mihawk's legs happily. So, under the leadership of Dark, Mihawk and Septile came to a small uninhabited island. This was the place where Dark practiced Conqueror Haki. Hey, why are you here too? However, when Dark turned around, he found that the babies followed him out one after another, not to mention Fenkele and Robin. The fight between these two guys was no joke, and Dark was worried whether the island could withstand it. Of course, we have to learn this level of battle. Fenkele's eyes were burning, this was not a battle he could encounter before. But now it's different, he wants to become stronger. They can't stay in the breeding house forever, and if they want to do business outside, they can't do it without strength. I want to see it too. Robin also expressed a similar idea. The babies kept acting cute and charming, and they wanted to stay. Darkrai, protect them. Dark had no choice but to instruct Darkrai. Darkrai's Dark Void should be able to absorb most attacks. With Darkrai protecting them, the safety of the little guys is not a problem. Just right. Let the little guys see the fighting style of this sea, maybe they will become more motivated. Dark carefully asked everyone to retreat to a distance of at least 100 meters, and then turned around to face Sceptile and Mihawk. For the safety of everyone, Dark still made some restrictions. Listen carefully, Mihawk, don't use things like scorpions, and Sceptile is not allowed to use long-range skills. You two just fight honestly in this small area, and stop when you are satisfied. Don't fight to the death. Dark was like a referee at this moment, standing in the middle and talking to the two people. Neither of them had any opinions. In fact, Dark mainly restricted Sceptile's combat power. If Sceptile was allowed to use long-range skills, he was afraid that Mihawk would lose too badly, and it was probably not the duel between swordsmen that Mihawk wanted. That was almost it. Dark glanced at Sceptile, who also looked at him. Dark's eyes, let him go a little bit depending on the situation. Sceptile's understanding, beat him hard, become the goal he needs to pursue, and let him feel the gap with the world's strongest. Almost. When Dark retreated to the safe area, the battle over there also began. Neither Mihawk nor Sceptile were the type to talk nonsense. Swoosh! The people standing 100 meters away could only hear a sharp sound of breaking through the air, and then the two disappeared on the spot. They couldn't even see the afterimage. Only Darkrai clearly watched the fight between the two, and Dark could barely see a little movement. When the two appeared again, there was only half a meter between them. Kang! The blades touched. Mihawk's black knife exuded a dark and cool color, and Sceptile's leaf blade also flashed a brilliant green glow. This balance lasted only for a second, and the next second Mihawk could not control his body and moved backwards. His boots left 2 deep marks on the ground. Dark could see Mihawk's arms trembling. Is Sceptile too powerful? Dark probably guessed the reason. Mihawk is still a long way from 9 years later. Even if Sceptile is restricted, he is not a full-level opponent. Powerful power. It turns out that I still have such a long way to go. Mihawk looked at the green blade close at hand, and his eagle eyes deeply imprinted it in his mind. Not only did he not feel disappointed, but he became more and more excited in his heart, and his face was full of joy. The moment he drew back the knife, he swung it out again, but was easily blocked by Sceptile. 2 consecutive slashes, continuous slashes, X-scissor, leaf blade, assurance, iron tail, Sceptile was relentless in the battle, even using the tail behind him as a third knife. Mihawk was beaten back step by step, not to mention taking the initiative to attack, and could only barely resist. When Dark watched this scene, it was as if he saw the battle between Mihawk and Zoro in the restaurant on the sea in the original book. Zoro also launched a violent attack on Mihawk like a mad dog. It was just that Mihawk resisted easily at that time and didn't take Zoro seriously at all, but the current situation was completely different. Any carelessness of Mihawk could lead to the failure of the battle. This was a battle with a huge difference in strength. If Sceptile used skills such as quick attack, double team, sand throwing, dig, swords dance, Mihawk might not be able to hold on for a few minutes. Mihawk. It was still a long way from the title of the world's greatest swordsman. Chapter 66 The scar on the back is the shame of the swordsman, please read it later. Under Sceptile's powerful and swift attack, Mihawk soon felt that he could not resist. The huge force from the knife kept rebounding his arms, causing damage and burden to his arms. This damage accumulated over time and gradually made him unable to exert his strength. At a certain moment, the knight in his hand was swept away by Sceptile's tail. And the leaf blade on Sceptile's arm also slashed towards Mihawk's chest. Swish! The bright green leaf blade neatly opened a huge hole in Mihawk's chest, and this was the effect after Sceptile withdrew his strength. Chamo! Why not hide? Septal's eyes were still sharp, like a cold killing machine. At this moment, my hawk also understood what Septal said. He didn't understand why he could understand Pokemon's words at this time, even though he couldn't understand Seduc's quack. I don't know about this either. If I take a step back here, then all the persistence and hard work I've put in will destroy a lot of things. My hawk still stood there, his pupils trembling slightly, and blood flowing from the corners of his mouth. This was the first time Dark saw my hawk in such a miserable state. Even in the original book, he had never seen this man defeated. Chamo. This is defeat. Really? If so, I can't retreat. Chamo. Even if it means death? It's better to die. My hawk took a few steps back, picked up the knight on the ground, and swung at Septal again with both hands holding the hilt. Septal also raised his arm and turned into a green stream of light from in front of my hawk to behind him. Swish! In an instant, my hawk's abdomen had another not-so-deep scar. Septal remembered Dark's words, "Stop when you have enough," very well. This is not over yet. Septal turned around and walked towards my hawk again, intending to give him the fatal blow to end the battle. My hawk took the knight back behind him, turned around and stretched out his arms to Septal. Chamo! What are you doing? Septal stared, and the awe in his eyes seemed to dissipate a little, obviously shocked by my hawk's behavior. The scar on the back is the shame of a swordsman. My hawk showed a wanton smile on his face, letting the blood fall from the corner of his mouth. Chamo! You have guts. Septal grinned, and at this moment he completely agreed with my hawk, and the last leaf blade flew out of his hand. Quack! At the critical moment, Seduc's anxious voice sounded. The sluggish little guy just reacted now, and hurriedly ran over with clumsy steps holding his head, as if to stop Septal. And Seduc's move also made Septal stop his next attack. Septal, that's it, there's no need to continue. At this time, Dark also came back to his senses and announced the end of the battle. He was stunned just now. What role reversal? You are Roranoa my hawk, and he is Joricole Septal, right? My hawk fell backwards weakly, lying on the ground gasping for breath, his eyes slightly unfocused. Until a duck head broke into his field of vision, he focused a little. There was no way. Seduc got too close and poked his mouth into my hawk's face. But if he didn't get so close, his short hands couldn't touch my hawk, which made Seduc feel uneasy. Seduc's big eyes were already filled with crystal tears. Cried for me what? It was the first time. My hawk didn't say anything, just let Seduc hold his head. For the first time, he clearly felt the emotions of concern and worry from a little stupid duck who usually only looked like he was holding his head and staring blankly. When Dark approached and saw the injuries on my hawk's body, he shook his head helplessly. My hawk in this state didn't need to protect them, and they probably had to protect him. The plan to let my hawk accompany them to the Seven Waters City was ruined. Sorry, Dark. My hawk also thought of this and apologized to Dark sincerely. Failure did not cause much trouble to my hawk, but instead became his motivation to move forward. He was quite frank. Dark shook his head, and then said, "It's okay, just take a good rest. If you feel sorry, remember to come to my store and spend more next time." Dark also planned to let my hawk continue to watch over them and take the children out to play. Because Main Quest, Cultivation Lesson 5 Babysitting, completed. Obtain, Pocket Token Upgrade added savings function, save Bailey into the Pocket Token, and consumption will be deducted directly from the token. Duck turned his head and looked at the babies. The little guys stared at the scene with their bright eyes, and they were all very excited. In their opinion, Septal was so handsome. The place under his feet was also a quest location, so the main quest was successfully completed. In this case, there was no need to let my hawk accompany him out again. It would be better to trick him into spending more in the store. No problem. My hawk agreed without hesitation. In his opinion, this was not a troublesome thing at all. Even for Siduk, he would often visit the magic cultivation house. He didn't realize that Siduk was becoming more and more important in his heart, but this man would not show it in his mouth. Chamo. Keep getting stronger. Septal left a message and turned away, looking very cool. But Dark wanted to say, "Where are you going?" Finally, it was still Fengkele who sent my hawk back to his residence. These injuries were not too serious for my hawk, and he would recover after a period of rest, while Dark took the others back to the store. The little guys were now very excited. Scraggy and Puchayana were even mimicking the scene of my hawk fighting Septal just now. Scraggy opened his arms and mumbled something, and then Puchayana bit a stick and stabbed it. It was too much to watch. Dark shook his head and retracted his gaze. Task System. The new main quest has been released. Main quest, Cultivation Lesson 6 Growth. Content, as a breeder, you can only show your success when a Pokémon grows. Please let at least one Pokémon grow truly. Reward, Pokédex, Mechanical, Maker. The content of this task is a bit abstract, leaving Dark confused for a while. How should growth be defined? For Pokémon, what is considered growth? Physical development is considered growth, and understanding the truth is also considered growth. The reward for the task came very timely. This is a mechanical version of Pokédex, the thing in Ash's hand, not the book-style Pokédex that Dark showed Robin. When the Navy buys Pokémon eggs in bulk, there is no need to confirm what kind of Pokémon is hatched one by one with Dark. Just use Pokédex for identification and there will be a simple introduction. As for how much the Pokédex will sell for, we have to look at the cost price and decide. It's not too much to increase it 5 or 10 times, right? There will also be hunger marketing, limited sales, and VIP membership mechanism. Of course, Dark decided to put these things aside for now, and there are more important things at the moment. That is Septal is injured. It's not considered an injury, but there is a gap on the blade of the arm, probably caused by the collision with my hawk's knight. Septal doesn't know armament haki yet, and knight is one of the supreme great swords, which is about to be refined into a black sword by my hawk, so it's not too strange that the blade is damaged. Let's go. Dark led Septal to the laboratory and made Septal the first user of the recovery device. The effect is good. Anyway, Septal's blade recovered quickly, which made Septal very curious. In the past, when he was injured, he would eat some special fruits or wait for the wound to heal itself, but now he can recover all at once. Doesn't that mean he can fight endlessly without any scruples? Septal had such a thought in his heart, and then a flash of light burst out in his eyes. Dark didn't notice what Septal was thinking. He was already thinking about what to do next. Although a new main task has appeared, it is better to open the branch in the Seven Water City first, which is also a very troublesome thing. Xiao Feng. Go to Seven Waters City first, buy a shop in the outer city, near the north bank. No, that's not right. Doc suddenly stopped while arranging work for Feng Clay. It doesn't seem to be a good choice to open a store in the commercial street, because it's too inconspicuous, it's better to be unique. What's wrong? Go to Seven Waters City to find some shipbuilders, not to let them build ships, but to let them help us build a shop on the north bank. Yes. Go to the scrap shipyard, find a fishman named Tom, and let him take this job. Dark thought about it and rearranged it. Actually, anyone can build a house. It is not necessary to find Tom, the world's #1 shipbuilder. The reason why Dark did this was that he had an idea about Tom. He planned to recruit this person to the magic breeding house and use him in the development plan of the breeding house. Even if it was not Tom, it would be Frankie and Iceberg. These two people must have experience after following Tom for so long, but the two are too young now and have limited skills. Dark is unwilling to wait until 10 years later. And letting Tom build the store is just a gimmick to start this relationship. Tom, you mean the fat man who is building the sea train? I see he is very busy now, how could he take this job? Clay is not a person who eats nothing. In his spare time, he and Robin would leave the store to collect some intelligence and so on. Helping Hand Doc would analyze the situation of the sea and pay attention to some major events. The matter of the sea train was reported in the newspaper, and Feng Clay naturally knew about it. That's true. Dark frowned and pinched his chin. Once, Tom was taken to court for building a ship for One Piece, and the final verdict was as long as the sea train is built, the merits and demerits can be offset. Isn't this pure nonsense? The world government didn't know that Rayleigh was in Champu? Or didn't they know that Crocus was in Twin Gorges? The members of One Piece stayed there and didn't care about it. They arrested a shipbuilder, right? Isn't it just bullying the weak and fearing the strong? When the sea train was about to be completed, the purpose of the world government was expose its design of Karen Pluto. They wanted to mass-produce that ship, so that gain the power to completely rule the world. As for Tom, if he handed him over, he might be spared, because the world government didn't care about his life or death at all, and it didn't matter if he was released. After all, the result had been announced in public before. Killing Tom would be a slap in the face, and another reason was needed. But Tom was destined not to be handed over. He was a relatively kind person. When the water level of the Seven Waters City continued to rise due to the gods of water, the communication between the islands was inconvenient, the major shipyards fought for customers, and the residents on the islands fell into a situation of slow death. He was the only one who stood up. A fishman. To save an island, saving a group of humans, making trade between the Grand Line Islands more convenient and making people live better. If the guys in the Fishman Street knew about this, Tom would not know what kind of infamy he would be in, and there might even be extremists who would come and kill him. It is because of this Tom that it is impossible to let this kind of power that poses a huge threat to the world reappear in the world, and this Karen design is something passed down by Tom's ancestors. How could it be easily handed over to others? But Tom does not know these, or rather, this somewhat honest fishman has not yet guessed the real purpose of the world government, and he's still working hard to build the sea train. Even if not for his own life, it is also to make sure that everyone in the Seven Waters City does not have to worry about drowning. Now Tom basically has no time to take other jobs. He is focused on the sea train. How can he help Duck and others build a breeding house? We need to start with other people to convince Tom. Fram, too impulsive? No. Iceberg, this is okay. P.S. I will still update twice a day in the future, but the number of words has not decreased. I will. Then, in response to the majority of readers' requests, there will be no female protagonist. Chapter 67. It will be available tonight at 7 o'clock. The editor just notified that it will be available tonight at 7 o'clock, and today's update time is also set to 7 o'clock. It's quite sudden. After all, this book is only a few 100,000 words, and the performance is average. Now it's getting more and more popular. It feels that it's available to be available early. I will take out 2 more chapters of my saved manuscripts and publish 4 chapters, which is about 12.6k words. It's a big loss. If you have the conditions, I hope you can support the first order. The update time in the future will be 1 chapter at 3 and 5 o'clock, and more on holidays. This month, I received 83 monthly tickets from readers, which is a lot. I have never received so many monthly tickets in a month. Wow, ha ha ha, thank you all. After it is available, I can no longer add some words below all day long. It's so sad. I like to leave messages at the end of the chapter to ask everyone some questions. By the way, this is the group number, 6798497111. Welcome everyone. This group has been deserted for a long time. Chapter 68. What do you want to ask for directions? Please read it. After deciding to start from the iceberg, Dark didn't act in a hurry. Let Feng Kelei talk to Tom first. What if it works? Wouldn't that be very convenient? Now Dark temporarily focuses on completing the main task. Let a Pokemon grow up. It's too difficult to grow up old guys like Darkrai and Sceptile who have lived for hundreds and thousands of years. On the contrary, it will be much easier for babies. That day, Dark observed the daily status of Pokemon in the store. He wanted to choose a baby who was easiest to grow in his opinion. The result was that he didn't know until he saw it. He was surprised to find that Poniard, who had not yet left the infancy, had begun to train himself. After seeing the battle between Sceptile and Mihawk, Poniard became excited and seemed to want to become such a powerful person. This startled Dark and he ran over to stop Poniard. It's not that babies can't be trained, but it's easy for them to lose control of the degree of training, and without scientific and systematic coaching, they can easily hurt themselves, and even damage their potential. Dark's philosophy is, since it's still a baby, just play happily and grow up peacefully, and then train later. Pokemon doesn't need these few weeks. Matu. Poniard was picked up by Dark, but he still looked a little stubborn. He shook his arm and pointed at Sceptile on the tree. What? Why? After listening to the words and actions of Pokemon many times, Dark gradually understood the meaning of their words. Poniard meant that he wanted to become a Pokemon as powerful as Sceptile. Matu. Because this is the only way to help you. Poniard's eyes were firm, and he didn't seem to be shaken by anything. Is that so? Dark didn't say anything like I don't need your helping hand or you just need to be happy. Those are meaningless and will only disappoint the expectations and good intentions of the Pokemon. He still prefers to encourage the Pokemon to boldly do what they want to do and pursue their dreams. If this is what Poniard wants to do. Okay, I'll wait for you to help me. Dark raised his hand and stroked the blade on Poniard's head, then put him on the ground. Follow me. What? Poniard looked at Dark in confusion. He didn't know where Dark was going to take him, but he was very happy to hear what Dark said just now. This feeling of being expected and trusted is very good. Dark is an important family member, and he must help. This is Poniard's idea, very simple. But most Pokemon will work hard for such a simple idea and belief for a lifetime until that person dies, or they die themselves. Poniard followed Dark out of the store and then came to a small village that was a little quiet and harmonious. What? Poniard looked around, a little confused as to why Dark brought him here. At this time, some villagers around were looking at Poniard with surprise. They had never seen such a strange creature, and it looked a little creepy. Poniard's appearance was indeed a little scary, not ugly, but simply looked more dangerous. Hey! Dark stood aside, observing how to go. As a result, he suddenly found a little potato with a green crew cut walking by. This little potato had two bamboo swords on his waist, and the tips of the swords had touched the ground, leaving a shallow mark on the ground. Isn't this Nanoro Zoro, the one who was called juggling with three swords by Mihawk in the future? Of course, Zoro seems to be only a dual blade flow now. Ah? Why? Do you want to ask for directions? A question mark appeared on Dark's head that no one else could see. This scene was a little familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen it for a moment. I heard there's a great sword gym nearby, I want to go visit it. Dark shook his head and didn't think about that useless thing. Zoro should know how to get back to the gym, right? Oh, follow me. Little Zoro is pretty arrogant now. He shrugged his nose and walked forward with a step that didn't recognize his relatives. Dark followed behind with Poniard. The people in the village were amazed to see this scene. Someone dared to let Zoro lead the way. When the night gradually darkened, Dark had already begun to regret that he shouldn't have trusted this guy. Poniard followed Dark's legs without saying a word. He was not a child who liked to complain. I'm telling you, it's not that I don't know the way, I'm just testing your endurance. Our dojo is not open to everyone. You need to be patient enough to visit. You can enter it. At this time, Zoro's face was red and his neck was thick as he explained loudly, and the word guilty was written on his face. Ah, right, right, right. Dark didn't want to talk about this anymore, and he just perfunctorily answered, which almost made Zoro suffer a cerebral hemorrhage. He had always stayed in this small village, where had he seen such language art? Hey! Zoro! You baka! Didn't I tell you to stand still if you don't know the way? Are you a 3 or 4-year-old kid? You're still lost at this age. In the distance, a little girl with short blue hair was approaching, and it seemed that she had been looking for a long time. Kuina. The daughter of Shimatsuki Kojiro, a poor girl who died in the plot. A genius little monster who practiced sword since childhood, defeated countless adults, and defeated little Zoro thousands of times, fell from the attic and died? 6. You know shit. I'm not lost, I'm testing them. Zoro still said stubbornly, turned around and pointed at Dark and Poniard. Who are you? I've never seen you on the island. Kuina also began to look at Dark and the strange Poniard carefully at this time. When she saw Dark, Kuina was amazed by his appearance, but it was because Dark's appearance was so outstanding that Kuina could be sure that Dark was definitely not from the island. Not to mention, he was carrying a strange and dangerous creature. It's like this, we heard that there is a very powerful kendo dojo here, so we want to visit it. If possible, I hope to let this child stay to study. Dark was moved to see Kuina, and the hard days were finally over. At the same time, he leaned over and patted Poniard beside his leg, and the little guy nodded coldly. Do you want to join the gym? Equals 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 equals. Hedgehog Cat, Filu, Diane Niang and other online novel resources are updated daily, with 50+ updates per day and 1500+ updates per month. From now on, say goodbye to the book shortage. Copy the group number below to join the group chat. The previous group is gone, please add a new group. Kyungsum new free full file novel external group, 950180909. Kyungsum new novel transfer group, 81490378. Kyungsum new free full file novel group 2, 961262270. The resources come from the internet and are only used for learning and communication. The copyright of the novel resources belongs to the original author. The text is only for personal learning and trial reading. If you like this resource, please buy the genuine version. Thank you for your cooperation. If this resource infringes your rights, please notify us to delete it in time. When Gina heard this, her originally cautious attitude relaxed a lot. A little girl who has never seen the dangers of overseas seems a little simple and naive even if she is mature. Yes. Dark nodded. This is indeed the reason why he brought Poniard here. Of course, the main purpose is not to want Poniard to learn from Shimatsuki Kozaburo, or to sign bonds with Zoro. If he really wants to learn, he can take Poniard to Mihawk. Mihawk will definitely be happy. Poniard can also get coaching, and Dark can also cheat Mihawk to get some money. All three parties will benefit, and everyone will be happy. But Dark is for the swordsmith who forged Wado Ikemonji and Yanma Shimatsuki Kozaburo. Poniard's essence is a sword, and his most powerful weapon is also the blade on his body. Even if evolution becomes Bishop in the future, his essence will not change. Who knows, some special teaching methods of Shimatsuki Kozaburo can turn Poniard into a sword. The blades on Poniard's body became sharp weapons comparable to the big sword. Even if it did not reach this level, Poniard would definitely learn a lot from Shimatsuki Kozaburo. Just like Zoro learned what is a sword and Sanaming wisdom. Only Dark knew these. And Kuina did not have any doubts, and took them back to the dojo obediently. Ishin Dojo. When he saw the sign, Dark remembered that the dojo was called this name. Standing at the door of the dojo was a squint-eyed man who looked a little gentle. When Dark and Poniard appeared in his field of vision, the man opened his eyes slightly. This made Dark panic. It is said that people with squinty eyes are monsters, and when squinty eyes open their eyes, something bad will happen. Father. Teacher. Kuina and Zoro bowed when they saw Shimatsuki Kojiro, and they seemed to really respect this man. This made Dark look at Zoro. He thought that Zoro would not change greatly and become mature until Kuina died. It turned out that he had already started to change since he joined the dojo. Hello, thank you for coming to bother me. Dark greeted Kojiro and asked Poniard to follow his movements. Together. Etiquette should be learned from childhood. Hello, it's getting late, let's go into the dojo and talk. Kojiro is also a very humble person, which makes Dark feel very comfortable. The Navy also has some basic etiquette when facing Dark, but the arrogance in their bones cannot be erased, and their behavior gives people a stiff feeling, but Kojiro is completely different. Then, Kojiro turned around and led everyone into the dojo. When Dark stepped into a dark area, Dark Ray appeared silently in the dark shadows on the side, whispered something in Dark's ear, and then suddenly disappeared in the shadows, and no one noticed his whereabouts. Shimatsuki Kozaburo? Dark did not turn around and look in the direction Dark Ray said, but just guessed the identity of the person who was peeking here. Dark followed Shimatsuki Kojiro all the way until a quiet room. Kojiro sat on the ground, kneeling on the tatami, while Dark didn't want to sit in that position, so he sat cross-legged. Poniard didn't sit, but stood behind Dark waiting. This was not taught by Dark, but Poniard wanted to do it himself. This action made Kojiro's pupils flash with admiration. He would not force the children in his dojo to learn the cumbersome traditional rules, but he would inevitably have a good impression of children with rules. Of course, because Kojiro had squinty eyes, no one saw his admiration. As soon as Zoro entered the venue, he ran to the backyard to practice, and it seemed that he wanted to surpass Kuina. Impolite idiot. Kuina looked at Zoro's back and complained a little dissatisfied. Then she went to make 3 cups of tea, first handed them to the 2 guests present, and then handed them to her father. Originally, Kuina wanted to kneel behind Kojiro, which was taught by Kojiro. But seeing Poniard standing, she was too embarrassed to sit down, so she stood there. Chapter 69, Go to the doctor if you are sick, please read on. So, you want this child to join Ishin Dojo to study? Kojiro looked at Poniard behind Dark, with a curious look in his eyes. But Dark couldn't see it. This made Dark very distressed. He couldn't observe the other person's expression, so he couldn't see through the other person's psychology, and it was difficult to communicate. No wonder everyone said that people with squinting eyes are monsters, so I also squint. Kojiro didn't know what Dark was thinking, but he saw that the other person suddenly squinted his eyes, which made him have 3 question marks on his head. Gina almost couldn't help laughing at this scene, but her good family education and accomplishment made her hold back. Yes, this kid wants to become stronger. You should be able to see his talent. He will undoubtedly become a swordsman in the future. Unfortunately, I don't know any swordsmanship, so I came to visit. Dark pulled Poniard over and took off the protective suit he was wearing, revealing the blades on his body. When they saw Poniard's body clearly, both Kojiro and Kuina were surprised. Kojiro even opened his eyes. To be frank, Poniard seemed to be born to be a swordsman. What? Poniard bowed to Kojiro. He didn't want to leave the magic breeding house, nor did he want to leave Dark, but he also wanted to become stronger, very much. Poniard is Pokemon. Dark seemed to have guessed what Kojiro wanted to ask, so he answered his doubts directly. Sure enough. Kojiro nodded, but he didn't show too much surprise. His acceptance of all new things was not like what a small place like East China Sea should have. Instead, he was like someone from the New World. In that case, let's have an entry test. Entry test. Dark was stunned. Does joining the gym require such a thing? Kuina, you take charge. Okay. Kuina nodded. She knew her father. Entry test is not necessary in most cases, but when there are good seedlings, Kojiro will bring up such a thing. What the hell? Poniard nodded without any fear. Dark was a little hesitant. Because Poniard has not yet left the infancy, he doesn't want Poniard to get hurt. This entry test can't test anything. Infant Pokemon are so weak and terrible. Poniard swung a knife at Dark with all his strength, but it might not be able to cut Dark's skin. What's wrong? Kojiro noticed Dark's hesitation. It's like this, the growth cycle of Pokemon is different from that of humans. Dark told Kojiro his concerns and some knowledge about Pokemon without hesitation. You mean, this child is only half a month old? Kojiro opened his eyes again, with a little surprise in his tone. Poniard looks quite mature, but he didn't expect it to be a baby. Yes. Dark nodded, but added, Poniard will probably finish his infancy in a week, and then he can start training. During this week, I still hope that he can focus on learning and getting used to the rules of the dojo. I see, no problem. Kojiro nodded, showing his understanding. At the same time, he also learned a little more about creatures like Pokemon. Quay-na next to him also stared at Poniard with curiosity, watching Dark put clothes on Poniard again. Oh, and these two. Dark patted the floor, and a dark vortex appeared from the ground. Something appeared in the eyes of Kojiro and Kuina, which were getting bigger and bigger. Moo Milk X1000, Poniard's Special Clothes X9, Exquisite Whetstone X1. One by one, Dark quietly exchanged things from the magic mall, and then used Darkray's ability to float out of Dark Void, and spent 1,300 magic coins in a blink of an eye. It's not that heartbroken, but it's really a bit depressed to spend so much suddenly. It's just for my own children, so I don't feel bad. This is... Kojiro pointed to the ground, his tone full of curiosity. That's a Pokemon ability. Pokemon are magical and have all kinds of abilities. I saw it on the body of the girl, and the others are all props that Poniard usually uses. Dark didn't know that Kojiro was wondering about Dark Void or those props. Anyway, he said everything. Moo Moo Milk, usually put it in a dark place, preferably in the refrigerator. It has a long shelf life. Poniard should drink a bottle with every meal. These clothes are specially made for Poniard. The blades on his body are a bit dangerous, so it is best to wear this to avoid accidentally hurting other children. The whetstone is a very important thing for Poniard to maintain his body, which can maintain his body strength. Dark patiently explained the effects of props one by one to Kojiro and Kuina. In the future, if Poniard forgets to use props, they can also remind him. Poniard stood aside and raised his head, looking at 1 or 2 tears flowing from Dark's yellow eyes, and then he quickly wiped them away. He was determined in his original idea that he must work very hard to become stronger and then help Dark. Main Quest, Cultivation Lesson 6 Growth, completed. Obtained, Pokédex, Mechanical, Manufacturing Machine. The sound of the main quest being completed rang in Dark's heart, but Dark didn't notice it at all. He was still chattering about Poniard with Kojiro, who was listening patiently. When Dark finished speaking, the sun had completely set. The courtyard of the dojo became dark. Then, I'll ask you to take good care of Poniard. Dark stood up and bowed slightly to Kojiro. Please rest assured. Kojiro also stood up and returned the greeting. Poniard, you will have to stay here by yourself from now on. This is for you. Dark handed the pocket token to Poniard. In fact, with the token, Poniard is not much different from staying at home. However, generally speaking, Pokemon like Poniard, who have ambitions in their hearts, will basically not return home on their own initiative before they achieve something. They may not see Poniard for a long time in the future. Hey! Poniard held the token handed over by Dark firmly in his arms, and then nodded to Dark. "I'll take you away, Kuina, and ask Zoro to help." "Poniard, take these things to the dormitory." "Yes." Kuina responded, and then said to Poniard beside her, "Let's go." Poniard nodded, turned around and followed Kuina to leave, looking back several times to see if Dark had left. Dark stood quietly there, smiling and watching Poniard leave until he disappeared from his sight. Dark sighed in his heart, and then looked at Kojiro, who was waiting patiently beside him. In fact, he was a little curious about whether Kojiro's true identity was a member of the Revolutionary Army. Before he traveled through time, there was no answer to this question, but the majority of netizens' speculation was more inclined to yes. Dake didn't ask, because it made no difference to him whether Kojiro was a member of the Revolutionary Army or not. If the Revolutionary Army wanted Pokemon, then after the branch in the Seven Waters City opened, the Revolutionary Army would naturally send people pretending to be ordinary people to sneak in. There was no need to contact the Revolutionary Army in advance now. "Please lead the way, Mr. Kojiro." "You're welcome, Mr. Dark." In the end, Kojiro only sent Dark out of the gym at Dark's request. Originally, Kojiro was planning to send Dark out village. But it was impossible for Dark to go out. If he left the village, he couldn't go back. Besides, Dark had no intention of going back yet. He walked alone into a small forest near Shimokuri village and stood by a small lake. Based on the status of Kuina and Zoro, it should be almost time for Kuina's plot to kill her. "Do you want to save her?" "Pa." This sentence just came out subconsciously, and Dark slapped himself hard. He looked at the face reflected in the lake, and it turned red in an instant, but he didn't regret it at all. "When did you start to consider the pros and cons of saving an innocent little girl?" Dark looked at his reflection in the lake, his eyes gradually became serious. He didn't want to become a businessman without any human touch. He was afraid that he would do something that would disregard Pokemon's dreams. "Save. Come back in 2 days and let Poniard pay attention. If you are sick, go see a doctor. Don't scare me here." At this time, an old voice suddenly came from the side. Dake turned his head and looked over. On the big rock next to him sat an old man holding a bamboo pole and smoking a pipe. The old man also had a very delicate knife on his waist. Shimotsuki Kozaburo. At the first sight of this man, Doc guessed his identity. Just right. Dake didn't go back immediately because he planned to visit the old knife maker. "Hello, Mr. Kozaburo, I have heard of your name for a long time. I didn't expect that someone could recognize me in this day and age." "You are not simple." Kozaburo was not surprised to be recognized. He smoked his pipe leisurely and looked at the fishing line in the lake. "How can I not recognize the great swordsmith who made Wado Ikemonji and Inma?" Dake smiled and sat down on the grass next to Kozaburo in a familiar manner, then said decisively, "I have something to ask of you. I don't forge swords anymore. Please forge them again." Dake shamelessly asked the old swordsmith to come out of retirement. "No, I don't have the strength anymore. I can't forge any good swords anymore. In this case, it's better not to forge them. This sword is different. The traditional forging method won't work," Dake said mysteriously. He knew that this would make Kozaburo interested in listening. "Oh. Chapter 70 New Tasks and New Rewards, please read on. Have you read the newspaper recently?" "I haven't read that stuff for a long time." Kozaburo shook his head. He was completely rotten now and didn't care about the situation on the sea at all. As long as it doesn't affect his fishing, it's fine. "Okay, Darkrai, come out for a moment." Dark summoned Darkrai directly. However, Darkrai didn't appear immediately. There's a fish, wow, this is the first fish I caught after 78 days, it must be a big one." Kozaburo next to him didn't care what Dark said just now, and started pulling the rod on the spot. Swish! A dark figure was caught. Dark looked at Darkrai standing there and waving to him, and he almost couldn't hold it. X2. Darkrai's appearance made both of them silent. Kosaburo swung the rod, threw Darkrai back into the lake, and then looked at Dark next to him. What did you say just now? I mean, look at this. Dark also took out a Pokédex as if nothing had happened and turned to a page in it. Hunch. What is this? Kozaburo's eyes were immediately attracted by the painted picture above. He had never seen such a strange knife. It even has eyes. This is a Pokémon, a magical creature with great potential. It is now famous in the sea. Many people hope to get a Pokémon. Dark turned a few more pages, making Kozaburo realize that there are many kinds of Pokémon, not all of which are like Hunch. So, what do you mean? Kozaburo frowned and thought of the different knife that Dark mentioned just now. Now, in your son's gym, there is a unique Pokémon. Dark turned the Pokédex to the page of Poniard and showed it to Kozaburo. Well, are these parts of their bodies? Yes, so I said, this kind of knife, your traditional forging method is not good. Interesting. Kozaburo's eyes lit up. Poniard did arouse his interest. I have many dreams. This child wants to become stronger. If this is his dream, then it is also my dream. I have entrusted him to the Ishin Dojo. What I value is not your son's teaching level, but your forging skills. Dark couldn't say this when facing Kojiro, but he could say it directly when facing Kozaburo. I want to borrow your technology to help him become the strongest sword in the world. Lest the other party think that he wants special purpose. Are you so confident in me? Yes. Then I can't find anyone else. Dark nodded, his face full of trust in Kozaburo. After all, the latter's forging ability is indeed the best in the world. Kozaburo raised his chin with some pride when he heard Dark's decisive words, and felt a little happy in his heart. Since it's your dream, why don't you try to complete it yourself? Can dreams be entrusted to others? Because I don't have this ability, the helping hand I can provide to him is limited, and... Dark thought about it for a while, and then recalled the sentence. What's wrong with a man entrusting his dream to another man? This sentence comes from the owner of a weapons store in Rajtown, East China Sea, who once entrusted Suezu, one of the 50 good swords, to Zoro. Okay. Kusaburo didn't expect to hear such a strong sense of mission from Dark. He excitedly slapped the stone under his buttocks, jumped up and stood in front of Dark. Dark was almost stunned. Your knife, please trust me with it. Oh. Please. When Dark returned to the breeding house, the babies on the grass had fallen asleep. Dark tiptoed back to his bedroom and sat at the table a little tired. The task has been completed? When did it happen? Dark looked at the previous main task and was stunned. He had never heard the prompt sound of the main task being completed. But it was already late, so he didn't care about the Pokédex manufacturing machine. He looked at the new task and talked about it when he woke up tomorrow. Main quest, Cultivation Lesson 7 Battle. Content: breeders are also responsible for making Pokémon stronger, not only physically healthy and strong, but also in terms of combat skills. Please let your two Pokémon, no more than 3 months old, fight each other. It is required to have at least 100 spectators, and let 80% of the spectators feel the excitement from the bottom of their hearts and discover the charm of Pokémon battles. Reward: First Generation Pokémon Ball Mass Production Machine. The content of the task is very clear, there is nothing unclear, unlike the previous task as abstract. However, the reward made Dark a little dissatisfied. He had never intended to let Pokémon Ball appear in this world from the beginning. Although it is true that Pokémon Ball is a very convenient thing at some times and can play a very huge role. But forcibly putting Pokémon into Pokémon Ball is really annoying. Not every Pokémon can enter and exit Pokémon Ball as easily as Misty's Seduc. In addition, when catching wild Pokémon, the Pokeball will also have a certain limit on power and taming effect. Dark does not want such a thing to appear. Pokemon should be allowed to choose their own trainer. If they don't want to, they don't want to. Why should they change their will and choice because of a ball? However, Dark still searched in the Magic Mall. First generation Pokemon Ball, Pokemon can be put into the ball for portable carrying. It does not have any special effects. Pokemon can enter the Pokeball freely as they wish. Yo! This thing works! The first generation Pokeball is a Pokeball that looks like it is made of some special wood or fruit. It looks a bit crude, but the effect is very good in Dark's opinion. It can be said that it is getting rid of the dross and taking the essence. Dark changed his mind about the reward of this task. If it is this first generation Pokemon Ball, then it can be mass-produced. The Navy will definitely purchase a large number of this thing and use it for some surprise attacks, sucker punch battles, etc. The mission reward was average, which was better than nothing for Dark. After all, he didn't plan to use this kind of Pokemon Ball. After closing the mission panel, Dark didn't think much and just closed his eyes and rested. Everything should be left for the next day. Otherwise, the more you think, the more you can't sleep. The next day. The first thing Dark received from Fenkele when he woke up was the result from him. As expected, Tom had no time to build a house for them, and he devoted himself to building the sea train. But there was good news. According to Fenkele, Tom hesitated after learning that it was a Pokemon store, and even hesitated for an afternoon before giving Fenkele an answer. Dark thought about it for a while and understood Tom's idea. The other party must have seen the power of Sceptile and knew that Sceptile's power could help the Seven Waters City to avoid the destruction of the water gods and reduce the huge losses of the Seven Waters City. Moreover, if the Pokemon store is opened, the Seven Waters City will definitely increase the number of customers, and then everyone on the island will have more business to do. But Tom also realized that this is only a temporary solution. The key to Ben's solution is still the sea train. Therefore, Tom rejected Fenkele. It's okay, at least the other party's attitude is not so firm, which means there is room for negotiation. Dark nodded. This result is much better than he thought. What's the attitude of the iceberg next to him? They are quite interested in Pokemon, not only him, but also the blue-haired Fram. If Tom hadn't refused, they would be willing to participate in the construction of the branch and get close to Pokemon. Yet. Dark nodded. It's not surprising that Frankie is curious. That guy is curious about everything, and Sceptile is really handsome. He will definitely fascinate a big kid like Frankie. How is it? What are you going to do now? Fong Clay looked at Dark curiously and asked about his plan. I'll go this afternoon and talk to them about something. Dark waved his hand, indicating that he would take care of the matter, and then said to Fenkele, you contact a group of honest craftsmen and ask them to build a store on the vacant land on the north shore. It doesn't have to be too big. After all, we don't plan to put anything in it. As long as Dark goes to talk to Iceberg this afternoon, then this connection will be established. Then it doesn't matter whether Tom is the builder of the branch store. No problem. Do you want to add some money to let them build it as soon as possible? Well, let them build it within a week. By then, the Navy and the White Group will start to buy Pokemon in large quantities. Dark nodded. He would not save on these necessary investments in the early stage. Then, Dark walked into the manufacturing room and put out the Pokédex manufacturing machine. This machine is not big, so it doesn't need much space, otherwise this manufacturing room would really look a bit crowded. There are too many messy things, even refrigerators and stoves are put in here, of course it's crowded. It would be nice if there was another task reward for expanding the store space. Dake didn't think too much about it and focused his attention on the machine. He wanted to build a Pokédex to test the waters. Please put in the materials, number %** and at. According to the material list above, Doc bought one by one from the magic mall and wrote down the prices. Not cheap. When Doc put all the materials into the machine, he exhaled heavily. The materials needed are not many, but they are basically some rare materials that have never been heard of. No wonder this thing has not been mass-produced in the Pokemon world. Material cost price, 600 magic coins, equivalent to 6 million Baileys. Chapter 71 Semi-finished Pokédex, please read it. The shell of the Pokédex made by Doc is red and horizontal, like a NS handheld game console. You can actively enter the name of the Pokemon to search, and you can also scan the Pokemon through the camera at the back to get basic information, and there is also a Pokemon catalog. The color should be related to the added berries. Maybe you can try another kind of berries. Dark looked at the color of this Pokédex and thought about the berries when adding materials. When he bought the materials, he didn't know what the berries were used for. They were just ordinary berries without any effect. Now I think they should be used as dyes. Besides, the value-added service of 500 magic coins accounts for most of the value of a Pokédex. In short, it is technical protection. The function is very simple, that is, no matter how you study, others can't study any key technology from the sold Pokédex. They will only destroy the Pokédex in vain if they disassemble it, and they can't reassemble it, because at the moment the Pokédex is disassembled, all the rare materials will automatically be converted into waste plastics, and they can't even study these materials from other worlds. Doc was very hesitant when purchasing this function. Because this function is really unnecessary. What is there to study in a Pokédex? The only valuable thing is the Pokemon data. They can organize the content of these things by themselves after buying a Pokédex and create their own special database. By then, Pokédex will have no other use and value. How can such a thing be worth studying and stealing? Pokédex lacks some exclusive, necessary, rare, and valuable functions. Only after having such functions, the value-added service of 500 magic coins has its value. Doc already has his own ideas for such functions. For example, the VIP function. As for what kind of treatment VIP can get in the magic breeding house, this is still under design. Because of this idea, he purchased such a value-added service to prevent someone from making a pirated Pokédex to get special treatment in the breeding house in the future. As for this first Pokédex, it is still a semi-finished product, which can be used for trial transformation and testing new functions in the future. The current Pokédex is not even worth its cost of 600 Poke coins, not to mention selling it for double the price. Give this to Xiaofeng first. Dake looked at the incomplete version of Pokédex in his hand, fiddled with it briefly, and felt that this thing was of no use to him. If there is anything he doesn't understand, Doc can check it for free from the system, which is much more complete than Pokédex. There is not even information and content about legendary Pokémon in Pokédex, and the various introductions and comparison systems about Pokémon are like castrated versions, which is really a bit rubbish for him. As for the reason for giving it to Xiaofeng but not to Robin. Robin likes to read books and has a good memory. Now he has studied most of the Pokédex book. On the contrary, for Feng Clay, reading books seems to be a torture for him, and it is very painful to memorize. Feng Clay will go out to discuss business in the future. Wouldn't it be embarrassing if he meets Pokémon that he can't introduce? With this Pokédex, Feng Clay will be much more relaxed and can complete his work better in the future. Moreover, Dark compared the book version with the mechanical version. The introduction on the book version is more detailed and rigorous, and even has a list of skills that Pokémon can learn. Obviously, this is more suitable for Robin who likes to trace the origin. The book version is like the People's Education Edition materials compiled by the system itself for people to read. And the mechanical version is like the system directly moved from the world of Pokémon, which is an enlightenment reading for some new trainers. Dark and system book version mechanical version. It is probably such a relationship. Dark and the system together, GA kill the book version and the mechanical version. 1 GA, 1 kill. As for spending 600 more magic coins to build another Pokédex for Robin, forget it. Dark can already foresee that the machine will be put in the corner for a lifetime, and Robin, who has books to read, will never consider the machine. It is still a bit reluctant to waste 600 magic coins in vain, that is 10 million Baileys. Version number 001. Dark used Darkray's dark energy to engrave something similar to an anti-counterfeiting mark on the outer shell behind the Pokédex. Then he walked out of the manufacturing room and threw it to Fengkele. What is this? Pokédex, mechanical version. The content is not as detailed as the book version, but it is very suitable for you. Dark threw the machine to Fengkele, and at the same time, half a sentence made the curious Robin lose most of her interest. But she still came over to take a look. She was still willing to learn about new things, not to mention the items produced by the breeding house. How to use it? Fengkele was not disappointed. He really couldn't read the book. On the contrary, this high-tech seemed cool to him, and he immediately had the motivation to study it well. You can directly enter the name to search, or take a photo of the Pokémon, or check it in the catalog. Dark personally demonstrated it to Fengkele. Fengkele also tried to put Smoochum from his arms to the ground, and then scanned it with the camera. The next moment, a message appeared on the electronic screen of the Pokédex, and there was a color photo of Smoochum on the right. Not only that, but there was also a voiceover narration, but the voice of the narration was not Professor Oak's mechanical voice, but Dark's mechanical voice. Even Dark himself did not expect it. It was as if all this information was recorded by Dark himself. Smoochum. Attribute, Ice and Psychic. Feature, Inert. Kissing Pokémon, evolution form is Jinx, a curious Pokémon with extremely sensitive lips. No matter what it encounters, it is used to touching it with its lips first, and can use its lips to remember what it likes and what it hates. Good stuff. Fengkele's eyes lit up, thinking that this thing was really convenient. A lot of things are missing. Robin didn't like this thing very much. She immediately saw the huge difference between the mechanical Pokédex and the book Pokédex. I plan to sell this later. Dark smiled. It's indeed a good product, but what if someone organizes the information inside into a book and resells it? Robin changed her opinion of this machine a little. Also, how should the price be set? I have also considered this aspect. This thing is only a semi-finished product now, and its functions are not fully developed. I will study it in the next 2 days. When the branch is built, it can be sold. Then consider the price. Dark shook his head and turned to walk out of the store. I'll go to the Seven Waters City. Xiao Feng, the construction of the branch will be left to you. Oh. When Dark left the breeding house and came to the streets of the Seven Waters City, it was already a different place. The last time he came to meet Morgause was the day when the water gods were about to come. Most people ran to the inner city. Now it is the recovery stage. People living in the outer city have returned. The flooded houses were cleaned, ventilated, and dried here, and the whole city was quite lively. You can also see many people collecting sea salt on the roof, which is a specialty of the Seven Waters City. The water gods were not defeated by Septal, but they were scattered and fell in the Seven Waters City in the form of raindrops, so it would not affect the collection of sea salt by everyone in the city. As for the leaves that fell with the rain a week ago, those were magical leaves made of grass energy by Septal, and of course they disappeared quickly. The location where Doc appeared was on the northern edge of the outer city. This is also one of the reasons why Doc wanted to build a branch on the north bank, so that it would be convenient for employees to go to work. Septal did not come with him this time, because he left a deep impression in the eyes of the residents of the Seven Waters City. Once he appeared, it would definitely cause a huge sensation, and what he was going to do today was a secret trip. Doc was worried that he would be recognized by others, so he covered himself more tightly and hid his hair in the hoodie to avoid being exposed. His hair is too conspicuous. Green. It took less than 10 minutes for Doc to reach the north coast. This place is called the Shipwreck Island by the residents of the Seven Waters City. It is actually a different garbage dump, but there is only one garbage dumped here: abandoned ships. Some may be the failed works of the shipbuilders in the city, and some are unmanned ships taken by the gods of the sea. Tom Shipbuilding Company is in this place, and their shipbuilding costs are basically zero, because the materials can only be taken directly from the abandoned ships around. Doc walked on the shipwreck island, and his feet were full of the wreckage of various ships, and there was almost no good ground. These people are amazing enough to make a ship with these broken copper and iron. Doc looked at the materials on the ground that no one wanted. There were wood with unknown fungi, rusty iron pieces, and basically nothing intact. In previous years, the sea gods would take over some of the unlucky ships on the sea, but this year, the sea gods were directly wiped out by Septal, so naturally there was no new material to update on this land. But it doesn't matter, after all, Tom Shipbuilding Company is still working hard to build the sea train, and those materials don't need them to provide, the world government will provide them. In the Seven Waters City 9 years later, the wreck island can no longer be seen, which means that the wreck island will be submerged in these 9 years because of the sinking of the foundation of the Seven Waters City. But if Tom survived, Fram didn't disappear, and with the help of Pokemon, then this incident would not happen again. Duck walked leisurely and soon saw a bungalow in this huge ruin. It was a one-story bungalow, perhaps it would be more appropriate to describe it as a coffin board. It was a bit like the house he built when he played MC before. Chapter 72 Frankie eavesdrops, please read. In Dark's impression, in Frankie's memories, Fram and Iceberg were just two half-grown teenagers. But when Dark saw the two on the wreck island, he realized that these two guys were from the same era as Shanks, so how could they be younger? Iceberg is now 29 years old and is a famous genius shipbuilder in the Seven Waters City, and Fram is 25 years old. Both are older than Dark. Hello, do you want to order a ship? Sorry, we are not taking orders from others for a while. I know powerful shipbuilders in the 7 shipyards on the island. I can introduce them to you. When Dark approached the bungalow, a man walked out from behind a wreck next to it. Dark turned his head and looked, but he didn't recognize him. He looked quite ordinary, but based on the hair color, he still saw that this person was probably Iceberg. At this time, you can already see the clear stubble on Iceberg's face, which should be left after shaving. No, I'm not here to order a ship. I originally planned to talk to Tom about this matter first, but since you are here, I'll tell you. Dake looked at Iceberg now, and after thinking about it, he changed his original idea. Tom, the fishman, is stubborn. Even if he is told the real purpose of the world government, he will still insist on completing the sea train that has been built for more than 10 years. He must save the Seven Waters City. This is his only wish in his life. But Iceberg is different. Now Iceberg has a bit of the attitude of the president of Carrera Company. The whole person looks like a steady and successful person. If you tell Iceberg, the other party should make the right choice at the critical moment. What's the matter? Iceberg doesn't know what news he will hear. He didn't want to build the best muse ship in the world like Frankie did. His dream was simple, which was to helping hand Tom save his hometown, Seven Water City. Let's talk alone somewhere else. It's a bit conspicuous here. Dark stroked his neck, and he noticed some other people around him. It seemed that they were scavengers who made a living by picking up materials from the wreck island. In the group in people's eyes, Doc is so good looking that he must be a big lord from the inner city who wants to come here to buy materials or find Bing Shan to order a boat. Some people have bad eyes and obviously have some crooked thoughts. Alone? Okay, please follow me. Bing Shan scratched his head in confusion, and then took Doc to the seaside. There is a small sailing ship parked here, which is about half the size of the Mary. It looks like the boat that Bing Shan tried to make himself, and it looks very delicate. Did you build this? Yes. Good craftsmanship. Thank you. Bing Shan is not proud of his skills at all, perhaps in his opinion, this is just an ordinary level. Doc is more and more appreciative of Bing Shan's character. In the original book, this character does not have enough scenes. Perhaps the most impression left on Haimai is that on a stormy night, he alone sewed and mended for Mary, helping her complete the last journey and save his partner. However, with personal contact and understanding, Dark's opinion of this person became better and better. Please sit down. Iceberg took Dark to the small cabin. I didn't expect that a big man who controls the magical power of Pokemon would suddenly come to me. Dark was a little surprised, took off the hood covering his hair, and looked at the iceberg opposite curiously. On the night when the water gods arrived a week ago, he should not have been seen by many people. Ah, if you are close, your hair will be exposed, very conspicuous. In my memory, you are the only one with this hair color. Bing Shan pointed at the long green hair on Dark's shoulders. Looking at this man so closely, Bing Shan realized what an amazingly beautiful boy Dark was. In the Seven Waters City, it seems that there is no boy more handsome than him. And he is so young. Bing Shan had other doubts in his mind. How could such a young man control a powerful and magical creature like Pokemon? Is it some special demon berry? Is that so? That's great. I don't have to prove my identity. My name is Dark, the manager of the magic breeding house. My employees should have come to see you a few days ago. Dark stretched out a hand and shook hands with Bing Shan. Employee. Bing Shan frowned, then asked in confusion, are you talking about the strange bird that can talk, or the strange creature riding the strange bird? The strange bird should be Xiao Feng, and the strange creature should be Smoochum. Dake supported his forehead in distress. Why did he suddenly feel that there seemed to be no normal people in the magical breeding house? Who would go to talk about business and turn it into a bird talk? In other words, which decent person would do business with a bird? Anyway, let me tell you what I want to tell you this time. When Dark said this, he glanced outside the door. Although his observation haki level was very low, he could still detect the breath of ordinary people. There was someone outside. Dake nodded his forefoot, and the shadow under him moved slightly, and then returned to calm. Please speak. Do you know that your master Tom has the design drawings of one of the 3 legendary ancient weapons, Karen Pluto? I don't know. Bing Shan shook his head, a drop of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. But that was all, it seemed to be just a perfunctory shock. It was indeed the first time he heard the news, but he was too lazy to show any exaggerated expression. This was due to his personality. If it was Fram, he might have sat down on the ground in shock. Bang! Who is it? Bing Shan turned his head and rushed out the door. The news just now must not be known to anyone. Although Bing Shan did not show too much exaggeration, it did not mean that he did not know what kind of disaster would be caused by the spread of the news. He must suppress the news. However, when Bing Shan opened the door, he saw Frankie sitting on the ground with his mouth wide open. Fram! Bing Shan's eyes widened slightly, and then he grabbed the other's shoulders angrily. How many times have I told you not to eavesdrop on my conversation with the guests? Bing Shan, is that guy telling the truth? Although Frankie is 25 years old now, he still looks like a teenager. It is exactly the same as the Frankie who stood in front of the sea train with a mortal body in Dark's impression, but that was also Frankie's last moment as a normal person. Come in. Iceberg dragged Frankie into the room, then looked outside carefully, and even went out for 2 circles to make sure that no one was following him before returning. Don't worry, I beat those guys who followed me just now. Looking at Iceberg's appearance, Frankie guessed what he was doing at once. The two grew up together and often quarreled and fought. It can be said that the other part once you stick your butt out, the other party will know what shape of poop the other party is going to poop. Hey! Iceberg breathed a sigh of relief. Frankie had made a contribution by accident. If others heard it, it would be a big deal. Hey, you! Fram! Don't be rude! Iceberg slapped Frankie on the back of his head. He knew that his brother, who was not related by blood, usually spoke unpleasantly, but he didn't mean any harm. Then you tell me, ask clearly. If it were normal times, Frankie would definitely fight with Iceberg. But now he was also very anxious about what happened just now with Dark. Knowing that he couldn't speak, he pushed Iceberg. Mr. Dark, what happened just now? The information that the world government can get, how can you think that we in the magic breeding house can't get it? The power of Pokemon is far beyond everyone's imagination. Dark waved his hand and pointed behind Iceberg and Frankie. The two of them turned around subconsciously. As a result, they didn't know when a dark mysterious creature had stood behind them, staring at them with a dark blue eye. Wow! X2. This time, even Iceberg couldn't keep calm. If such a creature planned to kill them, they might not know how they died. Dark watched the scene quietly, letting the two of them imagine in their minds. In fact, for many people on this sea, it is too simple to appear behind the two of them silently. After all, Iceberg and Frankie are just two ordinary people now, and Iceberg in the future will also be an ordinary person. He is called Darkrai, my partner, and he is also a Pokemon. You have seen his power, so with the power of Pokemon, we can do a lot of things. You also saw how the water gods were destroyed last week. That Pokemon is called Sceptile. Dark calmly introduced Darkrai, but pulled Sceptile out to show off. Darkrai. Darkrai waved his hand to say hello, then stepped back and disappeared into the shadows while the two of them were staring at him. Gulp. X2. The sound of swallowing saliva came from the two of them. They were completely shocked by the Pokemon, and they had automatically imagined the power structure of the magic breeding house as a powerful mysterious force. Next, no matter what Darkrai said to them, they would probably believe it without hesitation. Why would such a strong man lie to two ordinary people? Wait. Mr. Darkrai, you just said that the world government already knew that Tom had the Karen design. At this time, Bing Shan suddenly recalled what Darkrai had said just now, and his face was no longer stunned, becoming as panicked as Frankie just now. Ah, yes, since the world government found out about this news, they have been paying attention to the Karen design. Dark nodded. In fact, according to the original story, the world government was indeed targeting the Karen design, but they did not intend to kill Tom. They did not care about Tom's life, and they might even want to spare Tom's life and let this person build Karen Pluto for them. Tom's death was more related to Spondam's personal behavior and emotions. However, in order to make the two people in front of him pay attention to this matter, he directly omitted a large section of cause and effect in the middle, and only talked about the beginning and the end. Do you believe it? If the world government cannot get the Karen design, will it directly execute Tom? Chapter 73 Iceberg is no longer a passerby character, please read it. What should I do? Isn't the sea train built in vain? Mr. Tom has spent more than 10 years of hard work. Frankie did not doubt what Dark said, and the whole person suddenly became extremely panicked. Stupid. Calm down. Whether there is a world government or not, Mr. Tom will not stop working on the sea train. Before the world government came to us, Mr. Tom had already decided to make the sea train. At this time, the gap was revealed. Iceberg was obviously calmer. Even if he was still panicking at the moment, he could still distinguish the situation. Dark swung his legs leisurely, looking at the two people in front of him as if watching a play. Mr. Dark, how can we save Mr. Tom? Iceberg pondered for 3 seconds, and then immediately recognized the reality. They had no ability to save Mr. Tom, they could not fight against the world government, so Iceberg looked at the man in front of him who looked younger than him. Since this person appeared here and said such a thing, Iceberg would never believe it without some thoughts. Why should I tell you? Dark didn't mind telling the two directly, but he still asked this question to see if there would be any unexpected surprises. We will help you build the best shop in Seven Waters City according to your requirements. Although we are not as good as Mr. Tom, there will be no better shipbuilders on this island except him." Before Bing Shan spoke, Frankie jumped out. The skills mastered by the shipbuilder are very complex and diverse. They only know how to build ships, and the layout of the various rooms on the ship is designed by the shipwrights, so it is easy for them to build a good store. "That's fine, then I'll grab the window umbrella." The store environment of the branch does not need to be too exquisite, because it only serves as a gateway. However, Septal will be guarding there in the future. If the branch is built into a forest style, Septal should live more comfortably. It is indeed a small surprise. Then what is the method? 3. Dark raised 3 fingers. Great. Before Dark started to talk about the details, Iceberg and Frankie were already overjoyed. There are always 3 ways that can succeed. First, Tom hands over the design of Karen. Second, you all leave the Seven Waters City, preferably escape to Fishman Island. Third, join an organization that is not afraid of the world government, preferably an organization hostile to the world government, such as the Revolutionary Army or us. There are 3 methods, but in fact, they only have the last one left. Tom cannot hand over the design of Karen, nor can he leave the Seven Waters City that he wants to save. This is their home. If Frankie and Iceberg must save Tom, then they will definitely join the magic cultivation house in the end. I just don't know if the 3 masters and apprentices will all join. This. A solemn look appeared on Iceberg's face. He saw at a glance that the second method was impossible. He knew Mr. Tom too well. As for the first method, he felt that there was little hope. You can try to persuade Tom to hand over the design of Karen. The purpose of the world government is just that. They don't mind leaving Tom's life. Rayleigh, Crocus, Barrett, Buggy, Shanks, these people all survived. Could it be that Tom has a reason to die? I'll go and persuade Mr. Tom. Frankie didn't think much and ran outside impatiently. Let's talk somewhere where there is no one. Iceberg didn't follow him, but he still turned back to remind him. After Frankie disappeared in the cabin, Iceberg looked at Dark again. Bang! Iceberg knelt down in front of Dark without wasting a word. Dark raised his eyebrows and was shocked, but then he realized that kneeling was not an extremely special act in the eyes of these people. It might be used when asking others for help or thanking others. For example, Luffy knelt down on Drum Island to ask the people there to save Nami, Zoro knelt down to Mihawk to ask him to learn swordsmanship and become a stronger helping hand partner, and Sanji knelt down to express his gratitude to Zeph when he boarded the ship. What are you going to do? Dark looked at Iceberg and realized that the other party had probably guessed the final result and the way out. If I join the magic breeding house and serve you for the rest of my life, can I save Mr. Tom? Iceberg spoke in a very calm tone, as if selling his life like this was not something difficult for him to accept. Indeed, both Frankie and Iceberg were guys who would sacrifice their lives for Tom. Even Frankie, who now looked a little brainless, would save Tom in his own way, such as standing in front of the sea train with his mortal body without knowing the consequences. It was pretty stupid. It was also quite touching. Welcome to join, Iceberg. There is no such thing as superiors and subordinates in the breeding house. We will be partners in the future. Duck took 2 steps forward and did not directly answer Iceberg's question, but pulled Iceberg up. From now on, your family is our family, your dream is our dream, and we will work together to create our era. Although Dark's initial target was Tom, Iceberg is also fine. Iceberg is younger and may surpass his master in the future. Besides, it is not certain whether Tom will join or not. Dark plans to build many special buildings on this sea in the future, even some mobile buildings on the sea, such as gym, Pokemon Center, other branches, etc. Without a powerful shipbuilder like Iceberg Tom, those future plans will be difficult to realize. Ah, okay. Iceberg seemed very uncomfortable and scratched his head awkwardly. You will know later that I am not a person who can only talk with my mouth. Dake noticed Bingshan's alienation, which was normal. After all, for Bingshan, today was just the first time he met Dake. After a long time, Bingshan knew that Dake was not a scumbag who only spoke nice words and painted big pictures. Even Smoochum's eggs and crescent feathers, which were worth hundreds of millions of Baileys, were given as gifts. What else could he be stingy about? What do I need to do then? Suddenly having an organization made Bingshan feel very strange, and he began to feel a little confused for a while. Build the branch with Fram first, and I will let Xiao Feng find a group of people will come to help you. There may be 2 big orders in a week, and then you can continue to helping hand Tom to complete the sea train. Dark shook his head and began to recall the plot of this period. The cultivation house should be built in a style similar to a forest, and some fresh and lush trees should be planted. Septal will come to this branch to guard it. Who is Septal? It's the big green guy last week. Dark grinned and gestured with his hand. Iceberg immediately thought of the powerful Pokemon, who actually broke up the sea gods with a tail in the air. No one knows the destructiveness of the sea gods better than these shipbuilders, especially Iceberg who lives on the wreckage island and has seen the countless shipwrecks. Knowing the arrival of Septal, Iceberg's originally somewhat hanging heart suddenly let go and heaved a long sigh of relief. When will the sea train be completed? If everything goes well, it will be completed at the beginning of next year. Bingshan made a slight estimate and then said such a number. Wouldn't that be very soon? It is now October of the 1511th year of the Haiwan calendar, and there are only 2 months left before the chaotic 1512. Doc didn't expect the sea train to be completed so quickly. He seemed to have the impression that it would be completed in the second half of next year. Yes, because the water gods did not come to destroy it this time, our progress was not as seriously disrupted as before. Bingshan said one reason that Doc didn't expect. This was not mentioned in the original book, and Doc didn't expect it, so he ignored it. It doesn't matter, there is not much difference. When Tom goes to court, you can ask Septal to go with you. Although that guy will not listen to other people's orders, he will not allow others to attack his companions. Doc waved his hand. Since they have intervened, Tom must not die. When the time comes, you can directly take Tom and Fram back to the main store. Doc gave Iceberg a pocket token and demonstrated the function of the pocket token in front of him. This shocked Iceberg. For him who had never left the City of Seven Waters, the scenes shown in the magical breeding house were like another world. Iceberg held the pocket token tightly in his hand. He knew that it was a life-saving thing and very important, more important than the Karen design. He had already thought about it, and Rest would keep this thing in his arms in the future. Let's do this for now. When the sea train over there is dealt with, you can come to help me manage the branch. We are so short of manpower. Dark stretched and prepared to leave. This time he came here specially and gained a lot. The addition of Iceberg means that the future of the magic breeding house has a technical foundation for implementation. Opening 8 gyms and Pokemon centers on the sea is no longer an unattainable plan. The magic breeding house needs these talents. As for whether the world government agrees or not, it's ridiculous. Since the magic breeding house decided to create the Pokemon era, the world government has been the biggest cancer standing on the opposite side, even bigger than the cancer of the pirates, and it is an organization that must be dealt with. Whether there is Robin, Tom, or the Revolutionary Army, the world government will block the road of their magic breeding house. If we don't do anything now, on the one hand, it's because Dark traveled too early and hasn't finished reading the original novel, so we can't figure out the strength of the world government. If Elite Uranus is in the hands of the world government, then they can't do anything at will in the magic breeding house, because they don't know what it is. And we don't know what the strength of I'm, the 5 elders and the Knights of God is. On the other hand, this sea can't stand the turmoil after losing the world government for the time being. There must be a transcendent force to suppress this sea, or more accurately, to suppress the ambitions of those people. Otherwise, without the world government and the magic breeding house not yet developed, this world will only become an inferno. Chapter 74 4 Billion Bailey's Transaction Volume. Please read. Busy. Busy to death. This is the only feeling in Dark's heart after he returned to the breeding house. There are too many things to do. Fon Clay and Iceberg are going to handle the branch affairs. Septal has followed Fon Clay to the north bank of the Seven Waters City. The environment in the store will be built according to his environment. Dark has not started the main task yet, because he is busy discussing the details of the first comprehensive transaction with the Navy and the Whitebeard pirates. The Whitebeard pirates are fine, they only plan to buy 10 Pokemon eggs and take them back. They don't particularly need the power of Pokemon, they just want more interesting and magical partners on the ship. But the Navy is different. Jean Guo has a big appetite and asked for 4,000 eggs. He plans to build a Pokemon naval combat force of 10 warships. The Navy on a Vice Admiral ship has an average of 800 people. Half of them are replaced with Pokemon, and the 10 Vice Admiral forces of 400 human Navy and 400 Pokemon Navy are combined. This is Jean Guo's idea. Dark can only say, "You are very bold." 4,000 eggs. Dark didn't even dare to think about it. What's the matter? Is Marineford too peaceful? 4,000 Pokemon babies, if 1,000 of them are naughty ghosts like Growlithe and troublemakers like Scraggy, will the naval base still be needed? No need to do anything at ordinary times, all the Navy of the Grand Line can come to take care of the children. It is impossible for Dark to leave all these Pokemon to Sengoku. These people don't understand the living habits of Pokemon of various attributes and races. How can they take good care of the children? A group of them will definitely die. 4,000, it's really too much. Later, it seems that Zifa personally went to the marshal's office and threw Growlithe to Sengoku to take care of for 3 days. Sengoku immediately changed his mind. The eggs suddenly shrank tenfold from 4,000 to 400 eggs. Not only that, Dark also added some additional conditions, otherwise he would not sell 400 eggs. After Pokemon are hatched, their trainers must accompany them all the time and take care of them until they are out of their infancy. Pokemon cannot be trained before they are out of their infancy. The breeding house has the right to go to the naval base at any time to check on the living conditions of Pokemon. There are many other regulations, but the purpose is to ensure that these babies can grow up safely. Finally, it was negotiated. Warring states sent a major general's troop to the Seven Waters City, and built a small naval base not far from the breeding house branch on the north bank. The 30-person learning team has also been stationed there. Major General of the headquarters, it sounds pretty rubbish. But there are only a few dozen vice generals in the headquarters. The New World branch base needs to be guarded, and it is also needed for missions to fight pirates. The headquarters cannot be without a vice general, and there is no way to spare people to go to the Seven Waters City. You know, this is just a paradise, and it's the Seven Waters City so close to Judicial Island. Why does the Navy need to send a vice admiral to garrison here? Sending a major general to lead the garrison is already a great honor to the cultivation house. Little did he know that the major general had already smiled. What's the difference between coming here and living in retirement? Dark was very satisfied with Sengoku's arrangement, but now he was in another distress. What race of Pokemon eggs should be sold to the Navy? What qualifications of Pokemon eggs should be sold to them? Purple is definitely impossible, the Navy can't afford the price of 40 billion Baileys. Blue Pokemon eggs also cost 4 billion, and the Navy can't afford it without asking the world government for money. Dark specifically asked about the budget of Sengoku, and the latter only said that 3 billion was transferred from the world government, and didn't say anything else. 3 billion, is it a lot? If you compare it with the bounty order of a single pirate, it is definitely a lot. But how many pirates are there in the world, and what will the bounties of all pirates add up to? The bounties of the Straw Hat Pirates alone add up to more than 8.8 billion. There are at least 170 member countries of the world government. Doflamingo once intercepted the heavenly gold that a kingdom handed over to the celestial dragons in exchange for the position of Shishibukai. He must have an idea of the amount of heavenly gold. Perhaps because of this, when he later sought to seize Dressrosa, he dared to ask for 10 billion Baileys, as if he knew that Riku III could come up with it, and Riku III really raised the money. Considering the poverty that Dressrosa has always suffered under Riku III's rule, even if the heavenly gold they paid every year was less than 10 billion Baileys, 3 billion Baileys would be enough, otherwise Dressrosa would have developed long ago. As for the Germa kingdom, it is unimaginable how much heavenly gold they have to pay in a year to create such a large number of clones under the nose of the world government without being put on a bounty or forcibly collected by the world government, and even to make the navy change the bounty order and bounty conditions of Sanji. Even in Chabayati, a second-generation celestial dragon could casually throw away 500 million Baileys to buy a mermaid named Kaylee. It is conceivable how much money these people have in their hands. So 3 billion is really not a lot for the world government. It is not a drop in the bucket, but it is definitely not a heartless amount. This is also the key reason why the Navy has never been able to become independent from the world government. This number gave Dark an idea. 3 billion can be taken out without scruples. If it is more, they will have to add it by themselves. It is not that they don't have money, but they definitely don't have more. 4 billion Baileys should be able to be taken out. Then there is no need to consider this. Magic Mall. Pokemon Egg, Blue, 500 Magic Coins. 400 Blue Qualification Eggs of random races. The purchase price from the Magic Mall is half of the selling price, and a Blue Qualified Pokemon Egg is 5 million Baileys. If there are 400 eggs, then 200,000 Pokemon coins are needed. Dark only has more than 10,000 Pokemon coins on his body. Where can he get so much money? He has no choice but to ask the Navy to pay a deposit of 2 billion Baileys first. Through the savings function of the pocket token, the transaction was easily completed. The 200,000 Pokemon coins just appeared in Dark's balance, and then immediately disappeared and turned into Pokemon Egg, Blue, X400. After a week, when the Navy took over the 400 Pokemon eggs, their magic breeding house would make a net profit of 2 billion Baileys, that is 20W magic coins. A huge sum of money. The legendary Pokemon that he had been dreaming of seemed to be within reach, waving at him in the future 1 week later. Not only that, the remaining magic coins were enough for him to exchange for a seed of a special ability. In fact, to say this, everyone in the pirate world who has mastered the observation haki can be regarded as a special ability trainer. They can help their own Pokemon and use the observation haki to predict the attack direction of the enemy Pokemon, so as to remind or command. But Psychic is different after all, and the observation haki does not have the function of attacking others. Now Dark can't hide his excitement and joy, but business is important, he still has to try to calm down and continue to deal with things. 400 Pokemon eggs appeared in the store, plus the original little guys, almost leaving him and Robin with no place to stay. Even Dark's bedroom and staff dormitory are partially occupied. Dark hurriedly called Fengkele and asked him to stay in the Seven Waters City with Septal for the next few days. The magic breeding house will be closed for the next week, and the main store will be blocked. No one except the breeding house can enter. Robin also started a busy routine, checking the status of the 400 eggs every day. Although the possibility of accidents in the breeding house is almost zero, he still can't slack off. After the breeding house branch and the Navy branch base are built in about a week, the warring states will send people to bring these Pokemon executives back for distribution. Now Zifa and Kuzan should be working overtime to select suitable trainers. Dark just let the 400 executives bathe in the accelerated hatching effect of the warm lights in the store. The Whitebeard pirates are not in a hurry, so the transaction can be postponed for a few days. Dark's work is not finished yet. He also needs to study the VIP function section of the Pokédex and cultivate Pokémon to prepare for the completion of the main task. It can be said that there is no extra rest space. Dark now wants to recruit people again. If you want to build a transcendent Pokémon League, you must have enough manpower. There are still many vacant positions in the breeding house. For example, researchers, medical personnel, and prosecutors. Not to mention the first two, the prosecutors represent the breeding house to regularly visit the customers to observe whether the Pokémon are treated unfairly. There are also referees and judges for various competitions in the future. We still have to recruit more people. Dark stayed in the manufacturing room alone, tinkering with the Pokédex manufacturing machine while muttering future plans. For now, we should get the researchers in place first. Dark really can't train Pokémon cubs while thinking about the new functions of Pokédex, and occasionally communicate with Sengoku about trading matters. Just do it. Dark put down his work without hesitation, said hello, put on a white hooded cloak and walked out of the store. The destination is random. It depends on who you meet. Grand Line, Paradise. The city of the Queen of Spring, Santa Paula, also known as Santa Alamos, is a luxurious city filled with the breath of art and one of the most popular tourist attractions for the rich on the Grand Line. At the same time, Santa Alamos is also a city on the sea train route. In the original work, CP9 was hunted down by the world government and the Navy after the defeat in the Battle of Judicial Island. At that time, they used the ability of Snub Bullberry to escape from Judicial Island and took the sea train to Santa Alamos to earn money by performing for Rob Lucci's healing. Rob Lucci was quite powerful. After recovering from his injury, he took the original trash CP9 from being hunted down by the world government to becoming CP0 within 2 years. The belief of CP9 not to abandon or give up is enough for them to obtain the right to buy Pokémon, but unfortunately, they belong to the world government and obviously have no chance. There is another famous place on St. Alamos. Happy Street. CP0's Stussy is the queen of Happy Street and one of the leaders of the Dark World. This woman has many identities, but her underwear has been exposed. She is a clone cloned by Vegapunk using Miss Bacon's genes. She really obeys Vegapunk's orders. Going undercover in CP0 is a mission that has been carried out for more than 10 years. The place that Doc arrived at this time is nothing else. It is Happy Street in St. Alamos. Here, he also met a group of unexpected people. Don Quixote family. P.S. Don't worry about making too much money in the collapse of the monetary system. There will soon be places that cost a lot of money. The author will do whatever it takes to balance the monetary system. Chapter 75 The family that will be intercepted by the time traveler, please read it later. In this happy street that can make people's hormones explode, basically few people can sit down and sit quietly. Drink a cup of coffee on the side. Except for those sages who just vented. Of course, there are exceptions. For example, Dark. He sat alone at the door of a coffee shop on the street drinking a cup of hot cocoa, completely ignoring the little sister on the second floor opposite who kept calling him. He was very busy. He was secretly spying on the actions of the Don Quixote family. On the other side, Doflamingo felt a little thirsty, so he brought his family to the roadside coffee shop to buy coffee. As a result, they just sat down and planned to taste it slowly, and a guy in a white cloak came to the seat next to them and tilted his head and stared at them. Pike, go ask that guy what he wants to do. Doflamingo frowned and ordered the fat man next to him who was wearing weird children's clothes. Although the man's clothes were very weird, no one dared to laugh at Senior Pico in front of Tien Yasha, because all those who had laughed at Senior were killed by him. In order to fulfill his ambition, he is a guy who will do anything and even sacrifice his family. But apart from that, no one can hurt the cotters of the Don Quixote family, even if it is just a verbal ridicule. Especially after the incident with Rocinante, Doflamingo's style has changed drastically. Yet, Senior walked towards Dark with a pacifier in his mouth. Since his wife and children died, this man who likes to smoke has only had a pacifier in his mouth. Senior. Has he been discovered? Dark's eyes widened slightly. He didn't expect that his hidden peeping was discovered. Isn't it said that the most dangerous place is the safest place? Although he was discovered, Dark was not panicked at all. To be honest, the people in the entire St. Alamos are not enough for him and Darkrai to kill. Hey, sir, why are you staring at us? Senior came to sit opposite Dark, staring at the man in front of him under his sunglasses. I didn't expect you to find out. Dark shook his head and took off his hood. You are quite cautious. Is this guy serious? 2 drops of cold sweat flowed down Senior's forehead. He didn't see any funny elements in the expression of the man in front of him. Pike, let's go, don't talk nonsense with this guy. When Senior was about to say something else, Diamante's voice came from the side, and they were about to leave. Just now, after hearing what Dark said, Doflamingo couldn't help but amuse himself, so he stood up and left with everyone. The fan seems to be good. Senior glanced at Dark and followed him. In his opinion, if this was not Happy Street and Stussy didn't allow killing here, Dover would definitely kill this man. It seems that I am not the lucky one. Dark drank all the coffee and continued to follow, but this time he mixed in the crowd and was quite far away. I believe that the people of the Don Quixote family would not notice. The Don Quixote family is a well-known family that will be intercepted by time travelers. After traveling to the pirate world, if you keep an eye on the Don Quixote family, you will definitely get the best wool. Moreover, Dark actually has a business to do with the Don Quixote family, or more precisely, with Senior. Dark quietly followed the Don Quixote family, intending to see what this group of people are going to do. The current Doflamingo is not the biggest overlord of the Dark World, Joker, but only one of the overlords. The Don Quixote family can only get such a status after occupying Dressrosa and building the Smile Factory and the Weapons Factory. It took about a quarter of an hour to follow. The Don Quixote family walked into a brothel. Doc didn't understand. Given the Don Quixote family's usual style and wealth, if they wanted to find a woman, would they need to go to a brothel? Darkrai, go and take a look. Dark knew that he might be discovered if he followed in, so he sent Darkrai over, and he stood in a corner downstairs to observe the street. If you don't observe carefully, you really won't notice it. I don't know when it started, all kinds of strange people appeared in every corner of this street, and they all seemed to be staring at this brothel. Doc didn't seem strange at all when he mixed in with them. It seems that the underground world is doing something big. Doc murmured a little boredly. He was not interested in what these people were going to do. He was almost busy to death. How could he interfere in the affairs of the underground world? After standing downstairs for about half an hour, when Doc was about to fall asleep, Darkrai suddenly appeared from the wall behind him, holding Doc and flew into the sky. Ah! Dark opened his sleepy eyes in a daze. He was about to fall asleep, but when he opened his eyes, he found himself in the sky. His heartbeat almost stopped. Boom! Before he could ask Darkrai what happened, the brothel below suddenly exploded. If Dark had continued to stand there, he might have been exploded. What happened? Dark looked at the brothel below whose roof had been blown off, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Doflamingo, Morgans, Stussy, Felt, you meet, Kaibasan, Peercrow. Good fellow, are all the 7 dark bosses of the underground world gathered here? However, the scene below does not seem to be very peaceful. 7 groups of people stood in 7 directions and confronted each other, as if they had not reached a deal. Go down first. Dark patted Darkrai who was holding him. It was too conspicuous in the sky, and Darkrai did not want to be noticed. Then, Dark stood in a corner again, and Darkrai returned to his shadow to guard secretly. Just when Dark thought that these people were just pretending and could not fight, the battle suddenly broke out. The sounds of various gunfire and artillery shells suddenly rang in my ears, followed by the sharp growls and chaotic footsteps in the crowd. Dark was hiding in the alley and secretly observing the situation, but suddenly saw a black shell shot at a pair of sisters who were fleeing. Without time to escape, the elder sister hurriedly hugged her younger sister in her arms. Dark Ray, save the sisters. Dark didn't think much and decided to save people first. It would be fine if he didn't see it or the sisters were bad guys, but it happened right in front of him and the victims were innocent and weak, so why not save them? Dark thought he hadn't become the kind of wise and clever male protagonist in the end of the world. He pointed his finger, and the next moment Dark Ray jumped out and absorbed the shell into the dark space. X2. The sisters looked at Dark Ray blankly, obviously shocked by this strange guy who suddenly saved them. Dark Ray didn't say much, but pointed to Dark who was standing in an alley. Dark also waved to the sister who looked over to him. The sisters looked at each other. The younger sister was still a little at a loss, but the elder sister was surprisingly decisive, holding her sister and ran towards Dark. There are no people who can survive in this happy street who don't understand the situation. You go in first. Dark casually opened a door beside him, and then said to the sisters. However, when the sisters approached, Dark realized that the sisters were not strangers, but they were a little different from the original, so he didn't recognize them at the first time. Thank you. The elder sister said something hurriedly, and then ran into the door with her sister. Bang! Dark quickly closed the door again, and he didn't go in. Duck plans to stay and see the situation. He has not done business with the Don Quixote family yet. It is a very important business. It is related to Duck's future survival ability. As for the sisters, they are Monet and Sugar who were originally going to join the Don Quixote family. In Duck's memory, the Don Quixote family will start planning Dressrosa next year, and in the original book, Monet and Sugar only appeared for the first time at that time. But now it seems that the Don Quixote family must have taken the sisters in and reused them during this turmoil, but now they have been intercepted by Duck. It is a pity that the sisters now look like ordinary people who are powerless and have not eaten the snowberry and the childish berry. The two berries must still be in the hands of the Don Quixote family, or they have not been obtained yet. But it doesn't matter. Dark didn't save them to get anything from them. Even if the sisters don't have berries ability, they can be trained to be people like Pokemon referees and coordination competition judges. This kind of people don't need any special skills. For people in this world, no matter who comes, they basically have to start from scratch. After all, the rules of Pokemon competitions have not yet appeared in this world. Let's find a safer place first, Dark Ray. Dark felt that the battlefield over there was gradually expanding, so he asked Dark Ray to take him away from the battlefield. After about 2 hours, the fight over there finally ended. Most of the fun street was destroyed, and Stussy was the one who suffered the most losses. After a series of armed negotiations, it seems that Stussy was the one who finally got the most benefits. After all, this is her territory, and her subordinates are all over the fun street. It is unknown how many people from the world government are mixed in. The Don Quixote family did not suffer heavy losses. Although the cotters were more or less injured, at least there was no loss of personnel. After finishing the business, Doflamingo didn't seem to plan to stay any longer, and quickly moved towards the shore of Santa Alamos with the Don Quixote family's cotters. However, when they arrived at the shore and were about to board the ship, Block's guy appeared. It's you. Senior immediately recognized the guy in front of him. The guy with extremely bad peeping skills, man. Yes, it's me, the famous king of peeping in the dark world. Dark flicked his hair. XN. The Don Quixote family was silent. Chapter 76 Dark's Real Purpose, please read. You guy. Doflamingo's forehead was bulging with veins, and he seemed to have had enough of Dark. He flicked his fingers lightly, intending to get rid of this man. Buzz. However, before Doflamingo could make a move, the dark red domineering aura swept over. 3 seconds later, Dark retracted the domineering aura and looked forward with satisfaction. Doflamingo's forehead was already sweating, and there were only 4 people left standing beside him. 3 top cotters and Senior. Senior was left by Dark on purpose, otherwise he might not be able to withstand it. Now, can we have a good talk? Dark had a gentle smile on his face, as if the Conqueror's haki just now had nothing to do with him. Who are you? The blue veins on Doflamingo's forehead gradually calmed down, which showed that he had calmed down. The Conqueror's haki just now was definitely the strongest Conqueror's haki Doflamingo had ever seen, even he could feel the strong pressure acting on his body. He had never heard of the saying that Conqueror's haki could exert pressure on others just by releasing it. Doflamingo did not dare to underestimate Dark just because he could do this. Let me introduce myself. I am the manager of the Wonder Breeding House, Dark. Wonder Breeding House, what does the Pokemon King want to see me for? When Doflamingo heard the name of the breeding house, he remembered the Pokemon rumors that had caused huge waves on the sea these days. This time, the 7 dark giants gathered together and discussed a little about Pokemon. Everyone was guessing who was the one who had the power of Pokemon. Unexpectedly, that person appeared in front of him now. Originally, Doflamingo didn't believe that Pokemon had such great power and potential, but now after seeing Dark's Conqueror haki, he believed it. This man's ambition is absolutely huge, and the power he can control is definitely not mediocre. Doflamingo's eyes under the sunglasses produced a slight light, and of course he also coveted the power of those Pokemon. If Dark hadn't just shown his hand, he would probably have started to negotiate business with Dark in his own way. Ah, it's like this, I have a feather here, called the crescent feather. Feather. A question mark appeared on Doflamingo's forehead. He didn't understand what Dark meant by this, but he still patiently listened to it. Yes, Pokemon have all kinds of powers, for example, Darkrai. Dark lightly raised his foot and tapped the ground, and Darkrai suddenly emerged from the shadows. Then, they watched with wide eyes as Darkrai stretched out his arms, and the endless dark vortex enveloped them. In a flash, there was no light in the entire space. If it weren't for Doflamingo and his friend's observation haki, they would probably not be able to keep their minds steady. Darkrai didn't swallow them with Dark Void, but only used Dark Void to create a barrier to separate the inside from the outside. Doflamingo couldn't speak anymore. He didn't want to say anything. He lowered his head and pondered something secretly. The crescent feather comes from a Pokemon as powerful as Darkrai. It has a magical ability that allows a person to see a dead person in a dream. Dark said the last sentence while looking at Senior. This was also his purpose. He knew that Senior must want to see Lucien. And Doflamingo also thought of this. Since Senior's style changed drastically 2 years ago, Doflamingo had someone investigate the matter, so he knew what happened to Senior and how much Senior wanted to see the woman named Lucien again. Doflamingo didn't understand. In his opinion, the dead were dead. Even if he killed Rocinante himself, he would not think about seeing the other person again, but only commemorated his brother in his own way. However, Doflamingo respected his family. We want this feather. Doflamingo said this sentence almost without hesitation. He didn't even turn his head to ask Senior's opinion. There is no need for that. Doflamingo knows Senior. That man will definitely give up this precious opportunity to avoid him being ripped off. It should be said that everyone in the Don Quixote family can do this. So, Doflamingo made the decision for Senior. As the head of the family, he still has this right. Dover. Senior clenched his hands into fists. He wanted to say that he didn't have to do this for him, but he couldn't utter a few syllables when he opened his mouth. He really wanted to say one more word to Lucien. I'm sorry. Oh? Don't you doubt the effect of this thing? I haven't even seen the feathers of the Menjuliang, maybe I'm lying to you. Dark tilted his head, he still admired Doflamingo's decisiveness. No wonder this man, even if he did a lot of evil, still had so many people loyally following him, and even willing to sacrifice their lives for him. If you don't consider the position and good and evil, then the life with Doflamingo is actually quite moist. Business is about integrity, we are all businessmen, I believe you won't lie to us. Doflamingo is good at lying with his eyes open. Just now, Doflamingo was still using the armed trading method of fighting with others to negotiate business with others. But how can it be otherwise? At this moment, Darkrai still did not retract his ability, because he had to ensure that no one saw or heard this transaction. In this dark area, not even a trace of light could shine in, it was completely pitch dark. Doflamingo and the people behind him didn't dare to act rashly. Not to mention that Dark is an ignorant guy, even the weird Darkrai may not be his opponent. Well, you are right, then my condition is, 100 million berries. Rare items can only be sold at a fair price or as rewards for activities, and Dark can't make money with this stuff. No one believes that such a new thing, 100 million berries. Doflamingo doesn't believe it. It's not that simple, right? Doflamingo is an old man, knowing that Dark didn't finish his words. Yes, you can only buy it at the price of 100 million berries after you get the purchase qualification, but to get the purchase qualification, I need you to help me find a demon berry. Dark said his real purpose. If he was asked to find it himself, I don't know when he would find it, but it would be very simple to hand it over to Doflamingo, one of the overlords of the dark world. The Don Quixote family itself started in the North Sea by relying on the business of demon berries. They must have their own ways. Perhaps even the world government and the navy may not be as capable as them in finding demon berries. What berry? Doflamingo's expression remained unchanged. Collecting demon berries is not easy for the Don Quixote family, whose power spreads across the 4 seas and paradise, but it depends on which demon berry it is. If the demon berry has been eaten by someone, it will be difficult to deal with. Superman type Door berry. This is the demon berry that Dark wanted to get after crossing into this world. In his opinion, the value of this thing is more precious than the special ability seeds bought with 100,000 magic coins. With the Door berry, Dark can return to the breeding house anytime and anywhere in the future. By then, no one will be able to kill him anymore. According to the time, even Rob Lucci of CP9 at this time had not eaten the demon berry, so Snubbull should be even less likely to have one. The probability of finding Menman berry is still relatively high. Okay. Doflamingo silently recited the name, then nodded and agreed, without bargaining at all. It's not that he doesn't bargain when doing business, but you have to see who he is with. Doflamingo's ability to judge the situation is the biggest contributor to his survival to this day. For those who don't have the aura of the protagonist, if they can't judge the situation, they can't survive in this sea. After finding it, send someone to take Berry to the breeding house in the 7 Waters City to find me, and then I will give the feather to your people. Wait. Doflamingo seemed to be going to say something, but Dark didn't give him that chance. Before Doflamingo finished speaking, Dark and Darkrai disappeared on the spot. Don Quixote and others saw the light of day again, but there was no joy on their faces. What they had just experienced was too terrifying for them. If that person was going to kill them, I'm afraid no one in the world would know. Dover. Don't be so sad, Pico, you'll see your wife soon, think about what to say to her. Doflamingo interrupted Senior and used Barry's ability to move the people on the ground who were stunned by Dark's domineering color to the boat, and then they left on the boat. When Don Quixote's boat disappeared near the sea, Dark walked out of the shadows on the side. Of course he knew that Doflamingo was going to talk to him about the Pokémon business. For an ambitious man like Doflamingo, the power of Pokémon would never be willingly given up by the Don Quixote family. But Dark didn't want to do business with this man. Because what the Don Quixote family has been doing is much more disgusting than ordinary pirates, including human trafficking, weapons smuggling, and many other things that cannot be mentioned. Burning, killing, and looting are all child's play for the Don Quixote family. Although Doflamingo has a past experience in reality's 3 views and gained the love of a large number of fans, but this cannot change the fact that he is a scum, the same as Uchiha Obito. This kind of person cannot be washed, and there is no way to wash. If a Pokemon chooses this group of people in the future, he will not interfere, because Doflamingo's attitude towards his family has been fully demonstrated. Dark said before that as long as the person treats Pokemon diligently, he will not interfere with the choice of Pokemon. Even if he becomes a sinful villain in the end, Dark will not care. However, if he is arrested and executed by the Navy for doing bad things, Dark will not help him either. As for now, he is asked to sell Pokemon eggs without independent consciousness to the Don Quixote family. That is impossible. Chapter 77 Clerk 2, please read it later. When Dark returned to the breeding house, Robin seemed to have appeased the 2 new clerks. At least that's what Sucrose, who is only 11 years old, looks like. The little girl has been well protected by her elder sister. She has an incomplete understanding of the world and is still in the process of accepting new things. Therefore, she can quickly accept everything that appears in front of her. On the contrary, the more mature Monet seems to be a little bit in shock. Because she has already understood the world, her understanding of the world has been solidified, and the appearance of the breeding house is distorting her worldview. It's like people in the technological age can suddenly cultivate immortality. Children may think it's nothing, but adults will definitely be shocked. At this time, Sucrose has been playing with the Pokemon babies. The Pokemon seem to like a simple little girl like Sucrose. As for Monet, she sat blankly in her seat, looking at the eggs on the lawn and the little guys playing with her sisters. When Duck came in, Monet immediately stood up and greeted him, but hesitantly didn't know what to say, so he had to bow. Thank you for saving us. It's okay, you should know something about our magic cultivation house, right? Duck took off the white cloak he was wearing and handed it to Robin, who came to pick it up. Yes. Monet nodded. When the white cloak was taken off, Monet also saw the long blue hair Duck had behind him. The hair was exactly the same as hers, so she couldn't help but look at it twice more. Wow, Big Brother's hair is the same as my sister's. You might be our lost family. Sugar also saw Duck's hair, and ran behind Duck with Dedenne on her head, reaching out and gently stroking Duck's hair. Since she was conscious, the only family member around her was her sister. She envied other children for having a father, a mother, an older brother, and a younger brother. She wanted them too. Didn't Sugar really know that Dark had nothing to do with them? Of course not. The 11-year-old girl was not so naive. She just said that on purpose. Perhaps she would please the man in front of her by saying that, and then he would take her and her sister in. She didn't want her sister to work so hard outside every day. Sugar, don't talk nonsense. Monet pulled Sugar back. How could she not know survival skills if she could survive with her sister in a place like St. Alamos? In a place as powerful as the magic breeding house, the boss here must be very powerful. Monet was very worried that her sister's actions and words just now would make the man in front of her angry. Although Dark saved them just now and didn't look like a bad guy, it's necessary to be on guard against others. Moreover, strong people usually have some quirks of their own. Who knows which of Sugar's rash behaviors will make people angry? It's not that she didn't teach Sugar how to read people's expressions, but the little girl always insisted on doing what she thought. Ha ha ha, I wish I had a cute sister like you. Dark didn't think as much as the sisters, he just smiled happily. Can Sucrose live here with her sister in the future? Sucrose heard what Sucrose said, hurriedly pulled away Monet's hand, and then ran to Sucrose, raised her head and stared at Sucrose with a pair of crystal clear eyes, her eyes full of hope. Diane. Dedenne shook her little hand and expressed her opinion. Of course, Our breeding house is very short of manpower now. If you dare to help me, I will be very grateful. Dark smiled and raised his hand to gently tap Didane's little head. Great! Sucrose held Didane on her head in her arms, and then jumped happily on the grass. But her movements were very careful, and she carefully avoided the Pokemon eggs on the ground with every step. She is a careful and gentle little girl. Doc nodded, and gave this evaluation to Sandy in his heart. Doc had no idea about what position to train Sandy to. Because he hadn't seen where the little girl's talent was, there was no rush. After all, Sandy was still very young. Thank you very much for taking me in. Monet bowed to Doc with a little excitement. She knew that if she could stay here to work, she would no longer have to worry about taking her sister out to live a hard life. There is no need to waste energy dealing with the harassment of those rogue guests. What did you do in St. Alamos before? Dark felt it necessary to first understand the industry that Monet had worked in before. I was a bartender in a pub. Monet said a little embarrassedly. She felt that the experience she gained from this job might not allow her to help the person in front of her. Dark frowned. It sounded like Monet was suitable for developing in the direction of a trainer, or making Pokemon aromatherapy or Pokemon muffins in the future. But the problem is that the current training house is not in urgent need of such manpower. What is most lacking now is scientific researchers, followed by prosecutors and medical personnel. Scientific researchers are needless to say. After the branch is built, prosecutors and medical personnel will probably start to be in urgent need. After all, Pokemon eggs will surely be popularized to a certain extent by then. They can't tell whether an ordinary person is a qualified trainer with just one pair of eyes, so prosecutors are needed to conduct surprise inspections to prevent the wrong customers from being treated unfairly by Pokemon. Pokemon can get sick and get injured, so someone will bring Pokemon to seek treatment, so medical personnel are also necessary, and some medical equipment must be provided, which is another batch of magical coins. I can learn any job, and I learn very quickly. Monet saw that Dark was frowning and didn't know what he was thinking, and he couldn't help but become a little anxious. He was afraid that he and his sister would be kicked out, so he spoke quickly. You will be my assistant for a while. I will teach you how to use the equipment in the manufacturing room. You may need to do research on your own in the future. Okay. Monet nodded quickly, but he felt a little uneasy. It was too stressful for her to engage in scientific research. She had basically never come into contact with any high-tech products. What about me? What should Sucrose do? Sucrose ran to Dark at this time. What does Sucrose want to do? Dark frowned and planned to arrange some easy and simple work for her. I want to, beat up the bad guys. Hey! In the past, some wretched-looking uncles followed my sister, but they were beaten away by Sugar. Sugar is so powerful. Sugar saw that Dark didn't seem to trust her ability, so she waved her fist to prove her strength. Even if you say so. Dark sighed. Even if Sugar said it was powerful, she was just an 11-year-old girl. How could she have any fighting power? Besides, there was basically no need to fight in their magical breeding house. Sugar, don't mess around. Monet stretched out a hand to grab Sugar's cheek, making the little girl's face red. I'm not messing around. Sugar is very stubborn, at least, her mouth is stubborn. How about this? Dark thought about it, and then came up with a solution. Monet and Sugar looked at Dark curiously. Sugar, you will be the captain of the guard team of our magic breeding house in the future. You will be responsible for maintaining the safety and peace in the breeding house. If there are customers who come to make trouble, or Pokemon fight in the store again, you must stand up in time to stop them and teach those who do not follow the rules a lesson. Dark stared at Sugar's emerald hair, and the corners of his mouth could not help but rise, thinking of the profession in another world. He plans to train Sugar to be the future Miss Jenny. At present, Sugar's work scope is only in the magic breeding house. The environment here is safe enough and there will be no danger. Okay. Leave it to Sugar. Sugar patted his chest, his face full of confidence. Diane. Didanay said that he would help Sugar. Monet watched from the side, shook his head helplessly, but there was a bit of relief on his face. Because this young boss seemed to be easy to get along with, and would arrange such a playful job for his sister. Yes, in Monet's opinion, Dark's comfort was purely playing house with Sucrose, so that the little one would not have any psychological burden and could play happily. She didn't know that Dark really wanted to train Sucrose to be Miss Jenny. By the way, from now on, just call me by my name, Dark, don't call me boss, store manager, etc. We are partners in building the Pokémon era together. Dark specifically instructed the Monet sisters. Yes. X2. After solving the problem of address, Sucrose continued to play outside, while Robin watched the Pokédex while paying attention to the little ones and Pokémon eggs. Monet followed Dark into the manufacturing room. Dark introduced the various machines in the manufacturing room to Monet, and taught him how to use them step by step, asking him to practice them himself. After that, he mentioned some of his ideas about Pokédex, asking Monet to consider whether there is anything that can be further developed. You continue to think about it, it's not too late now. I plan to go out and see if I can recruit some new staff members. Dark left Monet alone in the manufacturing room, and then he said hello to Sugar and Robin and stepped out of the store again. For the time being, the scientific researchers can be said to be barely available. Inspectors and medical staff are still unresolved. For inspectors, it's best to have men with fierce faces, the kind that people don't dare to do bad things to Pokémon at first sight. Medical staff. Miss Joy, maybe it would be more interesting to find a pink-haired woman. Chapter 78 Intercepting the Don Quixote Family Again, please read. The North Sea. The North Sea used to be the most powerful sea area in the Four Seas, because there were the Vinsmoke family and the Don Quixote family here. However, now the Vinsmoke family has become a mobile kingdom on the sea, Germa 66, without a fixed territory, and the Don Quixote family is heading towards the New World, so the overall strength of the North Sea has declined a lot. However, the North Sea has become more and more chaotic because of the departure of these two behemoths. The family is a special organization of the North Sea. In fact, it is not much different from the gangs in the neighboring West Sea, but the class distinction there is more clear. Nowadays, you can basically see the family in every island city in the North Sea. The fights between the Don Quixote family are nothing more than for interests and territory. Once the Don Quixote family occupied a large area of island territory, these families did not dare to make any move, so they all hid in the dark, honestly guarding the small piece of land that would not be favored by Doflamingo. But now, the Don Quixote family has begun to gradually transfer people to the Grand Line, and these territories have become ownerless land. Of course, those families can no longer sit still. For a while, this group of people did not care about the consequences of being liquidated by the Don Quixote family later, and they all fought for the immediate interests. However, the fights between families will inevitably cause casualties among innocent people. After all, these people will not be able to stop fighting. Regardless of the time and place, he would shoot anyone with a gun, whether he was the enemy or not, and then he would kill them first, which caused a large number of civilians in the North Sea to lose their homes and lives. A small island in the North Sea, with only a poor town on it, and the population of the city is less than 100. But it was precisely because it was deserted that it was chosen as a trading place between two families. But in the end, because of the disagreement in the transaction, the two families directly fought each other. Now Bellamy, a 19-year-old youth, became the only survivor of the fight. He was just a gangster hanging around in the town on weekdays, arrogant, but the worst thing he had done was just beating up some naughty kids. Because these naughty kids stole things from the uncles and aunts in the vegetable market, the uncles and aunts there would give Bellamy the leftover vegetables and fruits as protection money. Bellamy accepted the protection money and of course did not allow the naughty kids to steal things in his territory, so he taught them a lesson. Coincidentally, Bellamy looked very fierce, and the naughty kids did not dare to resist him at all. They could only be beaten obediently, and then ran home crying to find their parents. But from today on, those annoying little ghosts will never make trouble in his territory again. The uncles and aunts in the vegetable market will no longer give him stunted apples to eat. He has no place to go back to. How can I repair it? In a corner of a town filled with smoke, Bellamy hid in a wooden barrel, looking at the damn guys outside with bloodshot eyes. He vowed to survive, become stronger, and then torture all those people to death. The young man is walking on a dark path. Not everyone is called Uzumaki Naruto, most people are actually Uchiha Sasuke, no one can watch their relatives and friends being killed without hatred. Tisk, these bastards can really be seen everywhere in this sea. At this time, the door of the hotel was pushed open, and a handsome-looking young man stepped out. Bellamy's transformation was interrupted, and he stared at the young man who suddenly walked out, who seemed to be only 1 or 2 years older than him. Bellamy was sure that this person was definitely not a resident of the town. Pa pa pa. Footsteps sounded in his ears. Bellamy could no longer think so much, he jumped out of the barrel and ran towards the young man. No malice. Doc murmured to his squirming shadow, and then looked at the young man who was running towards him. Although this person looked a little unfriendly, Doc did not detect any uncomfortable sight from his eyes, and judging from the person's clothes and running speed, it is very likely that he is just an ordinary person. Perhaps a survivor of this town? Just as Doc had this thought in his mind, the voice of the man in front of him sounded in his ears. Don't stand there stupidly, are you crazy? Hide quickly. You will be killed. Bellamy stretched out an arm and hugged Doc with one hand, picked him up and rushed into the door behind Doc. Bellamy was more than 2 meters tall, and his elbows were so thick that they almost caught up with Doc's thighs. If Doc did not resist, it would be too easy for Bellamy to pick him up with one hand. Snap! Ah! Bellamy was stunned. They shouldn't it fall on the hard wooden floor? Why did it fall on a soft lawn? Also, why are there so many colorful eggs here? Bellamy swore that he had never seen such a big egg before, and he couldn't even help swallowing his saliva. You are too reckless. Dark lifted Bellamy up, stood up from the lawn and looked around. In order to prevent unexpected situations, Robin placed the Pokemon Executies at a distance from the door, so they did not hurt the eggs. Robin considered that the unexpected situation was that Dark accidentally kicked the eggs at the door after entering the door, but the accident was more unexpected than expected. Where is this? Bellamy looked up blankly. What day is it today? Why do I feel like there is a war everywhere? Dark rubbed his sore neck. I saved Monet and Sugar from a fight between a group of Dark leaders before. Now I was saved by a man from a fight between a group of low-level families? Dark stood up and looked at the guy who had knocked him down, then raised his eyebrows. Although his strength was ordinary, this man's appearance met Dark's requirements for prosecutors. Not only did he look fierce, but his height was also exaggerated, which was enough to scare ordinary people. Moreover, in this world, improving strength is actually quite fast, especially after eating the demon berry. What's more, the main combat power of their magical breeding house is always Pokemon, not people. So strength is not a problem at all. Strength can be improved through acquired improvement, but appearance is a lifelong thing. Who is your sister? Bellamy looked at the situation in the store blankly, and finally moved his eyes to Dark. Don't worry about it first, I just want to ask you, do you want to kill all those guys outside with your own hands? Dark pointed outside the door. Now, outside the store is still the town where Bellamy used to live. Of course. Bellamy's eyes widened, and his breathing became heavy. He really wanted those guys to die. Have you thought about what price you want to pay? Dark originally did not intend to take action. If the outsiders do not provoke their breeding house or bully Pokemon, he will not take action against the outsiders casually. After all, this was his answer to the Navy at the beginning. It makes no sense that he did not take action when he met the Don Quixote family, the leader of the Dark World, but now he rushes to show his justice when he meets a group of unknown people? If the situation in this sea does not change, such people will always emerge in an endless stream. It is the job of the Navy to chase these people all over the sea. He might as well think about how to popularize Pokemon to the entire sea faster, so that all ordinary people have the power to deal with these scum. I'm just an ordinary person. I thought I would live my life peacefully. My life may not be valuable, but it is everything I have now. As long as you can help me with revenge, I will give you everything I have. Bellamy sold himself to Doc without any hesitation. Anyway, he had no plan for his future. If this person helped him, he would not mind giving his whole life to his benefactor. Okay, then, from now on you are a part of our magical breeding house. The hatred of your own family is not a matter for the outside world. Doc nodded and walked out the door. Bellamy hurriedly followed. Robin, who was reading a book in the store, tilted his head, and then used Barry's ability to close the store door to prevent any more misunderstandings. What are you going to do? Just watch. Doc said calmly. This time he didn't plan to borrow Darkray's power. No need. He can handle it by himself. Doc determined the position of the group of people based on the sound of gunfire, and then led Bellamy to that side. Hey, they have guns. As the distance gradually shortened, Bellamy began to panic. For ordinary people, guns are indeed very deadly. Don't think that the strong men at the top of the sea use cold weapons or close combat, but they have to color domineering or strong enough to not fear bullets. In the low-end battlefield, guns are always the most popular killing weapons. It doesn't matter, it's just a gun, you will ignore those in the future. Me? I can't do it. You can. Doc patted Bellamy's arm. Bellamy's shoulders are a bit high, and Doc is too lazy to raise his arms so high. If Bellamy is trained, he will probably grow to the height of more than 3 meters in the original book. Of course, Dark still can't recognize his identity. After a month of daily task rewards, Dark's three-dimensionality has reached LV.4, which is roughly the same as Sanji's during the Battle of Alabasta. Physical fitness. The improvement from LV.3 to LV.4 was mostly not the result of Dark's own efforts, but was basically improved through daily tasks. He was busy dealing with matters in the breeding house all day long, so he had no time to practice, and he basically didn't need to do anything himself. Darkray would not allow any strangers to get too close to him, so the improvement of physical fitness was not that useful to Dark for the time being. Perhaps it can't be said that way, at least he wouldn't feel tired so easily at work. Even the next action of helping hand Bellamy didn't require him to do it himself. Something that can be solved with a domineering color domineering. Before the New World, domineering color domineering was so useful, especially in the 4 Seas, basically no one could withstand Dark's full-level domineering color. By the way, what's your name? My name is Dark. Me? My name is Bellamy. Dark's head tilted, and a question mark appeared on his forehead. Good guy. You intercepted 3 people from the Don Quixote family in one day, right? Chapter 79 Growing Together, please read on. Bang. When Dark was walking on a street with Bellamy, a crisp sound came from afar. It hit the stone pillar not far from Dark. Dark was not panicked at all. Because when necessary, Darkray would release Dark Void to absorb all incoming attacks. If Darkray did not take action, it meant that the attack would not hit him. Moreover, even without Darkray, Dark could barely sense the trajectory of the bullet. Although it was invisible to the naked eye, his observation haki could barely detect the trace. Hide quickly. Bellamy panicked and grabbed Dark and planned to drag him to the alley to hide. But Dark stood there motionless. The 2 families fighting in this town now seemed to have entered a tense period. Both sides dare not show up, so they hide in the dark and observe. However, the appearance of Doc and Bellamy made them the focus of the battlefield. The gunshot just now seemed to be a signal of attack. After that, countless men in black rushed out from all directions of the town. The battlefield was chaotic. Except for a few familiar faces, they could hardly tell who was the enemy and who was the friend. However, one thing is at least very clear, that is, Doc and Bellamy, who are dressed differently, are definitely not their own people. Doc. Bellamy looked at the hundreds of people rushing towards them, and his whole body began to tremble, but he did not run away by himself, but looked at Doc. Since he had agreed to become this person's partner, there was no reason to run away alone. As a gangster, Bellamy may not know anything, but at least he has his own bottom line, that is, people must be loyal. Watch out, Bellamy. Doc glanced casually, and a streak of red light flashed through his blue pupils. Buzz. The next moment, the sound of air being compressed to the extreme was accompanied by a dark red translucent aura that spread around. And the hundreds of people in front of the two people who were originally aggressive, turned their eyes up and fell forward the moment they were enveloped in the dark red world. No one was spared. Doc frowned. He had obviously restrained himself, but he still saw that some weak guys had blood flowing out of their nostrils when they fell. With this kind of physical quality, it might not be as good as Grolithe, who had just crossing the juvenile stage. Bellamy was stunned, his eyes gradually widened, his chin became longer and longer, and his originally trembling body not only did not stop but became more and more violent. He struggled to control his head to look at Doc's position, and tremblingly stretched out his hands. Bang! Bellamy knelt down all of a sudden. Brother! I want to learn this. At this moment, there was no fear in Bellamy's eyes, but he was already filled with fiery excitement. I can't teach you this, I can only teach you to play basketball. Doc put his hands behind his back and looked up at the distant sky. Da-da! Bellamy was stunned, he couldn't understand what Doc said. Forget it. Doc sighed, the jokes he liked to play before, playing them again now would only make him feel lonely and cold. No one in this world can understand him. Don't you want to take revenge yourself? Those guys just fainted. Doc walked towards the fallen crowd in front of him, picked up a knife from the ground, turned around and handed it to Bellamy. I will help you in the future. I need you to grow up as soon as possible, and I will also work hard to help you become stronger. Yes, brother, I will definitely do it. Bellamy stood up, took the knife, looked at the group of black-clothed men lying on the ground, and clenched his fists. The weak will only be slaughtered like garbage, but after becoming strong, these bastards can be slaughtered like garbage. This is the truth that Bellamy just realized from Doc. If he can be as strong as Doc, then these people will not be able to fight against him. Dare not to kill indiscriminately in the town. The first step is that you must kill without changing your expression, and kill all your enemies without leaving a single one alive. Doc stood in front of Bellamy and said this with hesitation in his heart. Since coming to this world, even Doc himself has never killed anyone, but now he has to let others kill people. It's not that Doc can't do it. He has been in this world for more than a month and has been more or less affected by some changes. At least killing bad guys is not a psychological burden for him. It's just that a 19-year-old innocent young man suddenly killed more than 100 people, which made him feel some torment in his heart, even if this was Bellamy's request before. But Doc will not stop his decision because of this. They are not playing house, but carrying out a big game that will change the whole world. Game, can it be completed without blood on the hands? Or should we expect the world government to recognize the situation and surrender voluntarily? There must be a sharp sword that can decisively kill the enemy in the magic cultivation house. They must have such a force, and Bellamy is the first person Doc chose. Doc will not teach Bellamy some professional knowledge of the Pokémon industry like he patiently taught Robin and Monet. He will only do his best to help Bellamy improve his combat effectiveness. He may even go to the Navy or the White Group to invite a few masters for Bellamy without hesitation. As for whether Bellamy has that talent, he knew it from the moment Dark knew Bellamy's name. In the 1520th year of the Sea Circle calendar, Bellamy was a little scum in the Magic Valley town who would be killed by Luffy, who had just entered the Grand Line. In the 1522nd year of the Sea Circle calendar, the Bounty Brother, with a bounty of hundreds of millions, shining in the bullfighting arena, and overthrowing the Paradise, was famous. Although he was still the rookie who would be killed by Luffy with one punch, Luffy also practiced under Rayleigh's coaching for 2 years. However, Bellamy is just a passerby character in Pirates, and he has been training on his own for 2 years without coaching. So Dark has high expectations for this person's potential and future. Maybe he can't be compared with those who have the blood of the strong, but it is possible for him to become a powerful figure like Zephyr in the future. Zeph, a typical case of going from a civilian to the top of the sea, is simply the pirate version of Darius. No wonder he is respected by so many veteran vice admirals in the Navy. After taking the knife from Dark, Bellamy went to the group of people on the ground without hesitation. In his opinion, this is not only a settlement of his past hatred, but also a token of his joining the magic breeding house. Even if he feels uncomfortable, he must complete it. "I will accompany you." Dark took a deep breath and walked beside Bellamy. He would watch Bellamy kill all those people one by one. This was not only a test for Bellamy, but also a test for Dark himself. He was the manager of the Wonder Breeding House, the future leader of the Pokémon League, and also everyone's partner, a trainer recognized by Darkrai and Sceptile. You can't always hide behind your partners. One day, you will also need to kill people. If this world doesn't kill, there will always be a world that needs him to kill in the future. The scene of killing was very bloody and boring. Or, the road of growth was bloody and boring. He and Bellamy grew up together on this short road of dozens of meters. It only took a few minutes from the initial discomfort to the numbness later. Habits are really a terrible thing. Even after doing something like killing, you can remain calm. Bellamy seemed to have some talent and adapted earlier than Dark. Later, he was quick and decisive. When night fell, Doc and Bellamy sat alone on the beach. The ground of the town behind them had been dyed dark red, emitting a strong fishy smell. "Big brother. Don't call me Big Brother, we are companions, just call me by my name Doc." "No." Bellamy shook his head, seeming a little stubborn on this matter. "You are my big brother. You can call me boss. P.S. Bellamy is a crew member of my first protagonist Kazan. He calls Kazan Big Brother. I don't want to deprive him of this title, so I changed it to boss." "That's fine." This time Bellamy accepted it. As long as it was a title that expressed his admiration, it would be fine. "Then I'll call you Ziobe from now on." "Okay." When the moon was hanging high above their heads, the two quietly returned to the magical breeding house. Dark took Bellamy to the boys' dormitory, and then asked Robin, who was still reading, to tell Bellamy about the store and Pokémon tomorrow morning. As for Dark himself, he was in a complicated mood and couldn't sleep, so he walked towards the production room and planned to study Pokédex again. When he opened the door of the production room, he saw Monet sitting at the desk writing and drawing something. "Dake." Monet looked back and smiled gently. "Welcome back. Is it so curly?" Dake raised a finger and scratched his hair. Monet was just a girl with no fighting power. Unlike him and Robin, she was not tired even if she worked until midnight. "It's late, go to rest." Dake walked over and took a look at what Monet wrote on the paper. They were all some conventional business routines, such as discounts for card applications, advance reservations, and door-to-door delivery. However, some ideas gave Doc some inspiration. For example, auction. Dake can hold an auction with some things that are not available outside. People who buy Pokédex will become VIP of the Magic Breeding House. This thing is the ticket to enter the auction, a threshold to prove that you have the financial resources to participate in the auction. I have to say, it's a good idea. Although rare items can only be sold at a fair price, the Magic Mall does not only have rare items, there are also many other common items that have never appeared in this world. For example, the evolutionary stone/ite of Pokemon, some metals with special functions and the like are also available in the Magic Mall. This is a good idea. Dark stretched out his finger and tapped on the paper. Really? It would be great if I could help. Monet seemed to be more energetic and smiled happily. I'm not very sleepy yet, please let me think about it again, I seem to have some ideas now. Well, it's okay, we'll do it together. Yet. Chapter 80 Target Legendary Pokemon. A new day has arrived. Since the 4 new employees, Iceberg, Monet, Sugar, and Bellamy, joined in succession in the 2 days before and after, and there was no communication between them, Dark specially called all the people in the breeding house back for a meeting. In addition to introducing everyone to each other, there is another point, which is to let everyone understand their respective division of labor, so that they can communicate and help each other when needed. The first internal meeting of the Pokemon League, meeting place, Dark's bedroom. There is no way, the store has been squeezed by the 400 Pokemon executed and there is almost no space left. In addition, the little guys also need some space to move around, so everyone can only go to Dark's bedroom. At this moment, everyone sat cross-legged on an oval carpet. Clay and Smoochum, Robin and Multank, Sugar, Monet, Iceberg, Bellamy, Sceptile, Darkrai, and Dark himself. These are all the current staff of the Magic Breeding House. Ahem, first of all, let me introduce each employee and their work content. Dark stood up and spoke to attract everyone's attention. Everyone applauded very respectfully, especially Bellamy, whose applause was thunderous and crackling, disturbing Multank sitting next to him, and he quickly covered his ears. Next, Dark began to explain to everyone the meaning of their respective division of labor and job titles. Clay External Secretary. Responsible for helping hand Dark to handle various trivial matters in the outside world, and will even represent the Magic Breeding House to go to various forces to discuss transactions in the future. His next job is to establish a branch of Helping Hand Iceberg, and keep in touch with the Navy branch in the Seven Waters City. Robin Internal Secretary. Mainly responsible for comforting the new clerks and taking care of the young Pokemon. At the same time, because of her wide knowledge, she also serves as Dark's brain together with Feng Clay, often giving advice to Dark, and her knowledge of Pokemon is second only to Dark. Her next job is to try to train the Pokemon that have left their infancy with Helping Hand Dark coaching and learn skills. Iceberg the future Seven Waters branch manager and the Alliance's royal craftsman. Because of his calm personality and business acumen, Dark plans to let him handle all the branches in the pirate world in the future. At the same time, Iceberg is also responsible for building various facilities for the Helping Hand Alliance in the future. His next job is to build a branch, and then continue to build the sea train with Tom and hone his craftsmanship. Monet Scientific Researcher, future Pokemon Professor. The job is to study Pokédex with Dark. Sugar Security Personnel, future Miss Jenny. The job is to handle disputes between Pokemon in the store and maintain order inside the breeding house. Bellamy Prosecutor, future Alliance Force Representative. The job is to become stronger. Dark will find a mentor for him from the White Group and the Navy, giving priority to the White Group. Septilebrant Guardian, the face of the breeding house in the outside world. The job is to guard the branch. Darkrai the personal bodyguard of the leader of the Alliance, the shadow of the Alliance who hides in the darkness and silently guards. His job is to protect Darkrai. At present, the leaders of many departments of our Alliance have been found, and the remaining ones may be medical personnel who are still lacking candidates. This can't be rushed. In short, my goal is to create a transcendent force beyond the world government, the Pokemon Alliance. Let this world enter the Pokemon era with the theme of peace and adventure and people and Pokemon as the basis for survival. After the introduction, Dark publicly expressed his ambitions and wishes to everyone for the first time. Such a future is absolutely impossible to achieve by myself alone. I need everyone's helping hand. Please work together with me to create a new era for Pokemon. Good! Bellamy roared, jumped up and raised his arms to cheer. Malubaju! Multank and Smoochum were startled and went straight into Robin and Von Clay's arms. He he he! Robin hugged the soft and chubby Multank and looked at Bellamy with a smile. She was not angry at all. On the contrary, she was quite happy that there was one more person like this in the breeding house. Because except Bellamy, the others seemed to be more calm and quiet. Sucrose was quite lively, but she was just a little girl after all, not as troubled as Bellamy. Hey, Bellamy, that's enough, the noise is too loud. Von Clay hugged Smoochum and looked at Bellamy speechlessly. He could see that Bellamy was clearly a diehard fan of Dark. He estimated that Bellamy would respond enthusiastically to whatever Dark said just now. He, the boss is right. Bellamy scratched his hair shyly, then raised a thumb. Iceberg smiled with his lips pursed. At first he was quite reserved, suddenly meeting his friends whom he had never met before. But now it seems that the atmosphere is very good. There are many newcomers in the store who have just joined the breeding house like him, and everyone seems to get along well. Especially Bellamy, who gave him a sense of déjà vu that was very similar to Fram. The future is still long, and we will be busy during this period. It should be easy after a while. Everyone, work hard for a while. Dark ended the first internal meeting of the Pokemon League with a word of encouragement. Of course, this is just talk. In fact, the Pokemon League has not been officially established yet. When the day comes, it will be announced to the world, and Morgause will spread the news across the sea. By then, there will surely be many people interested in the Pokemon League, wanting to join and become a part of it, and this group of people will also be the first to reap the dividends of the new era. The meeting ended, and everyone continued to leave to do their own work. Pokédex is progressing slowly, but the reason for the slowness is that the business of the Magic Breeding House is currently small, and there are not many special services suitable for VIP. Dark has carefully considered the reasons. The place is too small, the number of Pokemon outside is not large enough, and it has not grown up yet. The latter, the number can be solved after the branches are built. As for growth, this can only wait. Waiting. The former, this is a big problem. They have no land in the Magic Breeding House to develop various projects that Dark has envisioned. For example, Dark has envisioned the 2 buildings of Pokemon School and Pokemon League for a long time. It is really uneasy for him to put these 2 important buildings in the outside world. He wants to add the void rules in the store to these 2 buildings. To be more precise, it is the effect of strength suppression. But put these 2 buildings in the store? There is no space. After considering for a long time, Dark finally found a solution in the Magic Mall. Now Dark only needs to wait until the remaining 2 billion berries of the Navy arrives, and he can buy the first legendary Pokemon of the maximum level. And the solution lies in the special ability of this legendary Pokemon. Darkray's exclusive skill is Dark Void, but his real special ability is to make others have nightmares, or even control others' nightmares, but this ability has no place to be used for the time being. This ability may have more room for development in Naruto's world that likes to play with illusions, but it is not clear whether illusions and dreams can be connected, but it is certain that they are all related to a person's spiritual level. Based on Dark's observation of the profiles of those legendary Pokemon in the Magic Mall, he found a very surprising place. That is, in the Magic Mall, if there is a legendary Pokemon, if the ability loses its effect due to the characteristics of the current world, the system will patch this legendary Pokemon so that its original ability can be used again. As for the strength of this patch, I am afraid that it will only be known after it is summoned. It is precisely because of this patch that Dark immediately fell in love with a legendary Pokémon. Giratina. Also known as Karen Dragon, a Pokémon with both Ghost and Dragon attributes, a first-level god in the same class as the Time God Dialga and the Space God Pocky. In Pokémon, the owner of the reverse world, a guy who is so irritable that he doesn't even give Arceus a face. Giratina's combat power is indeed strong, but its special ability is positioned as the master of the reverse world. Lord, in the reverse world, Giratina can maintain the origin form even without the Griseus orb. The same level of Space God Pocky entered the reverse world, but his intrusion would only bring Giratina a beating. Even with the lustrous orb, he would not be so embarrassed. Giratina inside and outside the reverse world are not in the same combat power level. It can be said that the existence of the reverse world itself is classified as Giratina's special ability because of its combat power bonus effect on Giratina. However, in the world of pirates, there is no such thing as reverse world. This means that Giratina's special ability is invalid. The patch given by the system is to compensate for a small world. Only Giratina has the ability to open a channel to the small world. In this world, Giratina can restore the origin form. This small world has a law and order similar to that of the Pokémon world. As for what else is inside, the mall does not give a more detailed introduction. But these alone are enough for Dark to make his own choice. The original Kyogre and Lugia are all prioritized a little later. Giratina is his best choice. As long as he is there. The absolutely safe base camp of their Pokémon League, the location of the Pokémon School, the location of the Pokémon Conference, the living environment for cultivating Pokémon races and letting Pokémon lay eggs on their own, etc. All are there. What's more, Giratina's combat power in this world is not necessarily weaker than Kyogre and Lugia. Chapter 81 Pokédex 10. When Dark discovered Giratina, the treasure dragon, his mind was full of plans for the Pokémon League. Especially the special treatment of Pokédex VIP has been conceived and has begun to study. About 5 days later. With Dark and Monet working overtime, Pokédex V1.0 was finally born. The test machine is the red Pokédex No. 001 of Fenkele. In addition to the most basic Pokémon explanation function, it has added special treatment for VIP. There is a VIP benefits icon on the Pokédex homepage. Click it to view the benefits. 1. Have the qualification to participate in the auction of the Magic Breeding House. 2. Except for special time periods every year, have the qualification to bring people to visit Pokémon Island once, and the maximum number of people brought is 10. 3. In participating in various activities held by the breeding house, have the priority to book hotels and seats in the audience seats on Pokémon Island, and can enter Pokémon Island 3 days earlier than other customers. 4. Permanently enjoy the Pokémon recovery device service of Pokémon centers around the world for free. 5. Have the qualification to enter Pokémon School for free, and receive free teaching materials. New benefits will be provided in the future, and updates will be made free of charge. The above 5 items are the VIP benefits of Pokédex V1.0, which are services that can only be enjoyed after purchasing Pokédex. After adding 5 more services, the total cost of a Pokédex has reached 1,000 magic coins, equivalent to 10 million Baileys. And the price that Dark intends to sell is 100 million Baileys, which is directly increased tenfold. This is not expensive. Because buying a Pokédex is a lifetime benefit, and there may be new benefits in the future. Subsequent versions will be updated by the cultivation house itself for those customers who have already purchased Pokédex. It will pay for the update cost itself, which may not be much, but who can say for sure after 10 or 100 years. In order to prevent too much loss in the future, there was originally another item 10% discount for any service in the cultivation house that was cut off by Dark. And Dark pays great attention to balance and will not let these VIPs become Krypton Gold warriors, which will pull a large distance away from others at once. The special treatment of these people is more to make them feel superior and have face in terms of enjoyment. They are willing to spend the money mainly because they have to appear different from others. Hey, the research and development is finally successful. Dake and Monet were in the production room, looking at the Pokédex in their hands, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. Especially Monet. She is an ordinary girl, but she has to follow Doc every day from waking up at 7 or 8 in the morning to 2 or 3 in the middle of the night, and she has dark circles under her eyes. She really tried hard to help Doc. In this way, Pokédex can be sold. Monet slumped on the stool, her long blue hair draped messily on her face. Behind him. No hurry, wait 2 weeks, wait until the 400 Pokemon eggs on the Navy side are about to be born before selling them. By then, they should be in urgent need of Pokédex. I have to use this time to confirm the situation on Pokemon Island. Dark actually still has a few doubts that have not been resolved. For example, what is the attitude of the upcoming Giratina? Anyway, the Giratina in the Pokemon native world seems to be quite irritable, not to mention difficult to get along with, and has a strong sense of territory. Anyone who mistakenly enters his reverse world will basically be beaten. If this one has the same personality, it may be more troublesome. At that time, the Giratina may allow Dark to enter the newborn world because of the natural goodwill between him, but it may not allow other creatures to enter. Dark still has to think of a way to see if he can convince Giratina. As for forcing Giratina to obey orders, in fact, there should be a systematic constraint that Dark should be able to do it, but he just doesn't want to do it. You must respect the will of Pokemon, so that you can get the sincerity and return of Pokemon. Even if Giratina allows outsiders to enter, it is hard to say what the situation is inside. If it is a completely copied Pokemon reverse world, it may take a lot of effort to transform it. Dark. Monet looked at Dark and called out hesitantly. Monet, if you feel embarrassed to call me by my name directly, you can change to a more comfortable name. I just don't want to create a sense of distance between you and me, so I let you call me by my name. Dark heard the embarrassment in Monet's tone. Everyone has his own characteristics, such as Fengkele's loyalty and Bellamy's worship. Monet probably attaches too much importance to favors and is extremely loyal to the boss. Analyzing from the original work, Monet always calls Doflamingo young master with respect and tenderness. She is also the first cotter who is willing to die for Doflamingo without hesitation. Perhaps it is because Doflamingo would save the sisters Monet and Sugar in the original timeline, so Monet has such high respect and loyalty for Doflamingo. Now, the hero who saves the beauty has been replaced by Dark, and Monet has no reason to treat him differently. But it is precisely because of this respect in his heart that Monet feels uncomfortable with calling Dark by his name. This is the same as Bellamy's excessive worship, including the reason of gratitude. They will naturally put themselves below Dark. Monet thought about it, but couldn't think of what to call Dark. Xiao Bei calls me the boss, why don't you call me that too? I don't like the names of store manager and boss. Dark thought of one for Monet. It doesn't sound good. What Dark didn't expect was that Monet refused. He always thought that Monet was the kind of person who would accept whatever was said. What do you want to be called? Leader. Monet thought of the meeting that Dark had held a few days ago, and then thought of a title. The owner of the Pokemon League is the leader. Is it too arrogant? Dark was a little embarrassed, but the corners of his mouth were harder to suppress than AK. Of course not, Lord Leader. Monet was very good at observing people's expressions, and he immediately saw how much Dark liked this title. He, Loki. Dark waved his hand quickly and escaped from the production room. Now that the Pokédex matter has been resolved, he can focus on teaching Pokemon. This task has fallen on Robin in the past few days. Dark did not favor one over the other. Every Pokemon in the store has been taught, and he has expectations for each of them. Robin, how is the situation at the branch? While watching the little guy's learning skills, Dark also asked Robin beside him. He basically spent the past few days in the production room, and the contact with Feng Kelei and Iceberg was handed over to Robin, the store's secretary. It's going smoothly. It will open in about 2 days. Recently, people in the Seven Waters City have noticed the situation on the North Shore. More and more people are gathering on the North Shore. Everyone is waiting for the opening of the breeding house. The situation is becoming more and more chaotic. Robin wore glasses on her face, which made her look more intellectual. But the Navy has stood up to maintain order. Occasionally, Septal will stroll outside the door and drag a sea king out of the sea next to it, and the group will be much quieter. Doc nodded. Septal's brain, not to say stupid, but it is indeed a bit straightforward. This method is definitely not what he thought of. It should be Feng Kelei who is making plans. Pop. At this time, the store door opened, and old customers came in one by one. My hawk? I haven't seen you for a while. Why did you come here today? Dark looked at the person outside, smiled, and greeted him. At the same time, he also noticed Saduk in Mihawk's arms. How could the previous Mihawk hold anything in his arms? Things, not to mention holding a fat duck. It seems that Mihawk and Saduk have a good relationship. Dark, Saduk seems to be sick. Mihawk always has that icy face, but his movements are not cold at all. He didn't even look at the Pokemon eggs all over the lawn in the store, but immediately stepped in front of Dark and picked up Saduk. Hey! Dark opened his eyes slightly, a little surprised. He didn't expect that a Pokemon would get sick so soon. After all, the number of Pokemon is still quite small now. Let me take a look. Robin also put down the Pokédex in his hand, took off his glasses and walked over. Sugar, who was training with the Pokemon, also stopped and looked at the yellow duck in Mihawk's hand. Quack! Saduk only noticed the situation around him at this time, and softly stretched out a little fat hand and waved, saying hello to Dark and the others. The little guy's voice was a little hoarse, and a little snot flowed from his nostrils, but it was quickly sucked back by Saduk. The reaction of sucking snot was quite fast. Or rather, this does not require a mental reaction, it is a physical instinct. Common cold. This is not a serious problem, it is easy to solve, and Dark can easily see it. How many days has it lasted? The first day. Well, it's not a big problem. Dark nodded. He didn't expect Mihawk to be so sharp and noticed something wrong with Saduk on the first day. To be honest, if Mihawk hadn't said that Saduk was sick, Dark would not have noticed the problem with Saduk at the first time, because this little duck is always so stupid, it's really hard to find anything wrong with him. But it's a pity that although the cold is not a serious disease, it can't be solved by the recovery device. Recovery device, it can restore the physical strength of Pokemon and quickly repair the physical injuries left by Pokemon in battle. It is an indispensable and important machine in the Pokemon Center. This is the specific function of the recovery device when it first appeared. The recovery device can restore the physical strength lost by Saduk due to the cold, making his condition temporarily better, but it is only a temporary solution. This is why the Pokemon Center still needs Miss Joy, Chansey and some surgeons even though it has a recovery device, and it is also the reason why Dark is eager to find and train medical personnel. Now it can only be solved by Dark himself. The treatment of some simple diseases is one of the compulsory courses for breeders. Colds are one of the simple diseases, so Dark can handle it. Chapter 82 Branch Store Construction. Dark found a few tree fruits that he had opened from the tree fruit gift pack in the production room. Then he found a kind of herb in the magic mall. This herb was once found by Iris and Axio in the original book to treat Scraggy's injuries. Crushed these things into a paste and handed them to Mihawk. Is this medicine? Mihawk took the small bowl, looked at the dark green paste inside, sniffed it, and didn't smell any bad smell. It was astringent and sweet, so it shouldn't be unpalatable. This was what Mihawk judged based on his sense of smell. Then he picked up a small spoon and planned to feed Saduk the medicine, but Saduk seemed to be very disgusted with this thing. He pushed the spoon away with his short hands and turned his head away. This medicine actually doesn't taste very good. Pokemon have a more acute sense of smell and they can detect it. Duck explained to the puzzled Mihawk. This medicine is indeed not very delicious. In the original book, Scraggy's face, which was not very good to begin with, became even uglier after eating it, but the effect of the medicine was also very good, and Scraggy soon felt much better. Eat. Mihawk said briefly and patted Saduk's belly. The little guy reluctantly opened his duckbill. Delicious. After eating a spoonful, Saduk obviously showed a bad face, holding his head with both hands and groaning. Bear it. Mihawk continued to feed. Here you go. Sugar on the side took out a candy from his pocket and handed it to Mihawk. Sister will use this when feeding me medicine. Good idea. Mihawk nodded and took the candy from Sugar. He learned another trick to take care of children. Such daily tricks were absolutely useless to him in the past, but now is different. After Saduk finished eating the medicine honestly, Mihawk looked at Dark again. Pokemon's physical fitness is very strong. Generally, one dose of medicine is enough to recover. It should be fine tomorrow. Although Mihawk didn't say anything, Dark could understand what he meant. Perhaps because the relationship was a little better, there was some tacit understanding. The contract, so he could already guess what Mihawk meant. This guy was surprisingly easy to understand. Okay, how much? 50 Baileys. Dark was stunned when he heard this. Because he had not yet planned the charging standards for the treatment services of the Pokemon Center in the future. But after Mihawk asked this question, Dark had already begun to conceive that in the field of medical care, Dark did not intend to make money. In the future, the use of the recovery device in the Pokemon Center will only charge an electricity fee of 50 Baileys. It is equivalent to the price of a chopper 2 years ago, and also the price of a marshmallow. As for other diseases, only the cost of the medicinal materials will be charged, and no other fees will be charged. Okay. Mihawk nodded, but he did not rush to leave, but turned his head to look at other places in the store. At this time, he also found that there were suddenly many more eggs in the store. It dazzled him. How about it, do you want to buy an egg? Dark poked Mihawk with his elbow and asked him. Wait a few days, wait until Saduk recovers from his illness. Mihawk did want to add another Pokemon. But it was not to train a great swordsman who could defeat him like before, but because he didn't want Saduk to be alone all day. On weekdays, Mihawk often had to practice swordsmanship with high intensity, and Saduk would hold his head and stare at him stupidly. Mihawk didn't know if he would feel bored. Where have you lived these days? Pokemon's physical fitness will undergo a transformation after leaving its infancy, so it shouldn't be so easy to get sick. It must be the discomfort caused by the huge change in the environment. Dark asked another question that he had been puzzled about. I'm with. Dark looked at Mihawk's stunned look, his face became strange, and he decided to go with him to take a look. Okay. Mihawk nodded. Let Dark go with him, maybe we can determine why Saduk is sick. Afterwards, Dark followed Mihawk out of the store. The first moment he stepped out of the store, Dark couldn't help shivering. The sky is snowing. This is a small town covered with ice and snow, and Mihawk lives in a house in this town. I really don't know which unlucky pirate this house belongs to. Where is this? It's a winter island in the Grand Line, I'm not sure. Mihawk shook his head, he always went wherever he went. You are amazing, Saduk might have been frozen. Dark held his forehead and shook his head, looking at Saduk. Although Saduk didn't seem to react mentally, his body had already reacted. Saduk is a water-type Pokemon, so it has a strong tolerance to cold, so even if it feels cold, it can tolerate it, and the body will not give a significant reaction. At this time, if you want to detect whether Saduk feels cold, you can only look at their palms. Because Siduk holds his head all year round, his palms can't touch the outside world, so he will become more and more sensitive to temperature. Dark grabbed Siduk's hand holding his little head and saw a faint redness on his palm, which was not obvious, but it was there. He explained Siduk's situation to Mihawk, and the latter learned something new. You are afraid of the cold, so how can Siduk not be afraid? He is not an Ice-type Pokemon. Dark reached out and pulled off the scarf around Mihawk's neck, and then wrapped it around Siduk's neck. Although the little guy didn't respond with any action, he was obviously much more comfortable from his face. I see. Mihawk looked at Siduk's appearance and nodded, thank you. It's okay, pay attention next time, I'm going back. Dark was so cold that he turned back to the store. But as soon as he returned to the store, Sugar ran over and stared at Dark with a pair of watery eyes. The little girl is very smart. She knows how to use her cuteness and young age to charm the adults. And the adults in the store basically like this. Dark. What's wrong? I want to go out and play in the snow. Sugar looked at Dark pitifully. She had been in the store for many days. Diane. Yai Bei. Zilu. Just now. The other little guys followed behind Sugar and showed all kinds of expressions to Doc. Doc then vaguely remembered that the little guys hadn't gone out to play for a long time. For the little guys who have been exposed to the novelty of the outside world, it must be very tormenting to stay in the store all the time. Speaking of which, everyone hasn't seen snow yet. In this case, let's have a snowball fight today. Doc patted his head, regretting his carelessness, but soon he waved his hand and planned to take everyone out to play together. Sugar, go call your sister, Robin, help me call Xiao Feng, Iceberg, and Septal back, everyone is on holiday today, let's go out to play together. Boss, what you said is right. I heard Bellamy's voice first, then I saw Bellamy. Bellamy was still exercising in the boys' dormitory, and his voice had penetrated the door and reached outside, and then he rushed out directly. About 10 minutes later, Mihawk, who was still watching Siduk making a snowman, turned his head and saw Dark rushing towards him with a group of people. Pa! Before Mihawk could see who was there, a snowball hit him softly. You can dodge it, but you can't dodge it, because it will hit Siduk. Mihawk watched the snowball hit his hat, and then the little girl next to Dark showed a naughty smile. Mihawk turned around and looked at the duckling who was making a snowman obediently, and felt that Siduk was much cuter. When they came to this snowy land, there was no need for Dark to give orders, and the Pokémon started playing spontaneously. Playing snowballs, making snowmen, chasing and playing in the snow. Bing Shan and Septal were both numb. They thought they were called here for something, but it turned out they were just here to play. Now one of them was thinking about the sea train, and the other wanted to rest in the small woods inside the branch. Bing Shan held his forehead with a headache, but immediately smiled again. Since he was already here, he might as well play. He hadn't played so freely for a long time. As for Septal, after being accidentally injured by a snowball, he walked to the side cursing. He hated such cold weather. After a day of tossing, everyone returned to their work. On the morning of the third day, news came from Fengkele. The branch of the Seven Waters City was built. The branch base of the Navy was also built. The north bank of the Seven Waters City was already crowded with people. All the major shipyards and shops in the Seven Waters City were closed for holidays. A large number of people planned to buy a Pokémon. Duck knew that they were in a hurry, but he really couldn't be in a hurry. He had to finish the business with the Navy first and get the 2 billion berries. It was not just for Giratina and the seeds of special abilities, but more importantly, his magic coins were not enough for him to buy such a large number of Pokémon eggs to sell to the people of the Seven Waters City. Robin, let Xiao Feng hold a pre-order meeting on the north bank before opening the store, record how many people want to buy Pokémon eggs, and ask these people whether they need family members to accompany them or partners to help, and ask clearly about the psychological expected price. Duck gave an order. A clear statistics should be made on how many Pokemon eggs need to be purchased in the Magic Mall and what qualifications the Pokemon eggs are. In the days to come, they may make money quickly in the Magic Breeding House. But they will definitely spend money quickly. Especially on the Pokemon Island, no matter what the situation is, it can be predicted that Dark will definitely need to spend a lot of money to transform it. The Pokemon species living there need magical coins. Building various places there also requires Bailey to hire workers. There may be other places where money needs to be spent. Dark must save as much as possible, not be stingy where money should be spent, and never spend a penny more where money should not be spent. Chapter 83 Perfect Newborn World. After the branch was built. Before Dark had time to go to the Seven Waters City to see what the situation was, the Navy had already come and was ready to receive the 400 eggs. The person who came was no one else, Jean Guo himself. Because of the pocket token, it was too easy for the Navy to come to the main store of the Magic Cultivation House, and they didn't need to go to the Seven Waters City branch like other people. There were two people accompanying Jean Guo. Zifa and Quzhen. The two generals who will be responsible for distributing Pokemon eggs in the future. Of course, there is a Growlithe beside Zephyr's legs. When the three of them walked into the breeding house and saw the colorful eggs on the lawn, they all widened their eyes. Then the three of them showed completely different expressions. Jean Guo's mouth was almost split open with laughter. Zephyr raised his palm, as if he was curious about his suppressed strength, and Quzhen scratched his curly hair with a headache. Quzhen has begun to worry about who to distribute the Pokemon eggs to. It is really a distressing problem. He has a little difficulty in making choices. And Growlithe's focus is obviously different from that of humans. The first thing he did after entering the breeding house was to pounce on Dark, and then Dark skillfully grabbed the back of Fate's neck. Hey! It seems that the old man is still sharp. Dark breathed a sigh of relief, and his body moved subconsciously just now. Woof! Growlithe was not sad, and happily stuck out his tongue to lick Dark's face. Other Pokemon saw Growlithe coming and ran over to greet this little friend. All of a sudden Growlithe ignored Dark and started playing on the lawn with the group of friends who hadn't seen each other for a long time. I've been waiting for a long time, Marshal Jean Guo. I haven't seen you for a long time. I miss you very much. Dark swallowed his tears of emotion to prevent them from flowing down from the corners of his mouth. Humph! Jean Guo didn't believe Dark's nonsense. He knew what this kid missed in his heart. Without saying much, he took out his pocket token and handed it to Dark. There was enough money saved in it. At the beginning, Jean Guo was shocked when he saw Bailey worth 4 billion disappear in front of him in an instant. He felt more and more the mystery of the breeding house and the words that Dark had entrusted to him. The future is destined to be the era of Pokemon. Okay, 2 billion Baileys, we have indeed received them. Then you can take these 400 Exig cuties back. Please treat these children well, please. Doc stretched out his hand and touched the pocket token. The 2 billion Baileys in the pocket token were converted into 20W magic coins and poured into Doc's system balance. Even though Doc couldn't help being a little excited at this moment, he still calmed down to receive customers. Don't worry, come and check anytime, the person I choose will not be a scum. Zifa raised his chin, he was still very confident in his vision. Also, I will pay for Growlithe myself, you name a price. Woof! Growlithe stared with a pair of wise big eyes and raised his big head confidently. Oh, finally got the recognition of our General Zifa, Growlithe is really amazing. Doc smiled and stretched out his hand to rub Growlithe's furry fat ears. Then Dark pinched his chin and began to ponder, what price should Growlithe be sold to Zephyr? Growlithe is a very good configuration in terms of qualifications, race, appearance, personality, and characteristics, and it is also a Pokemon with an oriental atmosphere. Logically, Dark should offer 200 million or 300 million berries for this price. However, Zephyr was chosen unilaterally by Growlithe at first, and he did not want Growlithe at first. Dark forced it on Zephyr. Although Zephyr has accepted Growlithe and even likes him very much now, this cannot change Dark's semi-forced buying and selling approach. In view of this, Dark did not offer too high a price. 150 million berries. It is only 50 million more expensive than the egg period. This price is relatively low for Growlithe. No problem. Zephyr turned back to get the money without hesitation, and came back with 150 million berries in less than 5 minutes. This was the Growlithe he decided to buy with his own money. It had nothing to do with the navy. Zhang Guo really couldn't afford much money, so he had to let Zifa pay for it himself. Another 15,000 magic coins were deposited. Then it was the process of moving execute. Zhang Guo had already prepared 100 baby carriages outside, and each carriage could hold about 4 execute. The transportation process was not slow. The execute in the store were moved in about a quarter of an hour. The magic breeding house once again returned to its previous empty and deserted environment. Marshal Zhang Guo, these execute will probably be born in 2 weeks. Dake did not forget to remind Zhang Guo. Okay. Zhang Guo nodded, shook his cloak and turned to leave. Well, I will try my best to pick a good candidate for those children. Quzhen left a word awkwardly before leaving, like a guarantee. Well, then I'll leave it to you. After the big order from the Navy was processed, Dark had the startup capital to do other things. The balance in his system is now 228,900 magic coins. He has a lot of things to do now, which makes him a little anxious. Robin, go ask Xiao Feng about the progress of the statistics. Xiao Bei, go to the city of Mejihuang Sidong, buy some display racks and put them in the branch. I plan to get some goods to sell. The current service in our breeding house is too monotonous. Dark arranged it here and there. After it was almost done, he opened his own magic mall. Giratina, shiny, 100W magic coins. Dark stared at the electronic screen in front of him with burning eyes, wishing he could shine. When he found that he could choose whether the Pokémon was a different color without changing the price, Dark was overjoyed. The original color of Giratina is golden red and grey body color and black wings. The heterochromatic Giratina has a silver blue beige body color and black wings. The original Giratina is like a tyrant, full of rage, while the heterochromatic Giratina is like a noble monarch, full of kingly demeanor. For example, it is like Hercules and Gilgamesh in the Holy Grail War. Use 10% off coupon for Pokémon purchase. Giratina, shiny, 10W Pokémon coins. Purchase. At this moment Doc didn't care about the magic coins flowing away like water, his eyes were fixed on Giratina in the magic mall. He watched helplessly as Giratina disappeared in the magic mall. A legendary Pokémon can only be purchased once, and after purchasing it, it can no longer be purchased again. When 10W magic coins disappeared in Dak's system, Doc did not see Giratina appear in the store. Because Giratina is too large, it is placed in the nascent world. Giratina has left a door leading to the nascent world in your bedroom. You can go there by yourself. After Doc received the system's prompt, the excitement in his heart temporarily cooled down. Don't be anxious, think about how to plan the remaining magic coins first. Originally, Doc planned to use another 10W magic coins to buy a seed of special ability, but now he can't buy it directly. Because the guests in the Seven Waters City don't know how many Pokémon eggs they need, what if they spend the Pokémon coins now and don't have enough to buy Pokémon eggs from the Magic Mall? This is one of the reasons why Dark wants Giratina so much. With Giratina's new world, Dark can cultivate Pokémon species by himself and create a place similar to Safari Zone. It's just different from the Safari Zone in animation and games. Here, you don't have to capture Pokémon by fighting, but by impressing Pokémon with your own personality charm or relying on time and time to capture their hearts. The demand for Pokemon eggs will be greatly reduced by then, and Dark will no longer need to go to the Magic Mall so frequently to buy Pokemon eggs. Dark also needs to reserve some Pokemon coins to buy some props. For example, things like Moo Moo Milk and Potion can be sold directly in branches. There are also Pokemon Cube making sets and tree fruits, which can make a large number of Pokemon cubes of different flavors at one time, and can also be sold in the branch. As for things like evolutionary stone/ite and auxiliary props, these will be sold at auctions in the future, and people outside don't need to buy these things now. There are too many places to spend money, and Doc can't even count them all. He has to stay up all night to calculate how many magical coins he needs to spend tonight. Okay, let's go into the reversal. No, let's take a look at the nascent world. Doc temporarily planned the next plan in his mind, and then found the door leading to the nascent world according to the system's prompts. This one. Doc came to the separate bathroom in his bedroom. Fortunately, the door was not in the toilet, but on the innermost wall. It was a mirror-like water surface, but nothing would be reflected on the water surface. Doc tentatively stretched out his hand, and his arm went directly through the water surface, rippling waves, and then Doc stepped in. There was no dizziness or other feelings. The scene suddenly changed, and I came to another space. Here. Dake looked at the scene in front of him and his eyes widened instantly. What appeared in front of him was an endless grassland. Doc felt like he had come to a flat MC. Looking up, there were leisurely clouds and a gentle, non-glaring sun in the sky. The breeze coming from nowhere brought the fragrance of grass. In the distance, there stood a thick and short giant tree. But the tree only looked short because it was too lush and thick. It was not to say that he was really short. The height of the tree was at least 200 or 300 meters, just like the world tree that supported this new world. It was vaguely visible that there were still some fruits in the crown of the tree, but it was unclear what kind of fruit it was. Great! Dake took a deep breath and strolled in this vast grassland. This new world is really perfect. Unlike the chaotic and disordered reverse world, and there are no messy uneven terrains, Doc seems to have turned on the creative mode, just waiting to spend time to change the world according to his own ideas. Chapter 84 This Karen Dragon is a bit strange. System, how big is this world? 100 million square kilometers. What? Doc couldn't keep calm after hearing this number, and was stunned on the spot looking at the surrounding grassland. The area of the Earth is 510 million square kilometers, and the land area is 148 million square kilometers. That is to say, the size of this newborn world is 1/5 of the size of the Earth, or 2/3 of the land area of the Earth. How could this not shock Doc? This grassland is 100 million square kilometers. Doc swallowed his saliva, he didn't dare to imagine it at all. No, the area of the continent under your feet equals the area of the breeding house x 1 million equals 380 million square kilometers, the rest of the continent is all ocean, the land area will expand with the expansion of the cultivation house, the upper limit is 50 million square kilometers. 3.8 million square kilometers. The Great Xia Kingdom where Doc once lived is 9.8 million square kilometers, which means that the area of the land under his feet is about 4/10 of the Great Xia Kingdom. This. When Doc looked at the grassland again, his eyes were full of confusion. How to develop such a large piece of land? This is so useless that it can never be used up. Is this continent the only terrain of grassland? This continent has the same template as the store in the cultivation house, grassland, a tree, and a lake. If you need to add other terrain or buildings, please purchase them in the latest module of the Magic Mall. Same template. Dark pondered the word, and suddenly remembered a question he had been concerned about before. System, how to add the suppression law of the store to this newborn world. The newborn world comes with a more rigorous void suppression law, but you can't feel it. This law is for all creatures except the host and Pokemon, including the clerks in the magical breeding house. Really? That's good, then I'm relieved. Dark heard the system's answer, and a meteorite fell in his heart. He was really worried that some dishonest guys in the pirate world would come to Pokemon Island and secretly do things here with their own strength. Even if there are no such guys in this world, there will be more open worlds in the future, and there will always be a few crazy people who want to do things. With this suppression law, even if there are such guys in the future, Dark doesn't need to worry at all, and he doesn't even need to take action. Relying on other members or Pokemon living here, it is easy to get rid of those dishonest guys. At this time, Dark also has time to check the new module mentioned by the system just now. Magic Mall. There is indeed a new module called Pokemon Island, which is the name that Dark gave to this world. There are many things that were not in the Magic Mall before. Volcano terrain, 1 square meter, 1 magic coin. Snow mountain terrain, 1 square meter, 1 magic coin. Forest terrain. Plateau terrain. Rock mountain terrain. Lake terrain. Flower terrain. Special terrains are generally priced at 1 magic coin per square meter. Dark originally thought that these were the key points, but they were not. The big ones behind were the key points. Sinnoh Alliance Base, 1W magic coin. Pokemon Grand Contest Venue, 5W magic coin. Municipal Pokemon Center, 1000 magic coins. Wallace Cup Coordination Contest Venue, 1W magic coins. Professor Oak Research Institute, 1000 magic coins. Dark was drooling when he saw these buildings. These are completely copied architectural styles from the Pokemon world, except that they do not include related equipment, instruments, office supplies, etc., which Doc needs to purchase by himself. Originally, Doc thought that the buildings in his plan might take more than 10 or 20 years to build, but he did not expect that the system would save him so much trouble. By then, Bing Shan would not need to stay on Pokemon Island all the time, he only needed to work on the projects on the sea. As for Doc, he just needs to think about making money peacefully. Could this be the purpose of the system? Doc suddenly realized the real purpose of the system. All these conveniences are to make me make money honestly? This system aims to cultivate the host into the world's first Pokemon breeder. Making money is secondary. The main purpose is to allow the host to have more time to complete the main task and improve his own cultivation skills. Okay, I believe it. Doc nodded, showing a look of deep agreement. In general, exchanging for Giratina is a huge profit for Dark. Whether it is the newborn world or the new modules in the system, they all make him feel perfect. The only thing that makes Dark feel a little sad is that he is too short of money. The 120,000 magical coins that he thought were quite a lot now feel so cheap. If I want to make this world what I want, it may not be enough to rely on the financial resources of the One Piece world alone. Dark sighed and shook his head. I don't know what this world can be made into after all the money from the celestial dragons and the world government is taken away. There must be hundreds of billions of Baileys. When Dark was already sitting cross-legged on the ground and began to think about how to make money, a huge shadow gradually enveloped him. It's Dark. Dark frowned when he came to his senses, but suddenly, he felt that he seemed to have forgotten something. What was the reason for entering Pokemon Island in the first place? Roar! A deep voice came from the sky behind Doc. Doc turned his head subconsciously and froze in his tracks. He remembered that he was here to see his beloved Karen Dragon. Giratina was floating quietly in the sky in front of Doc, her dark blue eyes just staring at him. Staring at Dark. As we all know, for some first-level gods, controlling their body size is not a difficult task, it depends on their own will. P.S. Here we don't follow the size in the game, it's too low. Since these mythical beasts can be enlarged in movies and animations, let's enlarge them too. So how small can a legendary Pokemon be at its smallest? Each legendary Pokemon is different. For the origin form of Giratina, the smallest is 6.9 m. So how big can it be at its largest? No one has ever studied this. If someone asked before, Dark would say he didn't know, but if someone asks now, Dark will tell him that it's at least 200 meters. Hello. Dark looked at the origin form of Giratina in front of him. The huge body completely shrouded Dark in shadow, and this length is conservatively estimated to be 200 meters in length. Of course, 200 meters is long. In the world of Pokemon, it is definitely a dominant Pokemon, but in the world of pirates, Dark can only say that you are still a baby. In the deep sea of the pirate world, or in those calm zones, there are too many sea kings of hundreds or thousands of meters. Of course, they may not be able to compete in size, but Giratina's fighting power is definitely not something that those sea kings can challenge. Roar! Giratina roared incomprehensibly. Dark tilted his head. Because he and Giratina did not have a high degree of tacit understanding and intimacy, he could not understand what Giratina said for the time being. Dark was a little panicked. It is rumored that Giratina is an extremely violent and brutal Pokemon, even more violent than Yveltal. It was because of her anger against Arceus that she was exiled to the reverse world. Although Giratina will not kill him, after all, she has the intimacy of Earl Dervish on the system side, and Giratina should not hurt Dark even if she is cruel. But if Giratina really has a bad temper, then many of Dark's plans may be hindered. Just as Doc was scratching his hair anxiously, Giratina minimized. In Dak's sight, Giratina became smaller and smaller, and finally became only 7 meters long, which should be the limit of K. Roar! Doc shook his head. I don't know if he heard it wrong just now, he seemed to hear a hint of charm from the voice of the Karen dragon in front of him. Woo! Seeing that Doc had not made any movement, Giratina looked a little anxious, so she directly moved her head over and pushed it into Dak's arms. You know, Giratina has horns on her head. How could Doc bear this? He almost vomited blood. Okay, good girl. Doc endured the pain from his abdomen and reached out to touch Giratina's head. Now he was sure that this Karen dragon was charm, and the growl just now was not an illusion. This Karen dragon is a little weird. But it's good. Dark likes such a friendly and kind Giratina, as long as she is not a bad-tempered guy. Darkrai also poked his head out from Dark's shadow at this time, his one eye full of confusion. Just when Giratina approached, Darkrai was about to attack, but he was shocked by Giratina's voice. Darkrai glanced at Dark. If he heard it right, Giratina seemed to call Dark Daddy. Woo! Just when Darkrai was staring at Giratina furtively, the latter also noticed Darkrai's presence. Giratina's dark blue eyes rolled up all of a sudden, and she crashed into Dark's shadow. Darkrai didn't know what Giratina was doing, so he quickly shrank back into Dark's shadow, but he didn't expect that Giratina would get into Dark's shadow and take him out. Unable to resist, Darkrai was shocked. He could not resist this Giratina at all. Their strength was not at the same level at all. Roar! Giratina threw Darkrai to the ground, roared, and then protected Dark behind her. Wait! Giratina, this is Darkrai, my partner, who has protected me many times. He will be your partner in the future. Dark saw that Giratina seemed to regard Darkrai as an enemy with bad intentions, so he quickly jumped over and hugged Giratina's big tail to stop him from continuing to use force on Darkrai. Woo! Chapter 85 Baby Dragon. Since this Karen dragon was a bit strange, Dark decided to take him to the production room for a checkup. You have to keep it as small as possible. Dark reached out and gently patted the big flying insect beside him, not knowing whether the child could understand. Woo! Giratina blinked. Then, Dark took Giratina out of the Pokemon Island. With Giratina opening the space door herself, they could go directly to the production room without having to go through Dark's bedroom. As soon as they left the Pokemon Island, Giratina uncontrollably changed from the origin form back to another form, and her height reached 4.5 m. The height of the breeding house is 10 meters, so it can accommodate Giratina. However, Giratina's body is still huge, almost occupying most of the remaining space in the production room. Monet, who was in the production room, was frightened by the sudden appearance of Giratina, staring blankly at the terrifying Pokémon that suddenly appeared in front of him. Monet, this is Giratina, our new partner in the breeding house. He is very powerful, maybe even more powerful than Sceptile and Darkrai. Dark saw Monet standing there in a daze and explained to her. Roar! Giratina has two different faces when facing other people and when facing Dark. She was charming like a child just now on the Pokémon Island, but when someone else stared at her, she turned into the cold and arrogant lord of the reverse world. She is also a contrast dragon. He should be saying hello to you. Ah! Oh, hello, Giratina. Monet came back to her senses and bowed to Giratina woodenly, but she was not calm in her heart. Master, please be busy first, I'm going to the toilet. After leaving a word, Monet hurriedly left the production room. Woo! After seeing Monet leave, Giratina returned to her previous appearance, showing a pitiful look to Doc, and her voice seemed a little confused and lost. She doesn't hate you, it's just the first time she met you, she's not familiar with you yet, maybe she's a little shy, it'll be fine in the future. Although Doc still didn't understand what Giratina said, he could probably guess something. He didn't have the heart to say that Monet might be a little afraid of Giratina, who looked too domineering. Not everyone can appreciate the beauty of Karen dragons like him. Come, go inside, I'll check your body. Doc opened the glass door of the inspection device. Giratina walked in honestly with 6 legs, then turned around and looked at Doc pitifully, as if Doc was going to do something cruel to him. Of course, this kind of pitiful look can only be seen with a certain intimacy value. If it weren't for the intimacy value added by the system, Dark might have thought that Giratina was planning how to kill him. It took a long time to check Giratina, much longer than Sceptile and Darkrai, a full 5 minutes, 5 times the time it took Darkrai. Giratina, Flash. Attributes, Ghost, Dragon. Features, Oppression. Qualification, Red. Height, minimum 4.5 m, other forms, 7 m, origin form. Weight, minimum 750 kg, other forms, 650 kg, origin form. Age, 1 day. Level, LV.85, other forms, LV.95, origin form. Skills, Shadow Force, Draco Meteor, Outrage, Giga Impact, Thunder, Earthquake. Dark couldn't keep calm looking at the information on the electronic screen in front of him. The amount of information was too much. First of all, the aptitude, Red. This is the first Red aptitude Pokémon that Dark has seen. This seems to confirm his idea, Red, most likely these first level gods aptitude. Second, Giratina's skill pool. There are a total of 18 attributes, and Giratina has mastered 15 skills, without poison, insect, or fairy. Finally, it is also the most shocking thing for Dark. That is, Giratina is only 1 day old. That is to say, this Giratina is just born, but how can a newly born Giratina be so strong? What's more, Giratina is different from Darkrai. Giratina has always been the one in the Pokémon reverse world since ancient times, and there has never been a second one, not to mention Shiny Giratina, a Pokémon that only appears in the game. So, Dark came to a conclusion. This Giratina is a Pokémon that was just created by the system not long ago. Baby Dragonite. Bang bang bang. Woo woo. Doc looked up blankly after hearing the sound and looked inside the inspection device. Giratina seemed a little uneasy staying inside, and had begun to knock her head against the glass cover. Dark hurriedly went up to open the glass cover and brought Giratina out. Giratina is really amazing. Dark reached out and stroked Giratina's head. Giratina's level is obviously super in the pirate world. This conclusion was drawn by Dark based on Darkrai's combat power. Although the level mark in the pirate world is still LV.100, it seems that there is no difference with Darkrai, but this LV.100 is different from the LV.100 of Darkrai and Sceptile. When Darkrai first appeared, the system pointed out that his strength was equivalent to the strongest person in the history of this world, that is, the level of LV.100. Although Sceptile did not say it clearly, his real strength should be about the same level as the strongest person in the current world history. As for who that person is, it is not clear. It could be who has lived for hundreds of years, or Rox, the king of the last era, or Newgate, the king of this era. No one can tell for sure. But no matter who they are compared with, it is difficult for Darkrai and Sceptile to achieve a significant advantage in fighting against the above three people. These people are obviously close to the top of the world, that is, the level of full level. But Giratina is different. His nature is like others scored 100 points because their ability is only 100 points, but I scored 100 points because the full score is only 100 points. If he goes to fight with those three people, it should not be difficult to kill them instantly, but it should not be difficult to fight like a crushing battle. And this is still in another form. If Dark can exchange the Griseus orb in the future, so that Giratina can also maintain the origin form in the outside world, then Giratina's real level will be directly raised by 10 levels, and then it may be possible to destroy the world. Hee. Looking at the huge baby dragon in front of him, Dark couldn't help grinning. If he had only relied on Sceptile and Darkrai before, he would not have been sure to overthrow the world government and the celestial dragons. Now that he has Giratina, Dark feels that overthrowing the world government and the celestial dragons is no longer a problem. But now the world still needs the world government to maintain a relatively stable situation. Dark will continue to develop with the magic breeding house during this period of time, and the strength will not remain unchanged. Now only Giratina and 3 Pokémon are enough to overthrow the world government, let alone in the future. Since the birth of Giratina, the world government is no longer a big worry for Dark. Now the biggest enemy of the breeding house is time. Only when Pokémon becomes the mainstream of this era and most civilians in this world have the power of Pokémon, can the world government completely disappear from this world. Otherwise, the world government disappears, the navy loses financial support, and now is still the era of great pirates. Then there is no need to think too much. A large number of pirates will definitely emerge from all over the world to burn, kill, and plunder without restraint. At that time, the world will completely become the world of pirates, and ordinary people and kind-hearted people will become lambs to be slaughtered. But when Pokémon becomes the mainstream of the times, the situation will be completely different. Not to mention that ordinary people have the ability to protect themselves like Pokémon. Can pirates still hurt and rob them? Let's say that when Dark holds a Pokémon convention, and takes out those shocking rare props and the world's only champion title as champion rewards, then what is the attraction of One Piece and One Piece? By then, pirates will all be a thing of the past. When pirates can't rob things, can't find treasures, and are hunted by the Pokémon troops of the navy, who will still be a pirate? On the other hand, participating in the Pokémon competition, you are famous and rich, but there is no risk of death. Even if you can't win, you can try to find a job in the Pokémon League by showing your level. This is much better than being a pirate. The era of Pokémon is coming, and trainers will become the mainstream of this ocean. Dark grinned and murmured. He has already seen the beautiful future. Woo! I'll ask you for a lot of help in the future, Giratina. Woo! After that, Dark took Giratina out of the production room and introduced her to everyone. Everyone's reaction was different. Monet still looked a little scared. After all, Giratina always had such a cold and arrogant image. Sugar, Von Clay, and Bellamy thought Giratina was so cool, and walked up to touch this side and rub that side, almost ruining Giratina's cold face. Iceberg was very respectful and dropped 2 drops of cold sweat, but his face could also be seen to the joy. With such a powerful force as Giratina joining, Mr. Tom's safety seems to be no longer a concern. As for Robin, her aesthetics are always different from others. She thinks Giratina is very cute. Doc looked at Giratina for a long time but couldn't find out what's cute about Giratina. For him, if he knows Giratina's true character, then this baby Karen dragon is indeed very cute, but Robin doesn't know, so how did she get the cuteness of Karen dragon? Doc racked his brains but couldn't figure it out. Darkrai also secretly spied on Giratina's true face, so when he looked at Giratina, he used the eyes of an adult looking at a child. A child who can step on him with one foot. As for Sceptile, is there any need to say? Then he must have sharpened his knife to attack Karen. Unfortunately, this time Dark severely stopped Sceptile from challenging Giratina. You are a grandfather who is hundreds of years old, how dare you hit a baby who was just 1 day old? Do you have any shame? Chapter 86 Tens of thousands of orders. The store has become deserted. Because of the emergence of Pokemon Island, the Pokemon in the breeding house will have a wider, freer, and safer living space, so the Pokemon in the store have been sent to Pokemon Island. There is another reason. Giratina is too big and often touches things in the store, so she can only stay in Pokemon Island. Dark is worried that Giratina will be too lonely, so he sent other Pokemon there and let the group of children play with Giratina. Although Giratina is a little restrained at first, you can see his true colors after getting familiar with him. Now there are only Smoochum and Miltank in the store. They definitely want to be with their trainer. When the business in Seven Waters ends, I will buy some Pokemon tribes and put them on Pokemon Island. Dark looked at the balance in his system, which was not much. But there were only a few Pokemon on such a large Pokemon Island, which might still seem too quiet for them. Dark, the pre-order registration for Seven Waters is almost finished. I am so tired. Fong Clay came back with a roll of paper. On the opening day, he almost died of exhaustion from the morning registration to the third night. Let me see. Dark took the roll of paper from Feng Kelei. It recorded the name, address, specific requirements for Pokemon, and the amount that could be paid by the pre-orderer. These were just to let Dark determine what qualifications he needed to buy a Pokemon egg in the Magic Mall. For example, a shipwright needs a partner and assistant who can help him in the shipbuilding process, and the amount prepared is 2 million Baileys. For this kind of situation where Pokemon does not need to become stronger to fight, there is no need to consider the qualification issue. Even Pokemon with white qualification can help, but there are some requirements for the type of Pokemon. After all, Caterpie, Goldeen, and Electrode will definitely not be able to help him. In order to avoid being sued as a foul play consumer, Dark will buy Pokemon eggs according to the other party's amount and requirements. For example, for this shipwright, Dark will buy a fighting Pokemon egg with green qualification, which costs 1.5 million Baileys. Fighting Pokemon, no matter what race, can help this shipwright. The extra 500,000 Baileys are the customization fee with specific requirements for the Pokemon race. Dark asked Feng Kelei to inform the customer when registering for pre-order, so whether to pay this money is entirely up to the customer. If the shipwright's request is that he only needs a Pokemon to accompany him, then Dark would only give him a green qualification egg that costs 1 million Baileys, but he didn't know the specific attributes and race of the Pokemon. It's amazing. According to my investigation, there are about 30,000 local residents in Seven Water City, and more than 10,000 households came to pre-order here, which is more than Onet heard of the number. Are there no guests from outside the island? Dark asked Feng Kelei. He estimated that there should be many people from outside Seven Water City who came to register for pre-order, but the number would definitely not be large. After all, although Dark built and opened the branch, he did not inform the whole sea. Now, only the locals of Seven Water City should know that the Pokemon branch has opened. Dark is worried that after informing the sea, Seven Water City will flood with all kinds of messy people in a short time. Feng Kelei may have to register for the pre-order list for a month, so he decided to let the matter spread slowly. There are some, but I think those guys are a bit sneaky, and I don't know their identities, so I don't register them at all. Well, although there are Navy guards on the side, it is inevitable that some people will sneak in. You try to distinguish them. Dake nodded. These are all problems he has anticipated, and there will definitely be some problems in the future. Things that you don't want to see will definitely cause innocent Pokemon to suffer. Dark can only try to reduce the possibility of such things happening and increase the number of inspection teams as soon as possible. Not only that, he also plans to take some other protective measures. Robin, go contact Morgans and tell him that I'm going to issue a bounty. Bounty? Robin was a little surprised to hear Dark say this, and then asked in confusion, what bounty? A bounty for all trainers around the world who bully their Pokemon. We will personally send people to investigate. If it is true, we will give 50,000 Baileys to the person who provides the information. This bounty can be offered by anyone, whether it is the Navy, the Revolutionary Army, pirates, merchants, or intelligence dealers. This is one of the protective measures that Dark has temporarily thought of. It will definitely be of some use. After all, this bounty can be offered by anyone, and it covers almost every corner and field of the world. As long as there are people, there will definitely be people watching this bounty. When their Pokemon League grows stronger, the trend of this era will gradually change, and the probability of such things happening will become smaller and smaller, and then such a bounty can be withdrawn. Okay, I'll contact them now. Robin nodded. Monet, Xiaofeng, you two count the information on it, and then according to the position table I taught you, give it to me in the evening. Okay. X2. Bellamy, come with me to the Whitebeard Pirates. No problem. After that, Dark handed the paper to Feng Kelly, and then took Bellamy out of the store. On the Moby Dick. Dark walked out of the kitchen door with Bellamy, and casually pulled a member of the Whitebeard Pirates over, asking him to tell Newgate that they were here. Soon, the flaming bird that Marco transformed into flew from the sky and landed in front of Dark and Bellamy. Fortunately, we are not enemies with the magic breeding house. Your ability to attack other people's base camps is too terrifying. Marco shook his head. If one day all the Whitebeard Pirates were in rest, and Dark came with Pokemon to destroy them, there might not be many people who could react. You also said that we are not enemies. Dark waved his hand. As long as it is not the world government and the celestial dragons, Dark will basically not take the initiative to attack any force or organization. Why did you suddenly come here? You should be very busy now. Marco led Dark and the others to find Newgate, and at the same time did not forget to ask Dark's intention of coming here. My new clerk, Bellamy, has good talent. I want to find him a teacher of physical skills and haki. Dark pointed at Bellamy beside him, who nodded to Marco obediently. Ah? Find it from us? With your relationship with the Navy, it would be fine even if you go directly to Zephyr or Garp. Marco looked at Bellamy with some surprise. He didn't expect that Dark would be so good to his clerk and go to the Whitebeard Pirates to find a teacher for him. That's right. In addition to you, I plan to take him to the Navy to find Zephyr and learn haki and 6 styles. Hey, you are too greedy. You actually want to take over the Navy and Pirates. Marco patted Dark's shoulder. It is estimated that only Dark can do such a thing in the whole ocean. Dark shook his head without giving a specific explanation. Each physical warrior has different focuses. For example, Marco is good at using legs, Jaws is good at using arms, Zephyr is good at using wrists, and Garp is good at using fists. And Dark plans to train Bellamy into an all-round physical monster and a hexagonal warrior. Dad, I brought it. Marco came to the deck at the bow. Looking at Dark, Newgate seemed to always sit there and drink, with a pink egg hanging on his white beard. It's really a good thing that Newgate doesn't think such a life is boring. Hey, Dark, long time no see. Well, it's been a while since I last saw you. I came here this time. Dark stated his purpose, introduced Bellamy next to him, and also stated his conditions. Don't you always want to buy 10 more Pokemon eggs? That money will be used as Bellamy's tuition. Oh? No problem, Marco and Jaws will teach him. Newgate nodded. In fact, even if Dark didn't pay, he wouldn't refuse. In his opinion, Dark and the Magic Breeding House are already friends of the Whitebeard Pirates, so this little favor is nothing, since his sons are usually idle. You don't have any requirements for Pokemon, right? No. Newgate shook his head indifferently. What's there to ask for? The Whitebeard Pirates don't lack anything. Okay. Dark didn't say anything nonsense and directly opened the magic mall. Random Pokemon egg, 500 magic coins. Buying 10 eggs costs 5,000 magic coins, which is equivalent to directly buying 10 blue Pokemon eggs. 1 white 5 green 3 blue 1 purple. He won a purple egg, which is worth 5,000 magic coins. The real value of this 10 pool is 6,755 magic coins. If Dark sells these eggs, it will be 135.1 million Baileys, which is the tuition fee Dark paid for Bellamy on the pirate side. At least it is worth it in Dark's opinion. If Bellamy is motivated enough and uses this money to train a top human warrior on the sea, it will be a big profit. Later, Dark took Bellamy to the Navy and did the same thing. Zeph didn't want to bring a newcomer with no foundation, but when Jean Guo heard that there was an egg, he agreed to it on his behalf. 3 green 7 blue. The real value is 3,650 magic coins. The bet failed. It seems that the Navy is not very lucky. But Jean Guo obviously doesn't think so. In his opinion, it doesn't matter whether Zifa brings one person or a bunch of people. It doesn't make any difference to put one in. Instead, he made a net profit of 10 Pokemon eggs, which is equivalent to exchanging a little labor for 10 future combat forces of the Navy. A huge profit. Zeph still complained a little, saying that it was not Sengoku who spent time to teach him. Sengoku angrily rebuked him, saying that Zifa didn't know the cost of firewood, rice, oil, and salt without managing the family. The two old guys from the last era almost got into a fight, and there was a garp next to them to add fuel to the fire. Fortunately, they were persuaded by Crane in the end. Chapter 87 Comprehensive Arrangement. Now that the opening storm has passed, Dark asked Iceberg to send away all the people blocking the door of the store. Although there are still many people watching, the situation is obviously not as crowded as at the beginning. The reason why Dark sent these people away is that when the Pokemon eggs arrive, they will be delivered to the door. And now, Dark is preparing the goods to be placed on the display shelves of the branch store. Moo Moo Milk, 5W Baileys/bottle. Banana Fruit, 100 Baileys/piece. Poke Cube, 500 Baileys/3 pieces. Potion, 1000 Baileys/bottle. Super Potion, 5000 Baileys/bottle. These are all relatively common things, and the prices are not expensive for people living in the Seven Water City. They are also props that trainers may use in their daily lives. Originally, first-generation Pokemon Ball was also going to be put on the shelves, but the main quest has not been completed and the machine has not been made. Dark is still a little distressed about the completion of the main quest. The growth of the little guys is not slow, but it is difficult to fight exciting battles. Giratina is a Pokemon that can also complete this main quest because of the age bug, but the problem is that there is no Pokemon that can fight with it. Darkrai and Sceptile might be able to fight together, but they are not old enough. This led to the temporary suspension of the main task. Dark has decided that if he can't think of any solution in a few days, he will hold an exhibition match in the Seven Water City. Then let 100 ordinary people watch this exhibition match. For ordinary people, the fight between the little guys is quite exciting. Dark, the statistics are finished. Fon Clay, who was busy with statistics with Monet, finally completed the task and handed a form to Dark. Thank you for your hard work. Have a good rest. Dark took the form that Feng Clay and Monet sorted out and took a look. Then he ran back to the bedroom and immediately began to calculate how many magic coins he would spend to buy Pokemon eggs. Fortunately, I didn't rush to exchange special abilities at the beginning, otherwise the magic coins might not be enough. Dark frowned and took a pen to write and draw on another piece of paper. Tens of thousands of orders. Nearly 2/3 of them are for green qualified Pokemon eggs, which may cost about 350,000 magic coins. Among the remaining Onet herd, the vast majority are for white qualified Pokemon eggs, which only cost 17,000 magic coins, although the orders for blue qualified Pokemon eggs are only about 500, it costs about 250,000 magic coins. Those who have the money to buy blue qualified Pokemon eggs are basically nobles and wealthy businessmen living in the inner city of Seven Water City or senior bosses of major shipbuilding companies. These people need some Pokemon that are strong enough and loyal to protect their lives, so they would rather take out the money they usually use to hire the group of human bodyguards and plan to train a powerful Pokemon. It costs about 520,000 magic coins, and if it is sold, it should get about 13,30,000 magic coins. Doc roughly calculated it and came up with such an exaggerated number. After deducting the cost, it should make a net profit of 800,000 magic coins. But this money cannot be obtained all at once. Because Dark didn't have enough cost, he could buy all the Pokemon eggs at once and then sell them. During this period, some people might regret it and give up buying Pokemon eggs because they didn't want to follow the trend. It's also possible that the breeding house would find that the customer's behavior was not good and give up selling the Pokemon eggs. These are all possible events. Dark decided to do it little by little and start the business of white qualification eggs. Most of these people are ordinary people with ordinary lives. What they need is a partner or family in their daily lives. They don't have any requirements for Pokemon, and it's not a painstaking effort. Chow's sudden decision. 1.7W magic coins are not a lot, and Dark can afford them. Dark came to the Pokemon Island first, because only here can there be space for so many Pokemon eggs. Woo! When Dark arrived, the magic mall was not open yet, and Baby Dragon came over by smelling the smell. Giratina ran into Dark's arms as soon as she appeared. The force was not strong, but she still knocked Dark out more than 10 meters away. At least Dark had prepared in advance and used the armament haki to do some defense, otherwise he would definitely be injured. Giratina is too strong and too small, so she often can't control her strength. However, Dark is not afraid that Giratina will hurt other people, because Giratina is usually very cold and will not take the initiative to contact other humans. As for other Pokemon, Giratina is a little shy and rarely takes the initiative to get close to them. It seems that she is a social phobia. Okay. Dark quickly reached out and patted Giratina's head. At the same time, he also noticed the little guys on Giratina's body. It seemed that they had gotten along well with Giratina. It took a few minutes to appease the Wulong and let him lie down on the grass obediently. Then Dark opened the magic mall. He immediately bought nearly 3,500 white qualified Pokemon eggs. The next moment, a dense crowd of execute surrounded Dark and several Pokemon. Looking around, the surrounding lawns were full of colorful Pokemon eggs. Even Giratina's two dark blue eyes were stunned for a moment. She raised her neck and looked around. For a while, she didn't react to what was going on. Eevee. Sister Eevee reacted the fastest. She jumped off Giratina's back, then tiptoed carefully in the gap between execute, smelling this egg, then smelling that egg. There are 106,900 magic coins left. Doc glanced at the balance in the system, which was the amount left after purchasing the white qualification egg. Giratina, take me over there, okay? Doc patted the baby dragon beside him who was carefully touching an egg with his nose, and then pointed in another direction. Woo! Giratina was of course happy, and lowered her head to let Doc climb on her back. When Doc really came to Giratina's back, he was very excited. He was riding a Karen dragon. It was a shiny Karen dragon. The master of reverse world. This is really hot. Soaring in the sky, watching the grass under your feet passing by as if it was blurred, this feeling is indescribably exciting. Stop here. Dark didn't let Giratina fly far, and stopped after arriving at an open area nearby. The balance in the system was gone like water, and Dark bought another 2,000 green eggs. These 2,000 eggs belonged to those customers with special requirements, that is, specially customized Pokemon eggs. Dark already knew the attributes of each one, and the selling price would be 500,000 Baileys more than the original price. After purchasing these Pokemon eggs, the balance of magic coins in Dark's system was only 6,900 magic coins. Before selling all these Pokemon eggs, there was no money to continue buying Pokemon eggs from the Magic Mall. Dark called all the other shop assistants except Iceberg and Bellamy over. Septal, you just need to keep guarding the branch. Xiao Feng, please deliver all the Pokemon eggs to the customers. I will ask Darkrai to protect you in secret. Dark pointed to the white Pokemon eggs. Because there is no customization requirement, there is no need to pay special attention to who the corresponding owner of each egg is. Dark will stay in Pokemon Island for the next few days and will not go out, so there is no need for Darkrai to continue guarding. What should be guarded now are the Pokemon eggs. Robin, please contact the underground world and recruit a group of mercenaries to temporarily serve as inspectors of our magic cultivation house in the Seven Waters City. They will patrol the city in 3 shifts 24 hours a day. I don't believe that with the triple protection of the Navy, mercenaries, and bounty missions, anyone dares to take action against our eggs. This is the first batch of Pokemon eggs sold publicly, and it is also the first step in the creation of the Pokemon era. Dark attaches great importance to it. There will definitely be problems, but Dark will do his best to reduce the possibility of problems, even if it costs more money. He exchanged the remaining 6,900 magic coins in the system into 6,900 Baileys, which will be used to recruit this group of mercenaries. Not only will he recruit a group of superiors who are good at this from the underground world, but Dark also plans to find a group of local gangsters in the Seven Waters City. As long as they have not done anything bad, he will try to train them into inspectors of the future alliance. In the original book, the Frankie family was very good, and the worst person in it was not bad. They are just small hooligans, most of whom are unemployed vagrants who have encountered failure in life and started to muddle through and degenerate. Although they have no fighting power and no special skills, they are decent people. Dark will not be afraid of being backstabbed after recruiting them. They are completely different from the mercenaries recruited in the underground world. When Frankie was captured, those people were not only willing to bow their heads and beg the Straw Hat Pirates, but also rushed directly to the Judicial Island, which is known as There Is No Return, just to bring their boss back. You must know that they are just a group of ordinary hooligans. Because of this action, they may be rewarded and enter a dark life of running around forever, but this group of people still did it. Although these people did not appear as much as Fengkele in the original work, what they did was not much worse than Fengkele in Dark's eyes. They are all partners who can be trusted. Monet and Sucrose, come with me to mark these Pokemon eggs in the next 2 days. Dark pointed to the batch of customized Pokemon eggs in front of the Monet sisters. He needed to write the addresses of the corresponding customers on these eggs to avoid that Fengkele and Darkrai would deliver them to the wrong place. That's about it. Let's get busy. I'll recruit more people when I'm a little free in a few days. Chapter 88 Killing the Chicken to Scare the Monkey. Today, the Seven Waters City is quite lively. Because today, the Pokemon Egg Delivery Bird in the Magic Breeding House has begun to deliver Pokemon eggs door to door. Of course, the Egg Delivery Bird is a name given by the people of the Seven Waters City themselves. In fact, the identity of this bird is Fengkele, not a Pokemon. At this time, Fengkele held a bag with about 10 Pokemon eggs in his 2 paws, and he was heading to the address of the next customer. Bang! A clear gunshot suddenly came from the alley below. Feng Kele looked down and continued to fly forward calmly. Although he was learning the two color domineering from dark, his daily life was busy and progress was slow, so he had not learned it yet and could not dodge bullets. But it didn't matter. Dark had anticipated this and asked the elusive Darkrai to protect him and the Pokemon eggs. Darkrai may be lurking in every shadow of this city. Those rats who sneaked in thought that the shadows were the best hiding place, but in fact, the farther away from the shadows, the safer they were. At least, they could die slower. The gunshot caused a small commotion in the Seven Waters city. When the people in that area came to the Navy, they found that there was nothing in the alley where the gunshot was heard. Has the person run away? Perhaps only Feng Qilai has the answer to this question. Feng Qilai did not encounter any emergencies along the way. Whether there were no such people who didn't know how to live or die, or those people were killed by Darkrai before they took action, Feng Qilai didn't know. Anyway, he was only responsible for delivering the eggs. When night fell, Feng Qilai delivered the next egg of the day's plan and returned to the cultivation house branch. He was stunned in the sky. Hundreds of wooden stakes were erected in the open space in front of the cultivation house, and a head was inserted into each of them. Feng Qilai didn't even need to consider who these people were. There was no doubt that they were people who planned to attack him or the cultivation house branch along the way today. It's just that. Does Darkrai know about this? Fon Clay swallowed his saliva. He had always had a very kind impression of Darkrai. He really couldn't imagine the scene where Darkrai ordered Darkrai to put the heads of these people in front of the branch. Fon Clay didn't mention this matter on his own initiative. But he had the answer in his heart and had an accurate judgment of what Darkrai did. Darkrai was serious about his ambition to destroy the world government and create a new era of peace. The next day, this bloody scene made the entire Seven Waters city abuzz. It was not the people from the magic breeding house who came out to explain, but the Rear Admiral of the Navy headquarters stationed at the nearby Navy base. After verification by the Rear Admiral, 30% of the people killed were bounty hunters, and most of the rest were bounty hunters in the underground world, who should have been hired. As for the remaining few unfamiliar faces, even if I had never seen them, I guess they were not good people when they were with these people. This gave the people of Seven Waters, who were living a boring life, something new to talk about after dinner. At the same time, those who had originally bought Pokemon eggs and intended to show off hid the eggs, and no one dared to tell others that they had Pokemon eggs. This was not what Dark wanted to see. Pokemon should not be a treasure that could be snatched or hidden by anyone. Before this batch of Pokemon were born, he must change this situation. At night, offshore off the north coast of Seven Waters, Dark and Iceberg were floating on the sea on a small sailboat, eating the specialty of Seven Waters together. Before peace comes, there will always be a huge war. This process is bound to involve bloodshed. If we don't let others bleed, it has to be us. Doc looked at the calm sea in front of him. One day, the sea outside the city of Seven Waters will no longer be so calm. Perhaps there will be a group of migrating lapras singing by, or whalemer spraying whales, or Gyarados and melodic intertwining their hearts on the sea under the moonlight. That era must have been beautiful. Doc, the sea train is almost finished. Iceberg seemed to have no intention of discussing peace with Dark. He didn't have such lofty ambitions. Oh? So fast progress. Well, thanks to the people you asked Xiao Feng to find, they helped us a lot. Iceberg smiled a little relaxed. He hadn't felt so relaxed for a long time since Tom went to court last time. Nothing, we are all partners. Dark waved his hand indifferently, and asked, has the world government contacted you? No, I'm afraid we have to wait until the sea train is fully built. Iceberg shook his head, and then looked a little distressed. Mr. Tom is unwilling to hand over the Karen design drawings no matter what, and he is even more unwilling to leave the Seven Water City like this, so I may have to ask Septal or Darkrai to save him at that time. It's within expectations, don't worry, Tom won't die. Dark beat yawn, and it's not difficult to save Tom. If Darkrai takes action, the world government won't even know who rescued Tom. Mr. Tom is very grateful for your willingness to help. He said that when the sea train is completed, he will join me in the breeding house, but he may still focus on the project that makes Seven Waters float. Oh? This is a great thing. Ha 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 ha, maybe we can make Seven Waters one of the most famous Pokemon cities in the world in the future. I already have an idea. When Doc heard that Tom was going to join, he couldn't help showing joy on his face. There is no way, Tom's craftsmanship is too strong. He is undoubtedly the leader of the shipbuilders in this world and this era. With his helping hand, the various projects of the breeding house can be carried out on two fronts. As for the future Pokemon City plan for Seven Waters, he benchmarked Hone Region Pseudopolis City. The name of this city may be a little unfamiliar, but a particularly famous person was born here. Later Hone Champion, the master of the gorgeous competition Wallace. It can be said that Pseudopolis City is the most gorgeous city in the Pokemon world, and the water-type culture here is particularly strong, because Pseudopolis Gym is a water attribute gym, and Wallace is also a water attribute champion. Coincidentally, there is a lot of water in the Seven Water City. Originally, Fram was going to come with us, but Mr. Tom stopped him. That guy's dream is to build a dream ship and watch him reach the end of the world. Iceberg looked up at the twinkling stars in the sky. Both Mr. Tom and I hope that he can ride on his own ship in the future, watch and accompany it to fulfill his dream, and don't wrong himself to stay with us all the time. That guy doesn't look like he has the patience to stay in one place and do nothing. Yes, he has been restless since he first came to the wreck island, causing trouble everywhere, and only Mr. Tom is willing to take him in. Duck looked at Iceberg and suddenly became interested, telling him about Frankie's childhood. This was a good experience for Dark. He could learn about the past of the characters in the original book, so he listened with interest. However, he could not help glancing into the cabin from time to time. That guy really likes to eavesdrop. With Frankie's easily moved personality, he must have opened his mouth and cried silently. The night passed quickly, and the next day came quietly. Fon Clay started another day of delivering eggs. Darkrai was much more relaxed today. Not only that, the mercenaries that Robin had found were already in place. Robin seemed to have found people from nearby islands, so those people arrived very quickly. There were only 90 people. It sounds like a small number. But these people are not ordinary. You have to know that Robin spent 2.3 million Baileys on each person, and the duration of the employment was only 1 month. First, there are not many people doing this business on the nearby islands, and second, these people are enough. The area of the Seven Waters City itself is not large, it is just a small island. It just looks prosperous and lively, so people ignore its size. Each class has 30 people, and there are 3 shift leaders in rotation. Doc even found 2 very interesting people in this list of hires. One is called Galdino and the other is called Mishita. Sounds strange? Okay, let us change the name. Mr. 3 and Miss Valentine. The former is needless to say, he is the famous vice chairman of the Cross Union who came to the sea last. The latter is a light and heavy berry ability user, the partner of Booger Explosion, the woman wearing a yellow mini dress and holding a parasol. These 2 have not joined the Baroque works yet, and Crocodile may not even recruit Das Glacias. Gardino was originally a down-and-out worker. He was hunted down after accidentally eating the candleberry of his boss. Now he is a new mercenary who has to come to the underground world to make a living. Makita's situation is similar. Her dream is to open a chocolate shop, but she has no funds, so she plans to rely on the berry ability to come to the underground world. She heard that money can be made quickly here, and she wants to see if she can quickly accumulate a batch of startup funds for opening a store. Robin's vision is very sharp, and she chose these two new underground world newcomers who have no work experience. She also expressed her thoughts to Dark without any concealment. That is to try to attract these two people to join the inspection team of their breeding house, and make them Bellamy's subordinates in the future. After all, Dark told everyone that the breeding house is very short of manpower, especially the inspection team. As for their character, Robin plans to observe them slowly. Chapter 89. Then go and become a valuable person. Actually, Dark is not too worried about the character of these people. After all, they are familiar figures. Sometimes Dark really sighs at the vision of Doflamingo and Crocodile. Awesome! The future of the Pokémon League cannot be built without the contributions of these two. No wonder they are all figures who can become bosses. They have really sharp vision and choose talented people. Let's talk about Gardino first, Mr. 3. This person's resume is forced to be eye-catching. I don't know whether to say that this person is lucky or unlucky. He is always involved in various major events. The key is that he has played a unique role, especially during the war at the top. First, he used a candle wall to block Magellan's monstrous poison wave, then he risked his life to go straight to the execution platform, and at the critical moment, he used a candle wall to block Sengoku's attack. Finally, he used the candle key to unlock the sea stone handcuffs of Ace and Marco. Before that, he almost wiped out the Straw Hat Pirates in the small garden, and was almost forced to cut off his own feet by Zoro. Even if you don't look at these outrageous achievements of Gardino, just the words that Mr. 3 said when he fell from the execution platform were enough to change Dark's view of this person. If I say that the reason I appear here is to mourn my dead compatriots, will you laugh at me? Although this person is very cowardly most of the time, he has his own bottom line for survival. When Von Clay held the entire Imperden alone for them, Gardino thought that Von Clay was destined to die, so he risked his life to step onto the execution platform, waiting for an opportunity to fulfill Von Clay's last wish, helping hand Luffy to rescue Ace. Besides, Miss Valentine, the character Michita. No, not just this character, but also the other people in Baroque works, none of them would abandon their companions. Of course, this companion does not include Crocodile, who originally planned to send Von Clay to kill Mr. 3. When Crocodile was defeated and Baroque works was disbanded, Miss Valentine, Saffron Joe, and Mr. 5 were originally safe in the small garden, but when they learned that Mr. 3 was surrounded by the Navy on the resort island, they resolutely left the small garden to rescue him, but were caught by Hina on the resort island. Coincidentally, Von Clay had just escaped from Hina not long ago, and when he learned that they were caught, he immediately rushed back to rescue them. At the critical moment, Von Clay appeared and fought with the Navy to save them, and then the three of them took the opportunity to rescue the imprisoned Miss Two Fingers, Christmas, Mr. 4 and the dog. The result of the final battle on the resort island was that Mr. 2 and Mr. 3 were arrested, the other members of the Baroque works fled, and the latter two were imprisoned in Imperden, and there was no chance to rescue them. As for Crocodile and Mr. 1, they were captured in Alabasta long ago. Knowing this, Dark believed that Gardino and Mikita could be trained. Robin, go find these two guys and ask them if they are willing to join the magic breeding house. Ah? Don't you need to observe them for a while? Robin was a little stunned. Forget about the Monet sisters and Bellamy. These three people are ordinary civilians and are basically unlikely to be bad guys. But Gardino and Mikita are different. They are in the underground world. Even newcomers in the underground world may not be good guys. Who would run there normally? These two people are not hunted by the world government and the Navy like her. After you bring them in, you can slowly observe them. I'll ask Robin to pay more attention to this matter. Okay. Robin really likes this feeling of being needed. This will make her clearer. Clearly sensed that he was a member of the breeding house, everyone's partner. Well, let them lead a team each, responsible for patrolling at different time periods. Train these two people, I'll go to the back streets of the Seven Water City. No, Giratina is here. Dark shook his head and pointed to his shadow with a smile. A pair of blue pupils appeared in the shadow at the right time. Although the color of Darkray's pupils was the same, Darkray was one-eyed. Most ghost-type Pokémon have the ability to enter the shadow or hide in the dark. Because many races of ghost-type Pokémon can virtualize their bodies or make their bodies transparent, they can easily pass through walls, and they will not even be hit by general and fighting skills. The best one is undoubtedly Marshadow, who also has ghost attributes. This is a master-level figure who sneaks into the shadow. His special ability, the power, is to sneak into all shadows, mimic the target's behavior and power, understand the target's mood and feelings, and then surpass the target. As for Darkray, Dark also doesn't understand why a pure dark Pokémon can enter the shadow space. This is an ability that Darkray has shown in the original work. Anyway, even without Darkray's personal protection, Giratina can enter the shadow to protect Dark. It's just that for Giratina, he doesn't seem to like staying in the shadow. But there is no way. The process of Fengkele delivering eggs cannot be without the protection of Darkray, and the other employees. I am worried about letting Dark go alone, so I have to let Giratina down today. Dark has already marked the customized eggs. Next, he just needs to wait for Fengkele to deliver the eggs and get the money back before he can make the next batch of transactions. Take advantage of the rare free time now. Dark plans to go to the Seven Waters City to recruit those unemployed vagrants into the breeding house. No, maybe it is more appropriate to recruit them into the future Pokémon League. These people will not become the core personnel of the breeding house. The core personnel are only those who are in charge of power, that is, the people in the breeding house now. And the people who are about to be recruited will become Bellamy's subordinates in the future, becoming a member of the Alliance Inspection Force. After Dark left the breeding house, he began to wander around the streets of the Seven Waters City. It was quite easy to find the people in Frankie's family. For example, the pair of big sisters next to Frankie were very conspicuous, and the unemployed vagrants like Zanbei were also hanging around the door of the bar all day. The outer city is so small in total, and there are very few small streets and alleys with bars. Sure enough, Dark found this group of people in less than an hour. Of course, it may also be related to the current time. It was 10 o'clock in the evening, just when these guys came out of the bar after drinking. Wahahaha! Uncle Zanbei is also killing at the wine table today. What? Zanbei, you are not good at all, Danzei is the best. A group of guys who walked crookedly and held bottles of wine in their hands walked forward in the alley, arm in arm, towards Dark. Of course, they had no ill will towards Dark. They were so dazed that they didn't even know there was a person standing in front of them. But Dark didn't have time to deal with them at this time. His eyes were on a pair of sisters who came out of the bar. Am I remembering it wrong? It turns out that the square sisters at this time didn't have square hairstyles. Dark's sight was mainly on the heads of Jiwei and Mose. The two of them still had afros similar to Snub Bull. Speaking of which, the looks and figures of the sisters were not bad. They were also women with good looks among the pirates. The only thing that was strange was the long nose and hairstyle. When Dark was thinking about what to say to this group of people, a man walked out of the bar and his hands naturally touched the waists of the square sisters. You bastard, what are you doing to the little sister of our brothers? Let go of your hands. Before Dake could speak, the Zanbeis who were walking in front of him immediately became angry. They, who often drank together, had a good relationship with each other. Because they were all unemployed vagrants without families and not favored by major shipyards, they might have some sympathy for each other, so the older brothers usually took good care of the young Cube sisters and did not allow other hooligans to touch them. Get out of here! Unfortunately, the gangsters who targeted the Cube sisters this time didn't seem to be normal people. They were quite strong and beat Zanbei and others to the ground in just a few moves. Zanbei and his group were usually exhausted by alcohol. They could bully those rubbish gangsters by relying on their numbers, but they would become weak shrimps if they met someone who could fight, not to mention that their heads were still confused now. The magic breeding house opened these days, and the news gradually spread to the surrounding seas. All kinds of monsters and ghosts, big and small, all came to the Seven Waters City to watch the fun, and the one in front of them was obviously one of them. Don't say it, the Navy doesn't necessarily care about such things, because after the opening of the Great Pirate Era, the number of thieves increased suddenly, and they were busy catching pirates and had insufficient manpower. Hey, you! Dark shook his head, walked forward, and without even waiting for the gangster to speak, he raised one hand and grabbed the other's chin and pinched it, causing the man to faint from the pain. Dark's current strength cannot be compared with Darkrai, Sceptile, and Giratina. There are not many people in the whole sea who can compare with them. Except these three, Dark's strength is absolutely number one in the magic breeding house. Well, it is not easy to beat such a gangster. Thank you, brother. Zanbei was stunned for a moment, then stood up with the help of the wall to thank Dark. This person is obviously not an ordinary character. In addition to the necessary thanks, he has to be more polite. At this time, the Cube sisters also sobered up a little, ran over and bowed slightly. Why are you a group of gangsters? Dark lowered his head and glanced at the people lying everywhere on the ground. He couldn't stand up because he was not beaten, but because he was still drunk. Hee, brother, we are just a group of worthless people. If someone else said this to Zanbei, he would definitely be annoyed, but facing Doc, he could only smile awkwardly. Because Doc just helped them, and they couldn't beat Doc. As for being annoyed? It's not that he thinks the other party is wrong, but he knows that the other party is right. He is a little angry. They are just a group of hooligans. A group of hooligans who know that they are useless but are unwilling to admit it. Then go and become a valuable person. Chapter 90 Accumulate teaching experience in advance. It has been 3 days since Fengkele started to deliver Pokemon eggs. All white eggs have been delivered, and green eggs are also being delivered. It is expected to be completed in 2 days. Doc has not been idle these days. Before, Dark had promised Sengoku that Helping Hand would raise a special Pokemon-related team of about 30 people, so as to better take care of the hundreds of Pokemon babies that were about to be born in the Navy in the future. These 30 people were temporarily divided into 3 classes: Logistics class, Biology class, and Scientific Research class. The Logistics class is responsible for ensuring that the Pokemon babies have all the supplies they need at any time. Dark will teach them the necessary props or consumables for all races in the daily life of Pokemon. As for the specific props required by each Pokemon race, such as Ponyard's protective clothing, they will be explained in more detail in the future Pokemon School. After all, there is not much time. At this time, the 410 eggs in the Navy headquarters will take about 10 days to hatch. Now they are placed in the Underground Research Institute of Marineford and are under heavy guard. In the next few days, one of Sengoku, Zifa, or Kuzan must guard within a 3-kilometer range nearby. Biology class. Here we study the nature of creatures like Pokemon, the stages of growth, the attribute relationships between Pokemon, etc. This class has the heaviest tasks and the most profound content to learn. In the future, this biology class of the Navy is very likely to produce some Pokemon professors, but now Dark can only teach some superficial knowledge in these 10 days. For example, what are the 18 attributes of Pokemon, and the obvious characteristics of various attributes, such as the elusiveness and naughtiness of ghost Pokemon, and the confusion and perception of emotions of psychic Pokemon. Also, we mention the necessary stage of Pokemon evolution, so as not to shock the Navy when Pokemon evolution changes. As for more detailed and advanced content, there are too many, and we can only wait until the Pokemon Academy opens in the future to teach. For example, the special conditions required for the evolution of some Pokemon, the different evolution forms caused by different Pokemon evolution methods, Pokemon egg groups and genetics, Pokemon Mega Evolution, Pokemon Ancient Fossil Resurrection, and the impact of Pokemon's living environment. Doc himself has not studied these things thoroughly, and can only read the information given by the system. How can he tell the Navy now? The development speed of the breeding house is still a factor in their research. Research class. The work here is a bit similar to the assistance of the professors in the Pokemon world. Helping hand Pokemon professors operate various machines and have a clear understanding of the average physical data of various Pokemon races. This position does not say that you have to be proficient in a certain field, but you must have some understanding of all fields, from training Pokemon to treating Pokemon. You must master some basic content. Whatever research and investigation the professor wants to do, his head must keep up with the progress, instead of being confused. Dak's teaching task has been in the process of teaching since the day Feng Kelei sent the egg. It is to go to the naval base next to the breeding house branch to teach. During this process, Giratina did not provide close protection. Doc did not want to let this baby dragon stay in the shadow space, but Septal would accompany Doc. It just so happened that some things that were difficult for the Navy to understand by just explaining could be explained through Septal cooperated to demonstrate. It is now evening, and Duck is giving the last class to the biology class. Pokemon is a very emotional magical creature. The biggest motivation for them to do something is undoubtedly the feedback of positive emotions such as expectations, trust, and sincerity from the trainer. In the world where Pokemon was born, the experimental conclusion that the more feelings the trainer puts into Pokemon, the faster the Pokemon becomes stronger has been proven by thousands of years of history. What Duck said is actually his own thoughts. As for whether there is such a conclusion in the Pokemon world next door, Duck does not know. Professor Oak's research on the theme of the relationship between people and Pokemon has not yet produced an accurate result. Duck has said similar things countless times in the teaching of the 3 classes of the Navy. The purpose is of course to make the Navy put more energy and sincerity into Pokemon. This is a kind of implicit brainwashing, but Duck believes that what he said is the truth, and he will say it to the world in the future. Bonds evolution, mega evolution, return skills, etc., there are too many things to prove what he just said. People in this world will sooner or later study this law. Dark just told them in advance. What Dark said naturally shocked the Navy. Thousands of years? How many years of history have they studied? No one doubted what Dark said. In the field of Pokemon, Dark is the authority in the eyes of this group of people. Because Pokemon was brought to this world by Dark, and the strongest Pokemon in the world is in Dark's hands, why don't others believe it? If you want to question this person's statement, then first you have to cultivate Pokemon that can beat Septal, Darkrai, and Giratina, and then question it with results. Not only that, Dark also mentioned a little about the lifespan of Pokemon. Most Pokemon have a very long lifespan. For example, Septal next to me is over 200 years old, but he has just entered the prime of his life. If you cultivate a Pokemon well, you may be able to pass it down as a family protector for 10 or 8 generations. Dake did not specifically say how long the dragon, grass, and ghost attributes can live, nor did he specifically say how short the lifespan of the bug type is. He was worried that this would make these people discriminate against the attributes. This is a problem that is bound to happen. The Pokemon world cannot avoid such problems. Doc can only try to slow him down. Besides, when these people find that the bug type has a short lifespan, they will definitely find another feature of the bug type, that is, the growth cycle is also short. They can enter the final stage of the race at the fastest speed among the 18 attributes and their combat power is formed very quickly. There will always be people who fall in love with the advantages of the bug type, and then a lot of bug-catching boys will pop up. On the other hand, the dragon type is a late bloomer. Of course, the people in this world don't know about this for the time being, as they are still immersed in Septal's age. Everyone is a little excited. If there is such a Pokemon in the family, even if the offspring is not talented, at least there is no need to worry about dying. This is a great treasure to extend the life of the family. For most of the princes, nobles, families, and other organizations with inheritance in this world, this statement is too captivating. As we all know, there are a lot of ideas from Japan in One Piece, one of which is the very clear bloodline theory. Not only in the world of One Piece, but also in the neighboring Naruto world, this idea is more obvious and not concealed from beginning to end. At least in the early stage of Pirates, it was still concealed, and it was only exposed in the middle and late stages. Therefore, there are quite a lot of people who value bloodline inheritance in these two worlds. What they are most worried about is that their bloodline dies before it grows up and then leads to the tragedy of extermination of the clan. If such a group of people heard what Dark said just now, their desire for Pokemon would reach a peak. Let's stop here for today's class. I will explain Pokemon evolution to you tomorrow. Dark saw that it was getting late outside and Septal was a little sleepy, so he stopped teaching. They were tired all day today. Thank you for your hard work, teacher. The Navy people were very considerate. They stood up and bowed like elementary school students and watched Dark leave the classroom. Dark took Septal out of the classroom and walked towards the square outside the building. His actions now are actually accumulating teaching experience for himself. Pokemon School will become a high-priority key project for Dark. When the time comes, as the first-generation principal of Pokemon School, he will always go up to teach in person. Accumulate some experience now, and then you won't be so awkward when facing those students coming from all over the sea. Hey! Zabi, it's almost done, we can stop training today. Dark shouted at the square of the naval base. A dozen people who were doing rehabilitation training there stopped exercising and ran towards Dark crying. Boss! I'm so tired. Boss, my legs are going to break. Boss! These people were the gangsters that Dark recruited in the streets outside Seven Waters 2 days ago. They were the group of people who would become part of Frankie's family in the original book. Now these people are doing rehabilitation training with Dark to recover their bodies hollowed out by alcohol. By the way, Dark also asked them to gather the unemployed vagrants in Seven Waters who couldn't find jobs to train together. And Dark also emphasized that they were the unemployed vagrants who had never done anything bad. These people will be members of the inspection team of the Pokemon League in the future, Bellamy's men. It is a little weak now, but it is not difficult to become stronger in the Grand Line, especially from an ordinary person to a relatively powerful minion, which may not even take a few months. Dark does not want them to work hard towards Bellamy's goal one by one, as long as they can reach the level in the original book. The superiors in the inspection team will be slowly found and cultivated by Dark on the sea. Moreover, the inspection team in the future will definitely not be all human. Dark will match them with Pokemon partners, and the combat power of humans and Pokemon will be very impressive when they cooperate. For details, please refer to the Warcraft era in the Pokemon world. At that time, the war mode between countries was the human and Pokemon, Warcraft, army charging into battle. This kind of war is the cause of many legendary Pokemon historical stories. It is conceivable how destructive this kind of army is. Ocean Current God Lugia, 3 Dragons of Deo Lacey Ram, Zekrom, Qrem, the appearance and seclusion of these Pokemon are all related to the interstate wars in the Warcraft era. Chapter 91 The transaction is fully completed and all funds are returned. Another week has passed, and the Seven Waters City has changed a lot. Onet herd of the population in the Seven Waters City have already embraced their own Pokemon eggs, and some of the more generous ones will hold their Pokemon eggs in public to bask in the sun. Of course, there are still some people who still pretend that they have not bought Pokemon eggs, for fear that others will snatch their treasure execute away. This situation is much better than a week ago. The improvement of the situation has a lot to do with the efforts made by Doc. First of all, the former unemployed vagrants headed by Zanbei have all changed their mental outlook. Hundreds of people are distributed in groups of 7 or 8 people in various locations in the Seven Waters City for protection. How can the mental outlook not change? Going directly from being a vagrant to working for the magic breeding house is much more awesome than being a small craftsman in the shipyard of the Seven Waters City. These people all have fixed patrol areas, and there are also the superiors from the underground world recruited by Robin in secret. These superiors are good at spying, assassination, disguise, and of course, there are lucky bastards like Gardino and Mishita who are selected. Dake matched the iconic work clothes for Zanbei and others. This iconic work clothes is actually a simple white, and the lining and shoes are black, and there is AP printed on the chest. Yes, it is the white uniform of Team Rockets, but the R has become AP. The P of Pokemon. In addition to the uniforms, there are also various weapons. The weapons are all selected by Zanbei and others. Doc pays them to go to the weapon store in the Seven Waters City to buy them. Most of them are maces and knives. Dark has informed the entire Seven Waters City that these are the staff of their magic breeding house, who are dedicated to protecting the guests' Pokemon eggs and punishing those who harm Pokemon eggs. It is precisely because of these people that the environment of Seven Waters City has changed, and gradually some people dare to run outside with their eggs. The Navy has also sent more personnel to the naval base here. It is probably because the contents of Professor Dark's 3 classes have been reported these days. After hearing these contents, Zhangguo and Crane have attached more importance to the power of Pokemon and sent more Navy to guard here. Not only guarding the magic breeding house, but also guarding the eggs in the hands of the customers in Seven Waters City. Zhangguo will never allow this kind of power to flow into the hands of pirates or illegal forces, and he is also looking forward to what the first Pokemon City of Seven Waters City will develop into. Will it really become what Dark said, everyone has the power to fight against danger, and pirates dare not act recklessly? Zhangguo had a little idea, but this idea disappeared silently as soon as it emerged. This idea is that in the future, will the Miracle Cultivation House replace the world government and the Celestial Dragons and become the funder of the Navy? Then the Navy will continue to be the representative of justice in the Pokemon era, but the service object will become the Miracle Cultivation House. No matter how you look at it, the Miracle Cultivation House is at least better than the world government and the Celestial Dragons. Zhangguo may not realize that this idea, but from the moment this idea was born, it left a subconscious impression in Zhangguo's heart, that is, he could not be completely hostile to the magic breeding house. A lot of things happened in a week. The situation in the Seven Waters City will change, not only because the living environment is guaranteed, but also because of the efforts of Fengkele and Darkrai. They delivered all the more than 10,000 Pokemon eggs in 10 days. Even though the Seven Waters City is small, this speed can be regarded as extremely fast. After all, only Fengkele is responsible for this matter. Similarly, Dark finally had the funds and money to start big things. 3,500 white qualification eggs, a total of 35,000 magic coins were sold. 2,000 green custom eggs, a total of 300,000 magic coins were sold. 5,000 green qualification eggs, a total of 500,000 magic coins were sold. 500 blue qualification eggs, a total of 500,000 magic coins were sold. There are 1.335 million Pokemon coins in total, but 500,000 of them are used to buy Pokemon eggs in the Pokemon Mall, and 35,000 Pokemon coins are used by Dark to buy daily goods and inventory in the Cultivation House branch. So now there are 800,000 Pokemon coins in Dark's system balance, which is exactly the same number that Dark originally expected. 80. This is 800,000. Converted to Bailey, that's 8 billion Baileys, almost catching up with the bounty of the Straw Hat Pirates. Calm down. I have to plan it well, so that I don't have enough money to spend. Dark forced himself not to look at the balance, and came to the bedroom to start writing and drawing. The more than 400 eggs on the Navy side will take 3 or 4 days to hatch, and then they will definitely have to buy a lot of consumables or props to take back. And the Whitebeard pirates may also need to purchase some. The Navy may even purchase some Pokemon World-related scientific research machines from Dark, such as the inspection device that the warring states have mentioned more than once, hinted at many times, but have not said it directly. Set aside 100,000 magic coins. Use it to supply Pokemon-related props and purchase scientific research machines. When purchasing, you must also purchase the value-added service technical protection from the system to ensure that these scientific research machines are monopolized. In the future, if other organizations want to purchase such scientific research machines, they can only buy them from the Magic Breeding House, or you can spend time sorting out the information and building new machines yourself. As for how long this time will take, it can only be said that in the Pokemon world, humans have studied Pokemon for thousands of years and have not yet figured out how many types of Pokemon there are. And if there are new customers or organizations coming to the door, Dark also has funds to buy Pokemon eggs. The more than 10,000 eggs in the 7 Water City will hatch in about a month, and the goods in the branch store are destined to be swept away by then. More than 10,000 eggs. More than 10,000 Pokemon, I can't even think about it. The 7 Waters City won't be demolished, will it? 100,000 Pokemon coins are reserved. Of course, there will definitely be more than 100,000 Pokemon coins in Dark's balance by then. After all, their Pokemon cultivation house is not out of business this month. 600,000 free funds at my disposal, my old swan. Dark's mouth was almost grinning to his ears. Wow, ha ha ha, we can start building our Pokemon alliance. Dark jumped up from the table, strode from the toilet into the Pokemon Island, and then grabbed a little brother Eevee by his leg and hugged him and kissed him wildly. Electricity. Dedenne, who was watching the fun, didn't fall behind either, and picked him up and kissed him fiercely. However, Dedenne is not a pushover. She gave Doc an electric shock, but the effect was not very good. It did not help Doc regain his sanity. Instead, it stimulated his blood flow and adrenaline secretion, making him more excited. Woo! It had not been 10 seconds since Doc came in, and Giratina flew over from the sky after smelling the smell. A huge off-white dragon swooped down at you from a height of 100 meters. Are you afraid? Dragon Rush, right? Why don't I remember Giratina knowing this trick? If it were usual, Doc would have already run away, but today was different. Doc was too happy. In short, he lost his mind. Wow, ha 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 ha. He ran towards Giratina with his arms open while laughing wildly. Woo! Giratina saw such a weird Doc, suddenly widened her eyes, braked suddenly, and then turned around and planned to run away. However, he still looked back to see if he had an illusion. However, he saw a passion in Dark's eyes that he had never seen before. Roar! Giratina no longer hesitated. He was frightened by the crazy Dark and ran away. Then Dark chased him wildly. On the way, they passed the huge mega lake on the island. Magikarp and Phoebus in the lake looked at Dark laughing and chasing Giratina. There were some shock in their dull eyes. Dark didn't expect that his unexpected action would activate Magikarp and Phoebus' brain made them take a big step towards evolution. Dark didn't stop until he was out of breath. When he came to his senses, he didn't know where he was running. But none of this mattered. Dark had already sat cross-legged on the ground and started shopping in the Magic Mall. Magic Mall. First of all, special abilities. This is a must. Dark decided to spend some money to reward himself for working so hard to make money. He looked at the special abilities in the Magic Mall. After many considerations, he chose to exchange Psychic first. Psychic is the most mastered ability in the Pokemon world because it can be cultivated through acquired practice. But the large number does not mean that it is rubbish. On the contrary, Psychic is too strong. It can attack and defend, can also transmit telepathy, and sense the surrounding environment and living things. It is simply too powerful. Dark will definitely exchange all the special abilities in the future, but he doesn't have so much money now, so he chooses one of them first. Aura's power, don't be fooled by its high end, and even though it has a movie version to describe it, it is still the power to save the world. But this thing is really not good. It is not as good as those fighters in terms of lethality, not as good as psychic in terms of communication ability, and not as good as Viridian in terms of healing effect. What can it do? The only advantage may be that it is relatively balanced. The power of aura can touch on other abilities. It is outstanding enough in terms of perception, but the problem is that it is now a world of pirates with observation haki. Observation haki can do too many things, such as listening to the voice of all things, which is similar to aura or even stronger than aura, and can even achieve the deep application of psychic pre-future sight and perceive other people's emotions. Katakuri, the representative of pre-future sight, needs no further explanation, and the latter is too supermodel, which is beyond the reach of psychic. The Queen of Fishman Island, Otohim, is born with the highest level of observation haki, which is comparable to the special observation haki that can hear the voices of all things, and is even rarer than Conqueror haki. Why is it called a supermodel? Because Otohim's observation haki can not only sense other people's thoughts and emotions, but can even use her own consciousness to influence other people's minds and thoughts, and at most change other people's values. Otohim is so weak that she can break her own hand when she hits people. Without such ability, how can she convince the entire Fishman Island to sign an agreement, put aside racial hatred and live in peace with humans? Does she really rely on her personal charm? Why is Fisher Tiger not a Fishman hero? What Otohim says is good advice, and what Tiger says is nonsense. The racial hatred group in Fishman Street listens to Otohim's words, but not to her eldest brother's words? Just these are enough to show the horror of the top level of observation haki. Compared with these, aura's power is too mediocre, and may be stronger than dragon power and overpower. Dragon power is not much to say, the signature ability of the dragon family, which is too useless for people other than non-dragon attribute specialized trainers. Overpower only has the simple ability to communicate deeply with Pokémon and appease Pokémon. The only advantage is that the upper limit is high enough, up to Arceus. In terms of cost-effectiveness, the first must be Psychic, followed by Viridian's power with healing effect. These two are not much different, and it can even be said that Dark, who is protected by powerful Pokémon, does not need Psychic at all. This thing can only be used to communicate with Pokémon in his hands, and basically has no place to use it. On the contrary, the healing effect of Viridian's power is more useful, because the breeding house now does not even have a professional medical staff. However, Dark feels that he can't always be so weak. Everyone has a dream of becoming a strong man, and Dark is no exception, as the leader of the Pokémon League. It's not too much to have a level of hand-rubbing legendary beasts, right? Chapter 92 The Extremely Luxurious Alliance Base. Psychic, Seed, 10W Magic Coins. The so-called seed is nothing more than the spiritual foundation in the fantasy world, which allows a person who was originally unable to practice to have the ability to practice. Doc did not hesitate and exchanged it immediately. Psychic LV.1. This item suddenly appeared in Doc's ability column. Not only that, Doc could clearly perceive the changes in his body, and the process from nothing to something was the most obvious. At this moment, Doc could feel that there was a magical power in his body, or more accurately, in his brain. This power made his brain more active and his perception of the surroundings more obvious. Doc knew that it was confusion, the most basic and essential energy of psychic, a spiritual power generated by the human brain that could affect reality. Although it was only a small change, it was just the beginning after all. When the level of psychic was raised, it would definitely awaken more many uses. Doc had no intention of stopping here. Psychic, upgrade, 100,000 magical coins. In the future, 100,000 magic coins will be required for each level up, and the price will not increase as the level increases. For a total of 1 million magic coins, you can obtain a full level special ability, which is the same price as the legendary Pokémon. Is it equivalent to using 1 million magic coins to build yourself into a powerful Pokemon? Looking at the equivalent price, Doc came to the idea that although the full-level psychic would not make Doc powerful enough to compare with a first-level god like Giratina, it would at least be at the level of a pirate's ceiling. Dark spent another 200,000 magic coins to raise his psychic level to LV.3. The usefulness of LV.3 psychic becomes obvious. Doc can already release some simple psychic skills such as confusion, agility, hypnosis, and so on, just like those psychic Pokemon. Not only that, the most important thing is that Doc can now let other creatures hear his voice without opening his mouth. It's the so-called spiritual transmission, but it's not yet possible to allow Dark to communicate directly with Pokemon. Speaking of which, Psychic itself cannot do that. The so-called direct communication is just that the Psychic can sense the emotions and general thoughts in the Pokemon's heart, and then the brain infers the meaning. If it has a certain intimacy value and tacit understanding, then it will appear as a trainer. A form of direct conversation with Pokemon. It is worth mentioning that the improvement of Psychic has also greatly strengthened Dak's 5 senses and mental strength, thus strengthening his domineering power. This is an unexpected surprise. Originally, Dak's knowledge color Haki, which he had never practiced at all, has now been upgraded from LV.1 to LV.3, 2 levels in a row, surpassing armament color Haki. It can be said that it is easy to dodge a bullet nowadays. As for the lasers of Porosalino and the pacifists, it is hard to say, since they have never been seen before. After redeeming Psychic, there are 500,000 magic coins left in the system balance, of which 20,000 are reserved funds, which means that there are still 30,000 magic coins at Dark's own disposal. Dark decided to develop the buildings on Pokemon Island first. First of all, it is the base camp of our Pokemon Alliance. Although the current alliance only consists of 3 or 2 big cats and kittens, this base camp cannot be left without it. Even if it is placed there, there must be such a building. The key point is that the Pokédex in the Navy will be born in the next 2 days, and Dark will definitely take out the Pokédex he prepared before and sell it. Whether it's the Navy's need to take care of newborn Pokemon, or the Sengoku's curiosity about the existence of Pokemon Island, they will definitely spend 100 million belly to buy their VIP service, and then they will most likely make an immediate decision to visit Pokemon Island. This Pokemon League base camp building exists just for the people coming in from the outside to see it. Magical Mall. Duck flipped through page after page, rummaging through countless buildings, and finally fixed his sights on a building. It is better to say it is a collection of buildings than a building. Pokemon League, Daxia, 100,000 magic coins. This is the most expensive among all Alliance bases, and it is also the largest building. And its architectural style, just hearing the name of region is enough to explain everything. This is the perfect Alliance base in his mind that Doc has been looking for. The style of this building complex is similar to that of the Forbidden City in its previous life, except that it does not have as large an area as the Forbidden City, and the materials are also very different. The Forbidden City covers an area of almost 1 million square meters, while the Pokemon League covers an area of only 100,000 square meters, equivalent to 150 acres of land. Special terrain sells for 1 magic coin per square meter, and the price of this Pokemon League just corresponds to this price. 100,000 magic coins equals 10,000 square meters. This kind of Pokemon Alliance is already the largest alliance base in the Pokemon world. Most of the alliances in other regions are just one building in a certain city. To put it bluntly, the alliance bases in other regions combined are not as big. This alliance base in Xia is huge. Let's talk about material. The materials of the Forbidden City are Nanmu, pine, white marble, 5-color tiger skin stone, granite, tehu stone, and gold bricks. The materials of this alliance base are celadone, white porcelain, black porcelain, colored porcelain, jade porcelain, red glaze, blue glaze, etc. This alliance base is not so much a group of buildings as it is the world's largest porcelain and a large-scale decoration. You can't just put it on this grassland, you have to have some serious style. Duck did not rush to buy this building, but calmed down and began to look at the terrain in the magical mall. If you can exchange for a snowy mountain environment and then build the Pokemon League on the snowy mountain, that would be awesome. But that was pure idiotic behavior, not to mention the cold climate. It was a painful path for internal members of the Alliance to enter the office area. This idea was nothing but cool. There is another key point, moaning it enough. How many magical coins will Doc have to spend to build the snow mountain to support the Alliance base covering an area of 100,000 square meters? Pass. Papa. At this time, Doc suddenly heard the sound of water being slapped. He subconsciously turned his head and saw Magikarp and Phoebus shaking their tails and slapping the water on the edge of the large lake not far away. Got it. Doc walked over and stood on tiptoe to look at the lake in front of him. This is not a lake at all, this is clearly an inland sea. According to the proportion of the lake in the breeding house to the total area of the breeding house, the lake in front of Doc is at least 228,000 square kilometers. In the previous life, the largest lake on Blue Star was the Caspian Sea, with an area of 386,400 square kilometers. It is located at the junction of Asia and Europe. It is both a lake and an inland sea. As for the second place, it is only 84,000 square kilometers, which is far behind. But how big is Blue Planet? How big is Asia and Europe combined? And how big is the land under Doc's feet? A 100,000 square meter Alliance base is nothing on this lake. It's decided, let's build the Alliance base on this lake. Doc nodded. He decided to make this lake a natural moat for the new Alliance base. Whether it is useful or not is not clear, but at least it has this style. Wouldn't it be cool to have a Pokemon Alliance on the lake? However, in order to install the Alliance base, Doc needs to prepare at least 100,000 square meters of foundation for it, which is another 100,000 magic coins. Since Doc has made a decision, he doesn't plan to hesitate anymore. He began to lay out the foundation on the water surface 1,000 meters away from the lake, close to the center of the island. The 100,000 square meters of blue-white porcelain floor is extremely similar to the building material, which is more suitable for the Pokemon Alliance. When the 100,000 square meters of blue-white porcelain was laid, Dark immediately placed the 100,000 square meters of Alliance base on top. The 4 red porcelain low walls surrounding the Alliance base were just stuck on the edge of the blue-white porcelain foundation, and they played the role of the fence very appropriately. This is not over yet. Dark spent another 1,000 magic coins to place a 1,000 meter long black and white porcelain arch bridge on the lake between the shore and the Pokemon League reception gate, which shone softly under the sun. Perfect. Dark looked at his masterpiece. This colorful and shining Alliance base in front of him may not be a good base, but it must be one of the most beautiful buildings in the world. When the group of people outside come to Pokemon Island and see their Pokemon League, they will definitely be shocked incomparably. It can be imagined that many of them will have a new understanding of the power of their Pokemon League. Whether it is the power of controlling a world or the financial resources to build such a complex, it is bound to attract countless people on the sea to join. But the premise is that these people must see these. This alliance is undoubtedly empty inside, and Dark has no plan to buy those equipment and facilities in it for the time being. No one uses these things, so what use are they? This luxurious palace can at least let outsiders see and feel the awesomeness of the magical breeding house. Those facilities can't even be shown to others, and the effect of pretending can't be achieved. As for how to let more people see this luxurious Pokemon Alliance base, Dark already has a good idea in his mind. He is going to hold a Pokemon battle show. Not only to let the people of this world see the mystery of the magical breeding house, but also to let these people know what kind of strength Pokemon can reach. Also, let people have a simple concept and preliminary understanding of Pokemon battle. The most critical point. Dark will announce the birth of their Pokemon League in this exhibition match. This will cost a lot of money and prepare a lot of things. But it doesn't matter, Dark still has 199,000 magic coins to spend. Chapter 93 Everything is ready, only the east wind is missing. Want to hold this Pokemon exhibition match? There is no doubt that a battlefield is needed. And it must be a battlefield that is large enough and strong enough. In this match, a pair of Pokemon under 3 months old will perform the opening performance, which is also to complete the main task. Since the Pokemon in the store have not mastered some skills that look more gorgeous, their battles may not bring much viewing to the audience, so that they cannot meet the standards of the main task. So Dark decided to buy 2 Pokemon of relatively high level and younger age from the Magic Mall to train them, and then perform them on stage when the exhibition match starts. But the real theme is the 3 Pokemon that appear at the end. Sceptile and Darkrave's Giratina. No matter how much they suppress their strength, the battle between them will inevitably be devastating. Level, for the safety of the audience, Dark must limit the scope of the battle to the battlefield. Pokemon Battle Contest Venue, 10W Magic Coins. In the Pokemon world, the battlefields of each region's alliance conference are basically the same, similar to a ring-shaped venue like a bird's nest, with audience seats around and the battlefield in the middle. The 10W Magic Coins contest venue sold in the Magic Mall is the enlarged Lily of the Valley Conference venue, with a total area of 50,000 square meters. Where is the Lily of the Valley Conference? It is the Alliance Conference venue of the Sinnoh region, where the mythical beastman Tobias made his first appearance. The venue is mainly divided into 4 areas, which is a 20,000 square meter +1+1+1 structure. First is the largest venue located in the center, which is generally used for the knockout rounds after the group stage, and is also the venue for the finals. This is the largest one. The enlarged battle area of the central venue is as large as a World Cup football stadium. Together with the surrounding audience seats and command seats, it covers a total area of 20,000 square meters. There are 3 subvenues for group matches outside the central venue. The 3 form a triangle to surround the central venue, each of which is 10,000 square meters. The battle area of the subvenue is 1 or 2 circles smaller, but it is also very large. In the animation, because the strength of the Pokemon appearing in the region conference is limited, basically there is no need for a huge battle venue, but the battle intensity in the pirate world is different, not to mention that Pokemon that eats the Demon Berry may appear in the future. Let's say that the battle between Giratina and the other 3 in the near future will require a large enough venue. That's why Dark bought an enlarged Lily of the Valley Conference venue. After Dark exchanged this venue, he placed it in the area in front of the Alliance base. At this location, people who enter the competition venue will notice their Pokemon Alliance base next to them, achieving the effect of pretending to be invisible in Dark's mind. He plans to build a city on Pokemon Island around the Alliance base in the future, and then the gorgeous competition venue, Pokemon Center, friendly stores, hotels, etc. will all be arranged. In the future, only members of the Alliance and their families can live in this city. Outsiders who want to enter this city can only wait for various events and activities to start. Void Barrier, 5W Magic Coins. Void Barrier, a transparent glass barrier located between the battlefield and the command seat and the audience seat, which can absorb all internal and external attacks. This is obviously what Doc needs, which is a bit similar to the function of the Barrier Berry. Doc thought that such a powerful function would be very expensive, but he didn't expect it to be unexpectedly cheap. It may be because the effect of this barrier only works on the venue and the function is too single, so the value of this barrier is not high in the eyes of the system. But Doc has made a profit after all, so he is very happy. Decisive exchange. With this conference venue and the Void Barrier, the conditions for the exhibition match to proceed safely and smoothly are in place. Now there are 249,000 magic coins left in Dark's system balance. Of these, 200,000 are planned to be reserved for follow-up funds, which means that there are 49,000 magic coins that can be freely used. The use of these magic coins has been mentioned before. It is used to buy 2 Pokemon that are no older than 3 months and not low in level in the Magic Mall, and then perform the first battle performance in the exhibition match, and Helping Hand Doc completes the main task. However, the content of the main task is not only to require Doc to have 2 such Pokemon, but the most important thing is that these 2 Pokemon must be cultivated by Doc himself. That is to say, Doc needs to exchange these 2 Pokemon a few days in advance, cultivate and train them, and then go on stage to meet the prerequisites for completing the main task. Of course, these 2 Pokemon were not exchanged just to complete his main task. Compared to completing the main quest, he first thought that it was almost time to pair a Pokemon with Monet and Sucrose, and then he thought of using the power of these 2 Pokemon to help him complete the main quest. Now in the Magic Cultivation House, both Fenkele and Robin have their own Pokemon, Smoochum and Miltank respectively. Iceberg is busy on the sea train all day and has no time to accompany Pokemon, so Dark does not plan to find him a Pokemon partner for the time being. Bellamy runs between Moby Dick and Marineford all day, and is not suitable for Pokemon for the time being. Dark thought about finding a high-qualified egg for Bellamy in a few days, letting him cultivate from scratch, accumulating deep goodwill and bonds, and then practicing together, so that the Pokemon's talent will be fully utilized, and he can quickly take up the job for training, and can easily achieve Mega Evolution in the future. On the contrary, Monet and Sucrose. They are usually quite free and will not have to think about battles for a long time in the future. They have plenty of time and energy to build good relationships with their Pokemon partners and fight together. Growth. There is no need to rush to cultivate bonds quickly, so there is no need to cultivate Pokemon from babies. Dark has already thought about this. When he goes out later, he will ask Monet and Sucrose if there are any Pokemon they like or want. Then he will look for them in the Magic Mall. As for now, Dark first entered the battle competition venue, recalling the things that appeared in the animation, and supplemented the equipment needed for the exhibition match little by little. For example, the 4-sided live broadcast screen, loudspeaker, sound and the like. At that time, the instructions given by the trainer and the referee's judgment on the rules and results must be transmitted to the ears of all the audience through the screen and sound. The total cost of these equipment is less than 10 magic coins. So far, the construction of Pokemon Island has come to a temporary end. Of course, Dark wants to continue to build infrastructure. He has the blood of wanting to build infrastructure, but the problem now is that there is no money, so he can only be forced to come to an end. Actually, there are still quite a few plans for Pokemon Island that Dark has not implemented. For example, the necessary Pokemon centers and friendly stores around the competition venue, the player village and hotel where the players and spectators will live when the future Pokemon competition begins, the Pokemon species that live in Pokemon Island, the Safari Zone, which is actually a large-scale blind date venue for people and Pokemon. Forget it, let's go out and ask Monet and Sucrose about their ideas. We also have to arrange the next work. Dark shook his head, and the money was almost spent. The original excitement in his heart was calmed down. However, when he looked up and saw the colorful Alliance base and the magnificent competition venue, he couldn't help but smile a little. When Dark came out of Pokemon Island, it was dark outside. Dark had been in Pokemon Island for most of the day without realizing it. Monet, Sucrose, come here. Dark called the sisters over, then took out a Pokédex and handed it to them. See if there are any Pokemon you like. I plan to find a Pokemon partner for my sister. Me. Monet tilted her head in distress. She didn't know much about Pokemon, so asking her to find a Pokemon she liked in thousands of pages of Pokédex made her feel like a headless fly. However, Monet was still very happy that she could have a Pokemon partner, so she would not refuse such an opportunity. It doesn't matter, Sister Robin knows a lot about Pokemon, we can just ask her opinion. Sucrose is very smart. She saw Robin holding this Pokédex book all day, and she must have a deep understanding of Pokemon, so she should help Helping Hand and the others choose the right Pokemon. Okay. Monet nodded, thinking that his sister's suggestion was very good. Then you guys take your time to study, and try to give me a result in the next 2 days. After that, Dark came to the branch of Seven Water City again and found Fengkele, who was watching the store recently. What's wrong? As soon as Fengkele saw Dark's arrival, he knew that there was something else to do. Recently, a sign was erected at the door, Pokemon Show is about to start, tickets are 10,000 Baileys/piece, and you will go to the unknown Pokemon Island to watch the game. At that time, the ace Pokemon of the Magic Breeding House will appear to show its strength. Remember to draw a portrait of Sceptile on it. Dark thought about it, and then arranged for Fengkele to promote it in Seven Water City. 10,000 Baileys is not an expensive price in Seven Water City. People who can afford Pokemon eggs can definitely afford this ticket. The audience of this Pokemon exhibition match is mainly the quasi-trainers of the Seven Waters City, followed by the Navy and the Whitebeard Pirates. These quasi-trainers who have little knowledge of Pokemon are the key to Helping Hand Dark's completion of the main task. It is precisely because they know nothing about the power of Pokemon that they are more likely to feel exciting about the power displayed by Pokemon. On the contrary, for the powerful guys of the Navy and the Whitebeard Pirates, the first Pokemon battle may make them feel surprised by Pokemon, but it is difficult to feel exciting about such a battle. Only the later battle will make them feel exciting, no, astonish. But no matter how terrible the later battle is, it will not help Helping Hand Dark complete the main task, because Sceptile and Darkrai are too old. Now, everything is ready, only the East Wind is missing. Chapter 94 Employees are shocked. Dark prepared 10,000 tickets to watch the exhibition match. It was sold out on the second day. Most of them were bought by the trainees in the Seven Waters City. Because the cost was almost zero, the net profit was 100 million Baileys, which is 10,000 magic coins. It is foreseeable how much money the breeding house will make from various activities in the future. Dark also specially prepared some more tickets for the Navy, the White Group, Mihawk, the Don Quixote family and the Morgans. The first three are old customers. The three parties have contributed a lot to the development of the breeding house, and they are very likely to be the first batch of VIP customers, so they should be given some benefits. As for the Don Quixote family and Morgause, they were simply called here to do free publicity for Dark. Let these people in the underground world see the power of the magical breeding house, recognize the strength of Pokemon, and witness the birth of the Pokemon League, so that they will promote these contents to the world themselves, and Dark does not need to spend money to find Morgause for publicity. The Navy has specially prepared about 450 tickets. It is mainly to let the trainers who are about to be born in the Navy bring their Pokemon to watch and learn, and to let the three Pokemon departments in the Navy come to see, and to try to imprint the competition format of Pokemon Battle into the minds of these trainers. As for the White Group, only about 20 tickets were prepared, which is just about the number for Newgate to bring his sons to see the excitement. The other three parties, 1 ticket each. Dark can't give these people too many tickets. He was worried that there would be too many strong people coming in, and the first game might not be exciting for these people, thus causing the main task to fail. There was another thing. That was that the Navy, as Dark had expected, came to the breeding house in time to purchase various daily necessities in the days before the Pokemon eggs were about to hatch. They did not go to the branch store in the Seven Water City, but came directly to the breeding house. The visitor was Kuzan. The amount of consumption was not much, only 600 million berries. Among them, 500 million berries were various materials, and the purchase amount was not large, all in units of a few hundred, and 100 million berries were a white Pokédex. Dark had thought that the Navy would spend at least 1 billion to buy various consumables, such as Moo Moo milk, which would allow Pokemon to get more nutrition in their infancy and grow stronger. But the Navy was beyond Dark's expectations. After a little consideration, Dark also figured out what was going on. The Navy is different from the Lone Rangers like the Whitebeard Pirates and Mihawk. They have a professional scientific research team and a chef team. They can completely research substitutes with similar effects or similar products based on the products of the breeding house, which can save a lot of money. Although the Whitebeard pirates still have a long time to go before the birth of the 10 Pokemon eggs, they have also started to buy various supplies for Pokemon. It seems that Happiny has almost consumed them. The income is not much, about 10 million Baileys. But when the Whitebeard pirates learned about the Pokédex, they did not hesitate to buy a white Pokédex and became the second VIP of the magical breeding house. Mihawk also came. In addition to spending some money to buy some snacks for Seduc, they also planned to buy another Pokemon egg. Mihawk did not make any requests, just said that he wanted a Pokemon egg. This made Dark a little confused. He also had a bit of choice of suffering. There was only one way. Random Pokemon egg, 500 Pokemon coins. Get Pokemon egg, white. 500 Pokemon coins for an egg worth 5 Pokemon coins. Dark was very upset, so he handed the pink Pokemon egg to Mihawk and charged him 100,000 berries. Adding the amount Mihawk had just spent on various consumables, it just made up for the cost of the Pokemon egg. This wave was neither loss nor gain. Mihawk didn't say much, holding the egg and leading Seduc away, and didn't even plan to buy a Pokédex to become a VIP of their breeding house. Of course, it may also be that he was short of money recently, but Mihawk didn't have the nerve to say it. When Mihawk wanted to spend money, he usually used local materials or prepared in advance, depending on which unlucky pirate with a bounty ran into him. Pokédex was a product that Dark suddenly proposed, so it was normal for Mihawk not to prepare in advance. After almost settling all these issues, Dark called all members of their Pokemon League to the door of the Seven Waters branch, excluding the mercenaries other than Gardino and Mishita, who would continue to be responsible for the safety of the Seven Waters. In addition, whether it was Bellamy who was studying, Iceberg who was building a sea train, or the prosecutors who were being trained, all were summoned here by Dark. He would then take these people to Pokemon Island to see the base of their Pokemon League and the venue of the exhibition match. On the day of the opening of the exhibition match, Dark would summon these people back again. One was to participate in the first event held by their breeding house, and the other was to maintain the order at the time. "Boss, do you have any new work?" It was Gardino who asked this question. When Robin invited this person, Gardino decided to join their Pokemon League without hesitation. At Gardino it seems that working for the Magic Breeding House is a dream job with high salary, good treatment, high safety, no overtime, and more face. It is much better than his original Blackheart boss and Blackheart Company. Of course, he will not hesitate. However, the loyalty of such a joining is very low. It is not impossible for Gardino to abandon the breeding house and escape when he encounters danger in the future. He still needs to slowly run in with him, move him, win his loyalty, and incorporate him into the alliance. On the other hand, Mishita did not accept Robin's invitation. Because her dream is to open a chocolate shop, she is just accumulating funds now. If she joins the breeding house in the future, can she open her own shop? I guess so. You all know that in 2 days our breeding house will hold an event called Pokemon Show on Pokemon Island. Dark nodded, thinking that Gardino had a good work attitude and was worthy of being a former office worker. Today I will take you there in advance to familiarize yourself with the route. Then we will be prepared for leading guests to the event venue and maintaining public order. Yes. After understanding what he was going to do this time, Gardino bent over, then took a step back and returned to the team. In his opinion, this was equivalent to a vacation similar to a tour. Since we are going to another island, it will take at least 2 or 3 days to go back and forth. Hehe, we have 2 or 3 days of vacation. Gardino maintained a serious expression on the surface, but in fact he was already very happy in his heart. People like Zanbei also thought they were going to another island. Only core members such as Fengkele and Robin, who had been to Pokemon Island before, showed puzzled expressions. In their impression, isn't Pokemon Island just a vast grassland with nothing in it? Is there anything worth seeing there? They didn't know what Dark had done on Pokemon Island 2 days ago. If Dark hadn't said when they joined that the breeding house might be connected to other worlds in the future, it would be a precaution in advance. Otherwise, the sudden appearance of Pokemon Island would have been enough to shatter their worldview. Pokemon Island can indeed be said to be another world, but it is a small world belonging to Giratina. Then, follow me from now on. Dark led everyone into the interior of the breeding house branch. As soon as they stepped into the store, they saw a green color. There was a piece of artificial grass under their feet, and there were multiple display racks on it. The racks were filled with goods sold in the branch, and each product was clearly marked with a price. After passing through the store, they came to the lounge in the middle of the breeding house. This is where Septal usually rests. The grass is made of real grass and soil. There are many different plants planted inside, most of which are small trees and bamboos. Septal seems to like bamboo unexpectedly. Going further inside, we came to the warehouse. There is nothing special here. There is a huge mirror on the innermost wall of the warehouse. The mirror does not reflect the appearance of the people. If you don't get close to see this, you will really mistake it for an ordinary mirror. This is the entrance to Pokemon Island. The exhibition match is scheduled to be held in 7 days. After 7 days, this mirror will be moved to the door of the branch to let our guests enter. At that time, remember to send people to maintain order next to it and don't let people sneak in or cut in line. Dark pointed to the mirror in front of him, and regardless of the strange expressions of the group of people, he took the lead and stepped in. Then, the core personnel in the training house followed calmly. The rest of Gardino and others stood there stupidly, their jaws gradually dropped, and they looked at each other and saw shock in each other's eyes. Don't be too surprised, the power of Pokemon is far stronger than the Pokemon. This so-called Pokemon Island is actually a world created by a Pokemon in our magic breeding house. Fon Clay, who was at the back, looked at the expressions of the crowd and couldn't help grinning and saying this amazing fact. At that time, Dark didn't tell them the specific origin of Pokemon Island, but only said that the world belonged to Giratina, so Feng Clay made up his mind that it was the world created by Giratina. At this moment, he finally felt the pleasure of Dark's usual pretense. It was so cool. He must apply to Dark to let him take on some commentary, hosting, introduction and other work in the future. Chapter 95 Everyone's Experience on Pokemon Island. What? Pokemon can actually do this? Gardino could no longer maintain his professional face as a professional employee. He was shocked by what Feng Qilai said. Creating a world or something. Makita also widened her eyes. This girl who usually loves to laugh can no longer laugh now. Her face is full of doubt. This kind of thing is really beyond the scope and it is really hard to believe. Just go in and take a look. Don't just stand there. Dark should be waiting there. Seeing everyone like this, Feng Qilai pushed them one by one into the mirror. Go through the mirror. When everyone found themselves suddenly appearing on a large grassland, they were stunned. Feeling the breeze on their faces and the smell of grass in their noses, they realized at this moment that everything was real. The so-called Pokemon Island is not an island. It is a world. Oh! The boss is so strong. Yahoo! I knew our magic breeding house is very powerful. That's right. Such a kind boss must be no ordinary person. While Gardino and Mishita were still in a daze, Zanbei and other inspectors were already happily holding hands and turning in circles on the grass. They are not the kind of people who would think too much, would not think deeply about what the appearance of this place means, and would not notice the changes in their bodies at this time. They only know that the magic breeding house is very powerful, so they who joined the magic breeding house are also very powerful. My God, what kind of organization did I enter? Cold sweat was already flowing down Gardino's forehead. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never believe that such a thing existed in this world in his life. Gardino, you should have felt it too, right? Makita held a yellow fluffy umbrella in her hand. She had felt something was wrong since she came to this world. I can't use my abilities anymore. Not only that, her physical fitness seemed to have weakened a lot. But this change was not obvious. After all, her original physical fitness was not strong, so she couldn't be sure whether it was the sudden change in the scene in front of her that caused her physical discomfort. I can't use the Candleberry's ability either. Gardino came back to his senses. If Makita hadn't reminded him, he wouldn't have noticed this. What's going on? Don't try. Giratina's world is the most suitable for Pokemon to survive. Humans are equal here. Everyone's physical fitness is not much different from that of ordinary people. The only difference is personal combat experience. Only Pokemon can normally exert their strength. Fon Clay clenched his fist. Here, the strength gap between humans is extremely limited. There is almost no difference between the talents of geniuses and mediocre people. The so-called bloodline is not worth mentioning here. Everyone, including the clerks of their magical breeding house, stands in the same class. Everyone. Zanbei glared at Glare and clenched his fists. Doesn't that mean that even if the Pirate King Roger comes, he must abide by the rules of our breeding house? After hearing what Zanbei said, everyone couldn't help but look at Fenkele. Because if that's the case, then in this world, wouldn't their magic breeding house be naturally invincible? Yes, everyone, including me. Fong Clay nodded and couldn't help but grin. Here is not like outside. No matter how strong you are, you can't fight 1 against 100. Even if the Pirate King comes, you guys can beat him up together. Gardino was no longer calm after hearing this. He had made a decision in his heart that he must stay in the magic breeding house. This time it was no longer a simple job, but a real joining of this organization. Even if Dark didn't pay him, he would still work for the breeding house. Can we live here in the future? Makita put away her umbrella, held it in her hand and looked at Fenkele expectantly. If you can open a chocolate shop in such a place, then you will never have to worry about pirates causing trouble and robbery. I'm not sure about this. It depends on Dak's arrangement. They are waiting there. Let's go there quickly. Fenkele didn't know whether what Makita said could be done. Whether outsiders can live in this world depends on Giratina's wishes, and Giratina only listens to Doc. Fenkele led a group of people to a certain direction. Doc was already waiting there with the core staff of the breeding house. The entrance opened by the mirror in the branch store is not far from the location of their alliance base, but it is also 1,000 meters away. This 1,000 meters was left by Doc on purpose. In order to let the upcoming customers feel the hugeness of this world more clearly. Just like now. How big is this world? The distance from here to the mountain should be at least several thousand meters. What several thousand meters? The height of that tree is at least tens of thousands of meters. Zanbei and others have expressed countless emotions and discussions in this short distance. Soon, they came to Doc and his party. Let's go, show you our territory. Doc grinned and pointed to the front. Everyone looked in the direction Doc pointed, and they could see some buildings, but the distance was not close, so they could not clearly perceive the size of the building. Roar! At this time, a very penetrating roar suddenly came from the sky. Everyone subconsciously looked up and saw Giratina in the origin form from the sky. Flying over. What is that? Oh my god, it's so scary. I can't breathe just by looking at it. Wait, I remember Boss Fenkele said before that this world has an owner, and it seems to be called Giratina. Is this the Pokemon? It's worthy of being the Pokemon that created a world. Except for the core members of the breeding house who already knew Giratina, the others had been frozen in place the moment they saw Giratina, and those with a worse mentality even found it difficult to control their breathing. There was nothing that could be done about it. Not to mention that Giratina is a first-level god, the master of the world known as Karen Dragon and Ghost Dragon. Just say that Giratina now maintains a body length of nearly 200 meters, and this size alone is enough to scare people who have never seen the world. If Giratina changes into another form, perhaps the pressure everyone feels will be even stronger. Because the characteristic of Giratina in the origin form is floating, while the characteristic of Giratina in other forms is oppression, Giratina at that time just stood there as if she was releasing a weaker domineering aura at all times. Giratina. Dark waved his hand and greeted Giratina. Giratina saw so many people around Dark, so she nodded coldly, and then flew back into the sky and disappeared. If there were not so many people here, Giratina would let Dark feel the Karen of the K. Dark had expected this scene, so he continued to lead everyone forward calmly. As the distance gradually shortened, the people behind Dark could no longer remain calm. Not only Gardino and his group, but even the expressions of Fenkele, Robin, and others gradually became surprised. The battle competition venue and the Pokémon League were in everyone's sight at this moment. Fenkele and others simply couldn't understand how Dark had suddenly made all these buildings appear here. They were sure that there was nothing here before. These are the buildings that existed in the world where Pokémon was born. Now they are materialized by Giratina's power. In the future, Giratina will use that power to materialize more buildings. Dark pushed this ability to Giratina. He led everyone to the Alliance base that was as magnificent as a large porcelain. In the exhibition match 7 days later, I will announce that our magic breeding house has established the Pokémon Alliance, and this is the base of our Pokémon Alliance. Only members of the Alliance can set foot here. Dark stepped onto the black and white porcelain kilometer-long bridge first, and everyone followed closely. Looking at the exquisite and reflective long bridge under their feet and the dazzlingly luxurious buildings in front of them, they didn't know how many times they had swallowed their saliva. How much does it cost? Gardino's eyes were shining under his glasses. He stretched out his shaking hands and gently stroked the porcelain railings. He didn't dare to estimate the price of the bridge. Just this bridge, it is estimated that he could not build it in his whole life, but now, he is walking on this bridge, and he can walk however he wants in the future. Thinking of this, Gardino's steps changed from timid to unrecognizable, and Doflamingo was stunned for a while. Boss. Well, what will this place look like in the future? Makita looked at everything around and finally couldn't help asking questions in her heart. Good question. I plan to build a Pokémon city on the land in front of our base. In the future, only members of our Pokémon League and their relatives can live in this city. Others can only live in other cities or the outside world. If you want to come here, you can only wait for a special period. Dark took advantage of Makita's question to tell a small part of his future plan. Painting a rosy picture for employees is also a basic skill that a boss must master. Really? Then, can I open a chocolate shop here? Chapter 96 Two Queen Pokémon. Makita was very excited. Originally, her dream was just to find a safe place in the world to open a chocolate shop, but now it's different. She wants to open a chocolate shop in this city. In this way, safety will no longer be a problem to worry about. In this world, everyone has to give face to their Pokémon League. At this time, Makita has regarded herself as a 9-year-old employee of the League. She will not leave even if Dark drives her away. If you are willing to work for the Pokémon League in the future, then of course there is no problem. The city I want to build also needs all kinds of shops to appear, so that it will be lively when the competitions and various activities are held in the future. Even if you don't do it, I will find some interested people in the future. Of course, Dark doesn't mind his employees opening a shop here. If a city wants to develop well and lively, how can it be strong? All kinds of shops in the catering, entertainment, and tourism industries must be opened. Although Dark doesn't plan to let outsiders come to this city casually in the future, it will be open for at least 3 or 4 months a year, because there are too many events involving Pokémon. Whether it is the most basic battle competition, gorgeous competition, such as breeding competition, fishing competition, scientific research summit, marathon competition, and other activities, there will be at least 3 or 4 months if these time are added up. If there are no special shops in this city at that time, it will only make those visitors feel boring. Great! Thank you, boss. Makita jumped happily on the spot, with an excited smile on her face, and her face became a little rosy. It was the first time she felt that she was so close to her dream. Nothing. Dark shook his head. It was normal to provide benefits to his employees. He couldn't treat these people who worked hard unfairly. He continued to lead everyone to the Alliance base to visit the internal structure of the Alliance. Everyone was so shocked by the luxury of the Alliance that they could not be more shocked. When they thought that they would often step into this building complex under the gaze of outsiders in the future, they could not help but feel proud. The corners of their mouths were harder to suppress than AK. After visiting the rear Alliance base, Doc took everyone to the battle competition venue. The 3 surrounding venues will not be used for the time being. They will have other uses in the future. The exhibition match will be held in this central venue in 7 days. At that time, your job is to maintain order in this area and prevent disputes between guests. Doc took everyone to the vast central venue. The central venue has 50,000 seats alone, and there is a lot of standing space. 10,000 spectators for the exhibition match sound like a lot, but they are actually quite loose after being scattered in the audience seats of this venue. Don't worry, leader, we promise to complete the task. That's right, even if the Admiral comes, he must be obedient here, otherwise I will beat him. No one can defeat us here. Everyone is very positive about the task arranged by Doc, and everyone cherishes this job in the breeding house. Not only because they see the endless potential and future of the breeding house, for Zanbei and others, Doc is the sunshine that breaks through their muddled life. Even if they can't see this Pokemon Island now, they will still work hard to complete the task. It's just that now with the void suppression rules of Pokemon Island, they are more confident that they can complete the task. As for the changed title leader, it is the title that everyone automatically changed after learning that the organization they belong to is called Pokemon League. Then, for the exhibition match a week later, everyone will spend more energy. Doc nodded, and seeing that everyone had almost visited, he took them away from Pokemon Island. These people still have their own work to do in the Seven Waters City. Doc doesn't believe that the mice hiding in the dark will be quiet, so they must send people to keep an eye on them at all times. After the exhibition game is over, I will give everyone a Pokemon partner. Doc sent everyone out of the Pokemon Island, and before everyone left, he said something that everyone had been looking forward to for a long time. Seeing that the people in the Seven Waters City all have their own Pokemon, how can they who work for the magic breeding house not be envious? It's just that these people don't have much money, so they can only watch from the side. Now hearing what Doc said, everyone was overjoyed, and some people with thicker brains even shed tears of emotion. Doc didn't think too much. It's just that the current strength of everyone is really average, and they can already show their weakness in the Seven Waters City, not to mention opening branches in the new world in the future. Giving everyone a Pokemon is also to allow them to grow together, become stronger together, and better complete their work as inspectors, and punish those who violate the rules of the breeding house. Monet, Sucrose. Dark watched everyone leave and called the Monet sisters alone. Do you have a favorite Pokemon? Dark estimated that by this time, Monet and Sucrose should have consulted Robin's opinions and must have made their own choices. Yet. X2. Monet and Sucrose looked at each other and nodded, with expectations in their eyes almost shining. They have been thinking about this matter almost all these 2 days, and for this reason, they have often asked Robin to learn about Pokemon. Who are your Pokemon candidates? Dark was very curious about what kind of Pokemon the sisters would choose. He hoped that it would be some Pokemon with more obvious skill effects, because it would have a stronger visual effect in the exhibition match. First, it was Monet. She took out the Pokédex that Doc gave her and turned to a certain page. This is Dark looked closely and couldn't help but smile. The hair of this Pokemon is very similar to yours, Monet. Gardevoir. Psychic and Fairy Pokemon. Although the Pokemon known as the Psychic Queen has a low racial value, the combat power it exerts in the original work is comparable to many Pokemon known as quasi-gods. The ace Pokemon of Kalos region champion Diantha is a Gardevoir. At the same time, Gardevoir also has a terrifyingly high popularity, especially in the place where Doc was in his previous life. Countless people regard Gardevoir as their wife, intending to create some taboo between people and Pokemon with Gardevoir. Event. What's more, it doesn't even matter the gender of Gardevoir, you must know that there will be boys in Gardevoir. Bah! Gardevoir would never be with these people. From the moment when Gardevoir was still a Ralts, he could vaguely detect the good and evil in a person's heart. If a person has bad thoughts when facing Gardevoir, he will be disgusted by Gardevoir. Yet, he looks a lot like the leader of the Alliance. Monet nodded vigorously. She fell in love with Gardevoir after seeing its hair color. I think Gardevoir is very beautiful and also has a very gentle feeling. Monet felt that it would be very comfortable to get along with such a Pokemon. Where are you, Sugar? Duck looked at Sugar again. Monet's choice was very good. After all, Doc was once one of the people who called Gardevoir his wife. Of course, he also liked Gardevoir, a Pokemon. This. Sugar also flipped the Pokédex to its own page. Hey! Duck opened his eyes a little when he saw it. The choice of Sugar is indeed a more unexpected Pokemon, because this Pokemon does not have much role in the original work. But just because it doesn't have many roles doesn't mean it's less popular. This Pokemon also has a lot of fans, but not as much as Gardevoir. Mischievous Demon. Ghost-type Pokemon. There are also a few people who call her the Queen of Ghosts, but this name is not as loud as Gardevoir's. After all, there is no Mischievous Demon in any of the champion teams in the original work. And the number of Mischievous Demons is very small, because if Mischievous wants to evolve, Mischievous Demons need Dusk Stone. This evolutionary stone/ite itself is a very rare thing. If one of Champion's main heroes is the Mischievous Demon, then the title of Queen of Ghosts can be confirmed. In terms of race value, Mischievous is a bit lower than Gardevoir, and its megaform has not yet been discovered. Very thoughtful. Doc didn't know much about the Pokemon Mischievous. He didn't say anything more. Dark didn't want to interfere with Monet and Sugar's own choices. Magical Mall. Opening the mall, Doc directly searched for the names of these two Pokemon. A large number of Gardevoir and Mischievous Demons appear in the list, and the number of Mischievous Demons may not be as much as 1/10 of the Gardevoir. Duck frowned and looked at each one carefully. Qualification, level, and age are the three most critical factors that affect the selling price of these Pokemon, followed by skill pool, character, attributes, characteristics and other aspects. There are Pokemon with very low qualifications but very high levels. The prices of such Pokemon are basically very cheap. For example, Dark saw a green qualified Gardevoir, whose level in the pirate world was as high as level 80, but he was still quite old and had lived for thousands of years. But precisely because he is very old and his life is coming to an end, and there is not much time left to survive, the value of this Gardevoir has been greatly reduced in the system's evaluation, so that 8 or 9,000 magic coins are enough to buy this powerful Gardevoir. But Doc would never consider a Pokemon that was about to end its lifespan. Whether it is a trainer or a Pokemon, becoming a close partner at this time must be a huge torture. So even if those full-level Pokemon with white and green qualifications can be purchased for only 100,000 Baileys, Doc would not even consider them. About the level. Doc can basically confirm that the level of these Gardevoir and Mischievous Demons in the native world will not be lower than LV.30. Level 30 is the level limit from Curla evolution to Gardevoir. Some Curla may evolve early due to various unexpected circumstances. This is not a good thing and will cause damage to their qualifications. And while when the born mischievous can get the dusk stone, it is basically not weak, which results in the situation that the level of mischievous is generally high. After considering for a long time, Dark chose the two target Pokemon. Gardevoir, Purple, LV.30, 6.5W Magic Coins. Mischievous Magic, Purple, LV.33, 6.5W Magic Coins. Chapter 97 Gardevoir and Mischievous Magic. Dark spent 13W Magic Coins to buy Gardevoir and Mischievous Magic. This is the result after Dark calculated the balance. Now the balance of magic coins in the system has just reached 20W magic coins. Normally, 2 purple Pokemon with more than 30 levels should not be so expensive. You know, a purple egg is only 5,000 magic coins. Although the prices of Gardevoir and Mischievous will increase due to Mega Evolution and Dusk Stone respectively, it is not a big deal. The biggest reason for the high prices of these two Pokemon is their lifespan. One of the requirements of Dark's main quest is under 3 months old. Under 3 months old, reaching level 30 with purple qualifications and evolving to the final stage, you can imagine how rare such Gardevoir and Mischievous are. Perhaps their qualifications have reached the top of purple and are not far from orange. When the two Pokemon appeared in front of Dark, they gave different reactions. Gardevoir smiled gently at Dark and waved his hand to say hello. Mischievous flew over and circled around Dark, as if looking at Dark. The different attitudes shown in the first meeting are enough to show some of the personalities of the two Pokemon. But they both seemed to have some misunderstandings. Because it was Dark who exchanged them from the Magic Mall, Gardevoir and Mischievous subconsciously thought that Dark would become their trainer. This kind of innate basic goodwill made them not reject Dark even though they didn't know him. Nice to meet you, Gardevoir, Mischievous. Dark nodded and greeted the two Pokemon, then pushed Monet and Sucrose beside them to them. If possible, I hope you can get along with each other and see if you can become partners recognized by each other. If you are not satisfied with Monet and Sucrose, I will not force you to become their Pokemon. If you live on Pokemon Island, I will help you find some tribesmen in the future. If Dark is allowed to become the trainer of Gardevoir and Mischievous, then these two Pokemon will not refuse. However, if it is Monet and Sucrose who have no good feelings, then we have to try to get along with them. After all, the relationship between Pokemon and trainer is a mutual choice. It doesn't mean that if Dark wants them to be Monet's sister's Pokemon, they must be. Sana. Gardevoir's personality seems to be a gentle and submissive one, and she nodded to Monet very gently. She can feel the emotions in a person's heart. For now, Monet gives her a good feeling. Please give me more advice in the future, Gardevoir. Monet can feel that Gardevoir's attitude is very good, so she feels a little relaxed in her heart, and even tries to hold Gardevoir's hand intimately, and the latter does not have any rejection. Dark nodded when he saw this scene. Monet and Gardevoir have a good compatibility, and they should soon become partners who trust each other. Woo! Mischievous is obviously not as easy to get along with as Gardevoir. Even Dark needed her to take a look, not to mention the young Sucrose. The Mischievous looked at Sucrose with a look of scrutiny. She had a strong aura, with a natural queen style. The difference between Gardevoir and Mischievous is most likely related to their upbringing. Gardevoir should have been a Pokemon that grew up surrounded by love during the Ralts period. Because she was treated gently, she treated others with gentleness. Mischievous must have had a hard time surviving during the Mischievous period. In order to survive, she had to work hard to make herself strong both physically and mentally, so she developed her current strong personality. Speaking of which, the Mischievous who could find the Dusk Stone in the wild environment to evolve herself was definitely not an ordinary Mischievous. Hello, Mischievous. My name is Sucrose. Sugar was not afraid of such a look at all, and greeted the Mischievous with energy. Mischievous nodded. She didn't seem satisfied with Sucrose's attitude, but she didn't mean to be dissatisfied, just that it didn't matter. Then, follow me, and check your body. After seeing everyone greeted, Dark took Gardevoir and Misdreavus to the manufacturing room to check their body data. The inspection device Monet can already use it skillfully, so Dark doesn't need to operate it himself. It's just right that while Monet and Sucrose have an understanding of their Pokémon partners, Dark can also see what skills he can teach these two Pokémon in the next few days. If they have skills with strong visual effects, then the main quest will be safe. Gardevoir. Attributes: Psychic, Fairy. Features: Copy. Qualification: Purple. Height: 1.6 m. Weight: 48.4 kg. Age: 81 days. Level: LV.30. Skills: Dazzling Gleam, Mystical Fire, Double Team, Teleport. It's a sure thing. This was Dark's first thought after seeing Gardevoir's skill pool. All the attributes of this Gardevoir are on the standard line, and its height and weight are both average, but the visual effects of these skills are very strong, and it is simply a natural coordination contestant. Copy. Pokémon all have their own characteristics. In Pokémon battles, some characteristics may not be very good, but they may have special effects when facing other enemies. For example, Gardevoir's copy. The so-called copy is to change one's own characteristics to the characteristics of the target enemy. It is not outstanding among the many characteristics of Pokémon battles. However, what will happen if this Gardevoir meets those Devil Berry ability users? If it meets Luffy, will its body characteristics become rubber? If it meets Borsalino, will its body characteristics become light? It's hard to say about Shiny Berry, but if it meets Luffy, Gardevoir's characteristics are very likely to become rubber. Pokémon with the copy characteristic may be very weak when facing strong people like Garp and Mihawk, but it is very different when facing Devil Berry ability users. The more obvious and stronger the enemy's characteristics are, the stronger Gardevoir's characteristics are likely to be. In terms of level, Gardevoir's combat power in the native world is also LV.30, and the level has not changed. Misdreavus Demon should be different. Misdreavus Demon. Attribute: Ghost System. Feature: Floating. Qualification: Purple. Height: 0.8 m. Weight: 4 kg. Age: 82 days. Level: LV.30. Skills: Magical Leaf, Charge Beam, Icy Wind, Size Hawk, Shadow Ball. Sure enough, Dark pinched his chin. As he expected, the real level of Misdreavus Demon was only LV.30, which was 3 levels lower than in the pirate world, the same as Gardevoir. Perhaps because of the ability to fly freely, her combat power was rated higher in the pirate world. However, the skill pool of Misdreavus Demon was also far behind that of Gardevoir. Although both are very ornamental, Misdreavus has a wide skill pool, including skills of multiple attributes, while Gardevoir's skill attributes are a bit more single. A wide skill pool can greatly increase the survival rate of Pokémon that act alone in the wild. Misdreavus used to be a lone ranger, and he often secretly watched other Pokémon tribes practice skills in the wild to improve his own survival ability. Gardevoir should be a Pokémon in the tribe. He has been well protected since he was a child. He basically has no contact with Pokémon of other attributes and only learns skills from his elders. In short, at least judging from the status of the two Pokémon, the exhibition match in a week will surely be very effective. Duck nodded. To be honest, judging from the current skill pools of the two Pokémon, if it is just for the exhibition match, it is completely enough, and basically no special training is needed. In this case, Dark decided to work harder on the food, helping hand Gardevoir and Misdreavus magic to supplement more nutrition and make the body develop better. Most of the Pokémon in the wild are not as good as the trainer Pokémon. Because the food developed by various breeders and Pokémon professors circulates in the Pokémon world, it is very wide, so basically, as long as the trainers are not extremely poor, they will try to improve the food for their Pokémon. For example, when Ash travels, there is always a trainer partner by his side, who can help Ash's Pokemon grow stronger. In the original work, you can often see that some gym trainers or elite champions will praise Ash's Pokemon for being well trained, excellently grown, and having beautiful hair, etc., which is basically the credit of trainers such as Brock and Tendo. Their food can fully supplement the consumption of Pokemon in daily training and have extra nutrients to nourish the body. On the contrary, Pokemon in the wild, lucky or powerful Pokemon may find some natural treasures to make themselves the overlord of one side, but weak Pokemon basically have no food for the next meal and have to go hungry every day. From this, it can be seen how important food, or more accurately, nutrition, is to a Pokemon. Especially for Pokemon like Gardevoir and Misdreavus, which have always lived in the wild, the difference can be clearly seen. Gardevoir, who has a group, has a normal physical development, while Misdreavus, a lone ranger, is directly below the average in height and weight, which is obviously the result of insufficient nutrition. With the breeding plan for the next few days, Dark no longer hesitated and immediately began to make Pokemon blocks suitable for Psychic Pokemon and Ghost Pokemon. 2 days passed in a flash. Dark's breeding ability improved in the process of constantly improving and innovating his Pokemon blocks. The breeding level reached LV.4. But at this time, Dark had to leave the production room and go to Marineford. More than 400 Pokemon eggs on the Navy side hatched. Chapter 98, The Chaos in Marineford. When Dark arrived at the naval base, he found that the situation was even more terrifying than he had imagined. There was a baby Spearow pecking at a marine's head. There was a baby Akans crawling into a marine's pants to find its own kind. There was also a marine who was poisoned by a stinger while sticking to a baby Nidoran and fell to the ground spitting white foam. In the distance, the baby Onyx was gnawing at the wall of the marshal's mansion. Baby Rhyhorn was running rampant in the square as soon as he was born. Baby Fanfi flicked his nose lightly and slapped away the trainer who wanted to kiss him. The energetic baby Illithid swung his arms rapidly to discharge electricity. Dark even saw some familiar faces. For example, Smoker was trying to stop his baby coughing from releasing gas, Hina was holding her baby Purloin and showing off everywhere, T-Pen was trying to communicate with the baby Coward. The scene was so chaotic that Dark couldn't even bear to watch. It has nothing to do with me. Dark looked around and shook his head at the Marines who were being tossed around. He had reminded the Warring States people early on that different types of Pokemon babies have different habits. With so many Pokemon babies born at the same time, it would be impossible for Marineford to not be in chaos. But for now, these prospective trainers seem to be very responsible and patient. Even if they are tormented by their Pokemon babies, they don't get angry or plan to give up. Basically, they are thinking about how to get along better with their Pokemon. Zephyr and Kuzan have good vision. Dark, what should we do? At this time, Kuzan, who noticed Dark's arrival, had already walked to his side. Kuzan is now sweating profusely, and he is at a loss. It would be better for him to catch Whitebeard. Get some delicious food, drinks, toys, and other things. Do it now as you would with a human baby, and then think of ways based on the different characteristics of Pokemon. There is no 100% successful special effect method to raise Pokemon babies. This is a must. Anyone who has raised a Pokemon baby will experience this process of being tortured and tossed around. As time goes by, most Pokemon will grow up quickly and become gradually stable, while a few will become increasingly unreliable. This change is most obvious in the process of Pokemon evolution. Sometimes evolution can even change a Pokemon's personality. Whismur to Loudred, Slakote to Vigoroth, are all typical cases of evolution changing personality. Then, Doc came to a secret room under the guidance of a messenger. From this secret room, Doc could see that the people he had taught before were busy in it. There was a computer in front of each member of the scientific research team, and they were quickly registering the Pokemon babies born and making a table. Then the logistics team compared this table with the information collected on the Pokédex before, and prepared some props that might be used. Finally, the biology class sent these to the prospective trainers of the corresponding Pokémon and taught them how to take care of this Pokémon baby. Overall, everything is in good order. However, these people did not have much knowledge, so they were actually very rough in their work. When these people saw Dark coming, they all showed a relieved expression. Dark spent the whole day in this secret room, answering these people's questions and watching them record what he said in the computer. Each Pokémon has its own race-specific file. As Dark had thought before, as soon as they got the Pokédex, these people sorted out all the information about the Pokédex and formed a system. As for now, the Pokédex should be placed in the marshal's office or somewhere else to collect dust. The only valuable thing in the Pokédex is the information about Pokémon, and the rest is just a symbol of the VIP status. It is not used anywhere else. Dark didn't know whether the warring states would give the Pokédex to others for research. He hoped that the other party would not think too much. Because of this, the Navy could not get anything valuable except some scraps, but lost the symbol of their VIP status in vain. There was no such thing as reissuing it in Dark. If you want to regain the VIP status, you have to spend another 100 million berries to buy it. If you don't agree, then don't buy it, just watch others enjoy the treatment. When it was busy until the evening, Dark chose to leave. He knew that even at night, Marineford would not be quiet. Some Navy members were very proud of their Pokémon being so well behaved and quiet. Dark took a look and just wanted to say that those Pokémon were not quiet, but too sleepy, and they were active at night. But these had nothing to do with Dark. He had returned to his bedroom to take a nap. In the next few days, Dark did nothing else, and devoted his mind to cultivating Gardevoir and Misdreavus. Monet and Gardevoir have a good relationship. They seem to rest together at night, just like sisters. Monet and Gardevoir seem to be able to communicate with each other in a simple way. As for Sucrose and Misdreavus, the progress is a bit slow. Although Sucrose wants to build a good relationship with Misdreavus, and Misdreavus doesn't mind responding to Sucrose, the two of them may not be compatible, so the progress is slow. But it doesn't matter. After all, Sucrose is still young, and Misdreavus has a lifespan of at least thousands of years. As long as they don't exclude each other, they will become partners who trust each other sooner or later. On the contrary, the relationship between Gardevoir and Misdreavus is a bit subtle. Doc has mastered Psychic now, so his brain will automatically translate the conversations between Gardevoir and Misdreavus. Once, Gardevoir and Misdreavus had a brief exchange. Gardevoir, sister is so noble. Misdreavus, why are you pretending to be a white lotus? Gardevoir, oh, sister, how can you say that to me? Misdreavus, you make me feel sick, you are not worthy of talking to me. Doc? Doc was confused at the time and began to doubt his psychic. Logically, Misdreavus would not know the word white lotus. It must be that Misdreavus said something similar and was automatically translated and shortened to white lotus by Dark's brain. But in Dark's eyes, Gardevoir and Misdreavus are both good children, whether from the first impression or the vague perception of psychic at ordinary times. Would such a conversation between such children be like this? As a result, Dark was puzzled at that time, and later he often eavesdropped on the conversations between Gardevoir and Misdreavus. I don't know if Gardevoir noticed the psychic in Dark's body and realized that Dark could eavesdrop on their conversations. Anyway, they basically didn't communicate in front of Dark later. However, Dark still realized based on the attitude of the two Pokémon getting along with each other, the relationship between the two Pokémon might not be so good. But it can't be said to be bad. It seems a bit too much to say that they love and hate each other, but it is probably the state of Zoro and Sanji in the early stage of the original work. Dark didn't intervene in such a relationship. Maybe if it develops like this, a wonderful bond will be born between the two Pokémon. Dark thought that there would be no more unexpected things in the next 2 days, and he just had to wait quietly for the day of the exhibition match. But, something unexpected happened. Inside the breeding house branch. Your way of appearing is quite unique. Dark looked at Karaz, who turned into coal dust and drifted in, and raised his eyebrows. It really didn't attract other people's attention, at least the Navy didn't notice it. But it was too slow. Dark waited for about 20 seconds before this person completely shaped his entire body. Sorry for the wait, Manager Dark. The bald man with a metal beak made a gloomy sound. This person is the captain of the Northern Army of the Grey Army, Crow, but for now this character has not been revealed by the world government, and basically no one on the sea knows this guy. As for the beak on his face, it is actually a megaphone. Crow speaks very softly, so he usually wears a megaphone because he hates people complaining about his soft voice. The other party was very polite and found Fengkele, who was out alone before arriving. Let Fengkele pass the message on his behalf, which led to the fact that Dark came to the branch today to wait for this person to come. Since you even know my name, then you can learn the rules here. Dark didn't say much nonsense. At this time, what else could the forces that came to their magic breeding house do, besides Pokemon? Especially for a force like the Grey Army, he could say that he knew the other party's purpose without even thinking about it. It was nothing more than using the power of Pokemon to make their cause against the world government smoother and more efficient. Of course, we will not abandon our partners who fight side by side, you can believe that. Karaz seemed very confident about this. Dark had no doubts about this. Dark didn't know much about Monkey D. Dragon. Based on the information he knew, Dark admired what this person was going to do, but was skeptical about his character. When this person saw Sabo killed Cobra in the newspaper, he said, "If Sabo really killed King Cobra, I will never forgive Sabo for any reason." Shouldn't normal people believe their companions at the first time when they see it? After fighting against the world government for so many years, I don't know what the world government likes to use the most. After fighting together for so many years, I don't know if my top codders will do such a thing. There is no evidence yet, but they are crying out because it was just mentioned in the newspaper. If you don't trust someone, don't employ him. If you employ someone, don't doubt him. Since you don't trust this person, why did you promote him to the second in command of the organization? How can you make him the leader of an organization and let countless people work for him? Even a scumbag pirate like Doflamingo still believed in him before Rosinante was completely exposed. Oda gave this person a high-end panel and mysterious resume, but did not create an image that matches this person. Not to mention other things, Kanjuro is more popular than this guy in the global character popularity voting list, which is enough to explain some problems. As for the other people in the Greco-Roman army, they are the same as Karaz said. Even in a place like Marijoa, they did not abandon their companions and resolutely began to make plans to rescue Bartholomew Kuma. So, selling Pokemon to the Greco-Roman army is okay. Monkey D. Dragon is not okay. The most important thing between trainers and Pokemon is trust. Chapter 99 Transaction with the Graveyard Army. This is 200 million berries. Karaz shook his cloak, and a large amount of banknotes began to fall out. Dark didn't know where such a large amount of banknotes was hidden. Perhaps Karaz's demon berry has some abilities that have not been exposed in the original book. 200 million. Eggs worth 100 million berries, and Pokédex. It seems that you came here after making sufficient preparations. Dark nodded. The Graveyard Army should have figured out the price of Pokemon eggs and the role of Pokédex VIP before coming. The prepared berries are just right, not too much and not too little. As for how these people knew this news. There are Graveyard Army members in the Navy or the White Group. It is very likely that it is the Navy. The White Group stays in the New World all day long and there is no need to monitor. Who will raise this Pokemon egg? I will. Okay. Dark nodded and said nothing more. He bought an egg with 5,000 Poke coins in the Magic Mall, and then took out a black Pokédex and handed it to the other party. The Pokemon egg is black, and I don't know what kind of Pokemon will hatch. Generally, eggs of this color are mostly ghost or dark. 15,000 Poke coins were deposited. By the way, Mr. Dark, I heard that you are looking for this thing recently. Karaz put the Pokemon egg and Pokédex handed over by Dark under his cloak, and then stretched out his skinny hand. In his pale hand, there was a grey-white berry like a gourd. Demon berry. Dark murmured. It seems that the Don Quixote family has been making a lot of noise in the underground world recently, and even the Grey Army knows the news. Yes, Barry, the Don Quixote family seems to be planning to use this to do a business with you? I wonder if we have this possibility. Karaz's eyes were grim. Dark's psychic didn't detect any malicious emotion from the other party. This look might be Karaz's original look, which was as natural as dead fish eyes. Dark frowned and stretched out a hand to pinch his chin. The door berry was certainly what Darius wanted very much. His covet degree for this demon berry even surpassed psychic. Although we don't know what the Don Quixote family wants to get from you, we are not very interested in it. According to the information we have collected, the Navy seems to have a magical token that can allow people to go directly to the main store of the breeding house, and the transaction can also make the process very convenient. Karaz saw that Dark hesitated and directly stated their purpose. Pocket token. For the GE Army, it was too difficult to do business in the breeding house branch in the Seven Waters City. There were too many people watching around. Even Karaz had to be cautious, not to mention the other men. This will make it difficult for them to conduct various large-scale transactions with the magic breeding house in the future. Whether it is transporting a large number of Pokemon eggs from here to Baldigo or transporting a large number of berries to the Seven Waters City, it is too conspicuous. If there is a pocket token, these risks will disappear. Oh, this, here you go. Dake figured out what was going on as soon as he thought about it, and immediately took out a jade token and handed it to the other party. The pocket token itself is used to give these organizations and forces, because these people's transaction volume will be large, and the existence of the pocket token is to make the transaction process simpler. This is not a precious thing. The system wholesales it to Doc for free to give to guests, and Doc also gives it to other guests for free. However, the GE Army does not seem to have collected this information. Thank you. Karaz nodded, took the jade token, and then handed the door berry to Doc. It's okay, it's free. Dake has no intention of being a black heart merchant. Anyway, the GE Army will know it sooner or later. If we cheat them now, the Grey Army will have more miracle eyes when they do business with the breeding house in the future. But we still have to take the Menman berry. Karaz's hand holding the Menman berry tightened subconsciously. Unfortunately, he pinched nothing. Dark had already used confusion to move the Menman berry to his hand. Karaz was a little distressed at first, but soon his attention was attracted by the scene in front of him. Thank you for the generous gift from the Grey Army. Dark raised his hand and held the Menman berry in his hand, but he didn't rush to eat it. He was not sure if this thing was a Menman berry. He would let Robin take a look after he returned. As a former Holy Land of scholars, O'Hara must have something like the Demon Berry Pokédex. Robin might recognize what kind of berry this thing was. Karaz looked at the departing berry, retracted his gaze, and then reminded, "You can't eat 2 demon berries at the same time, otherwise it may cause the body to explode." Although Karaz looks gloomy and speaks in a dead voice, this character is a decent character. He has a very stable personality and is good at controlling his negative emotions. He despises people who bully the weak and likes to participate in various volunteer activities to help others. Karaz thought that Dak's psychic was a demon berry ability. Okay, I see. Doc nodded, without any idea of explaining. Do you have anything else to say? A question mark appeared on Dak's head. It's not a demon berry. Doc frowned and reacted, then used psychic to sense the other party's mood. I understand. It is normal for Karas to feel that he has lost a lot of money and wants to get some benefits. Who can bear that the superhuman demon berry, which is worth several billion berries, was exchanged for a free token? Do you have this? Dake thought about it and took out a few pieces of paper. It was the ticket for the Pokémon exhibition. He felt that the German army would not openly run to the door of the store to line up one by one to buy tickets under the eyes of the Navy. No. Karas took a look and knew what it was. We may not have much time. If you don't come, you will regret it. Dake seemed to have anticipated what Karas was thinking, so he spoke in advance. For the sake of Barry, I will tell you an additional news that others don't know yet. This so-called Pokémon Island is actually a world controlled by our magic breeding house. It will not disappear, it will only move. Karas frowned and stared at Dark, with countless thoughts flashing through his mind in an instant. The power of Pokémon is infinite, and it can even create the world. This Pokémon Island is the home of a Pokémon in our breeding house. The world created by us. In the exhibition match, some of the most powerful Pokémon in our Wonder Breeding House will show you a little bit, so that you can recognize the strength and potential of Pokémon. The Navy and the Whitebeard Pirates will also be there, and even my hawk, Doflamingo and Morgans will go there. At that time, I will also announce some news and future development plans for Pokémon Island. If you don't come, you will not miss a Pokémon exhibition match, but you will be a big step behind the whole era. Dark felt that this information was enough to exchange for the Doorberry with the GE Army. Because this information is priceless, as Doc said, if the GE Army does not come to this exhibition match, it will always be one step behind other forces in the future. Other forces get the first-hand information from Doc, and are the first to catch up with the first wave of benefits and make full preparations. And the GE Army has to rely on its own strength to collect what other forces have done, and then realize that it is still possible. This is like the difference between the internal test and the public test. I understand. After hearing this news, Karas has not fully digested it in his head, but he at least understands the importance. He took the tickets from Doc seriously. Thank you. When the time comes, you can directly enter the Pokémon Island in our store through the pocket token. The Seven Water City is too conspicuous for you. Thank you for your understanding. Then, goodbye, welcome to visit next time. Dark nodded, then waved to Karas. Karas didn't hesitate, nodded, turned into coal ash, flew out of the branch and drifted away. Dark watched Karas disappear completely in the branch, and returned to the main store of the breeding house without hesitation. Robin, help me see what kind of berry this demon berry is. Dark ran to Robin and excitedly handed the demon berry to Robin. Robin took it and looked at it, tilted his head and recalled. The Superman-style Menman berry, I still remember it. Where did it come from? Brought by the Grey Army. Great, I've been looking for this berry. Dark got the exact answer from Robin, and his excitement turned into excitement in an instant. Dark, are you going to eat this demon berry? Robin opened her eyes, and there seemed to be some surprise in her eyes. She thought that Dark would not eat any demon berries. After all, the demon berry ability users would become weak and powerless when they were exposed to a certain factor in the sea water, and they could not even use the berry ability. This is a very obvious weakness. Well. Dark nodded. Robin's doubts were detected by him using Psychic, and he also guessed what Robin was thinking. Pokémon has extremely rich power. It is unlikely to directly solve the weakness of Demon Berry and change its nature, but it is too easy to circumvent this weakness through other means. However, Dark did not explain to Robin at the first time, but first opened his mouth and bit off a piece of Door berry pulp. The moment the pulp entered his mouth, a strong sour feeling came, and a strange smell flowed out of his nostrils. Dark did not dare to taste it carefully, and swallowed the pulp raw like a wild boar. 100 Chapter 100 Horror 3-Masted Sail 100. Door berry LV.1. Looking at the new ability in the personal panel, Dark's eyes lit up. Why do you want to eat door berry? Isn't the natural berry better? Robin was somewhat puzzled by Dark's choice. The door berry allows me to return to the store anytime and anywhere. In the past, I had to find a place with a door to return, but now it is different. I see. Robin thought about it and realized that it was true. For those with pocket tokens, as long as they have the door berry, they can basically enter the main store of the breeding house anytime and anywhere. Of course, there is also a prerequisite, that is, the breeding house is not in the closing time. During the closing time, only the employees of the breeding house can enter the breeding house. In fact, it is not just the door berry, many other demon berries can do similar things, such as your flower berry, Robin, which can first use its ability to create a door, and then return to the breeding house. Dark gave Robin such an idea. This way, Robin's survivability will be greatly improved, and he can come back quickly when he encounters danger outside. However, Barry is still a little slow about Dark's door. If he encounters some fast enough enemies, Robin may not have time to use his ability. And Dark can push the air to open an already opened door, and take a step back to the store. Yes, I didn't think of it before, so let's call it flower door. No, but Xiaofeng's ability doesn't seem to be able to do this. Robin nodded, and then found that Feng Kelle's mimic berry didn't seem to be able to do similar things. But it's not a big problem. Feng Kelle's mimic berry can also give him extremely high survivability, such as turning into a bird and flying away or turning into an inconspicuous insect. In the future, I want to find some demon berries that can do similar things, and then give them priority to these core employees in our training house. Good idea. I will also pay more attention to the news from the underground world and pay more attention to the demon berry. Robin's face became more serious when she heard this. After all, this is something that can improve the survivability of partners, but she thought of the shortcomings of the demon berry, but the ability user will become very weak when encountering sea water. We have Pokemon. Dark shook his head, then took out a Pokédex, flipping through it and explaining, even if we don't eat devil berry, we won't touch the sea water, let alone if we eat devil berry, but if we really fall into the water, we can ask Pokemon to help. Most Pokemon can go into the water, and many Pokemon can use various skills to rescue us even if they don't go into the water, such as Confusion, Vine Whip, etc. Dark said, and then pointed to some Pokemon in the Pokédex. For example, Wailord and Sea Lion. These two Pokemon. Robin saw these two Pokemon, his head turned, and he seemed to understand some of Dark's ideas. Wailord has a big mouth, which can hold us in its mouth, so that we won't touch the sea water, and the Sea Lion can spit out bubbles that separate the sea water and wrap us in it, taking us to swim in the sea water. Dark just gave two examples. Solving the weakness of Demon Berry is not a problem at all. Dark hasn't even mentioned using the power of the legendary Pokemon. If Kyogre changes the composition of seawater and removes the factors that affect the ability users, then the ability users will no longer have this weakness, but the people who benefit from it are the ability users of the whole world. There are many ability users in this world who are pirates or other bad guys. Dark doesn't need to do this. Seawater is not a big problem for him. What's more, if there is the blessing of the Azure Prince, then Dark doesn't need to be afraid of the seawater anymore. Instead, he will be as free as the fishman in the seawater. This blessing does not require Manafi to be given after redeeming it, you can buy this buff in the mall. This thing is placed in the same category as psychic and aura power. The examples given by Dark gave Robin many other ideas about Pokemon. She began to flip through the Pokédex again, considering the role that each Pokemon could play in other aspects besides fighting. Seeing that Robin was so focused, Dark did not disturb her and turned to leave the breeding house. He was going to try the ability of Berry. This time, Dark did not specify the target location, but chose a random location. He had not used the store door to locate the coordinates outside for a long time. Walk through the store door. It was a dark environment outside. I remember that it is daytime now. Come to the special island in the new world. Dark frowned, and then thought of the eternal night and eternal light environment like Thunder Island and Judicial Island in the animation. However, Dark looked at the surrounding situation, which was gloomy and foggy, and the sound of waves could be heard in the distance. Darkrai, see what this island is like. Dark thought about it and asked Darkrai in the shadow to look around. Although he was just here to test Barry's ability, the situation on this island made Darkrai a little concerned. Dark responded in the shadow, then quietly turned into a black shadow on the ground and floated in one direction. Dark couldn't sense Darkrai's breath with his observation haki, and could only judge Darkrai's position by capturing a trace of Darkrai's psychological emotions with psychic. This dark environment has an unparalleled strengthening effect on Darkrai's stealth ability. Dark didn't stay idle, but walked around. Against the backdrop of the night, you can see a faint dark red light emanating from Darkrai's eyes, which is very slight, but it does have. This is a significant feature of psychic being activated. The essential energy of psychic is composed of confusion, and the essence of confusion is a kind of spiritual energy. The spirit of each creature is different, so the psychic of each creature will also show different color characteristics. For example, the color of Meowstic's psychic is mostly blue, and Alakazam's is mostly yellow. Some of their skills have their own colors, such as the fantasy light is all pink. Not only Pokémon, but also humans. There have been people in the game who can't hear our psychics with blue, yellow, and pink power colors, and Tornado in the next world is also a green psychic. As for Dark's dark red, it is a very rare psychic color, which is consistent with the color of his domineering color. And Dark is always releasing psychic to sense whether there are creatures in the surrounding environment. Suddenly, Dark frowned and looked to the side. According to the psychic fluctuations he released, he noticed that there were emotions over there, which means that there must be some creature over there. It was behind a wall. It seemed that the creature hiding behind the wall knew that it was detected, and it did not continue to hide. Then, Dark saw 3 dog heads sticking out from above the wall. To be precise, there were 2 grey wolf heads and a yellow fox head. To be honest, in such a dark and gloomy environment, these 3 big heads suddenly sticking out from above a wall really scared Dark. But he reacted quickly because these 3 dog heads were too abstract. It's the horror bark, Dark muttered. When he saw the 3-headed dog, he knew where he was. The territory of Gecko Maria, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. And this 3-headed dog is the zombie developed by Gecko Maria, number 82. Although it looks domineering, it is actually just a patrol dog, very weak. Woof! The 3-headed dog just roared to scare Dark, but was caught by Dark using confusion and floated in the air. At this time, the dark red light in Dark's eyes also became brighter. The consumption is greater than expected, it should be related to the weight of the target. Dark tried his psychic. Since he had psychic, this is the first time Dark has used it in reality, and the effect is quite good. By the way, he had forgotten the character of Gecko Maria before. Although Gecko Maria is pretty rubbish now, he was a well-known figure on the sea back then, at least he was a supernova in those 2 years. Once Maria fought Kaido Hedon in Wano country, and before the battle between him and Kaido was decided, all his men were killed. For a moment, his mentality collapsed, and he started to do some evil things like Undead Army, and then he has been a slacker until now, and his catchphrase has become "Let me become the Pirate King." The data collection and comics have clearly stated that Gecko Maria was a figure who could once compete with Kaido. Regardless of the performance in the animation, Gecko Maria's strength at the time would not be too weak. Many people don't have an accurate number on Gecko Maria's record at the time, and think that Kaido at the time was rubbish, so even if he could fight Kaido, Gecko Maria would still be rubbish. However, how could the rubbish teacher Kai get on the ship of the Rocks pirates? Could he make Wano country look like that? Gecko Maria fought Kaido just when Kaido started to plan to kill Odin. So Gecko Mariah has potential. His past experience with crocodile is like the protagonist of a hot-blooded manga, except that he was beaten down by them. But no matter how Gecko Mariah changes, one thing remains unchanged. That is, he values his companions and cherishes his subordinates. It can be seen from the respect and loyalty of Gecko Mariah's subordinates to this person. Doflamingo and the pacifists in Marineford wanted to kill Gecko Mariah, but Absalom risked his life to save him. Moreover, Gecko Mariah later went to war with Blackbeard, who was already one of the 4 emperors, because of Absalom's affairs. Besides, Perona, who lives with Mihawk, wanted to find him immediately after learning that Gecko Mariah was still alive. She was also very worried when she saw the news that Gecko Mariah might die in the newspaper. At least from this point of view. Gecko Mariah and his men all have the qualifications to become trainers, but they are treated the same as Doflamingo. Dark would never take the initiative to sell Pokemon to such a guy who does evil on the sea, unless Pokemon chooses them in the future.